This is Kimbolton, one of the oldest kart circuits in the UK. They've been racing around these hallowed tarmacs since 1959. But this weekend, it's the turn of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's the third round for the Cadet IAME and then the Mini, Junior and Senior X30 classes, but also this weekend sees the season debut for Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. It's a really packed calendar of racing, and we've got lots of exciting things to come this way. It's a very flat track, the antithesis of Rowra, where the IAME classes opened their championship. Less than 1,000 metres, it's very fast indeed. Guaranteed seat of the pants racing. Now in Cadet IAME, Macaulay Bishop and Nathan Tye shared the wins at Rowra, and it's Bishop who leads the championship standings, but not by much. And there's a whole grid of contenders looking to topple Bishop from his throne. In Mini X30, the class has grown from Rowra, which is really good to see. Vinnie Phillips took both wins up in Cumbria, but Leo Robinson and Jacob Stilp are right behind him. Junior X30, well, Josh Rowledge was a championship leader, and Oliver Greenall shared the wins with Josh at Rowra. But again, a huge entry, nearly 40 drivers are going to do battle, and there's at least a dozen potential contenders for victory. Finally, in the X30 classes, we move on to the seniors. Now, Callum Bradshaw left Rowra at the championship leader, but he's been signed by the Tony Kart factory team to race in Europe, one of the most prestigious seats in all of kart racing. His departure paves the way for defending champion Danny Curl to pick up the pieces as he goes for 3 titles in a row. Junior TKM is, as always, packed to the rafters with talent, and Kimbolton is a spiritual home of TKM racing, and excellent racing is guaranteed. The leading seed from last year is number 3, Louis Harvey. In TKM Extreme, defending champion James Passley carries the number 1 plate in 2020. He's got over 30 rivals though, all looking to topple his crown. Please stay tuned and watch Alpha live stream of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships live from Kimbolton all day today. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kimbolton, the Hunts Kart Racing Club, here just the centre of England on the Hunts, Leicestershire, Warwickshire border, not far south from Peterborough and just east of the town of the city of Northampton. You're joining us here, myself, Henry Beaudette, and Anthony Jordan, to bring you all the action from today, the opening round of the Motorsport UK Junior and Junior TKM and TKM Extreme class, and the third round for Cadet IAME Mini, Junior and Senior X30. Anthony, welcome to a wonderfully sunny day here in Middle England.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's a fantastic facility, Kimbolton here, a beautiful flat track circuit, as you were saying, and we're going to be looking forward to a little track video a bit later on, so you'll look forward to that one. But yeah, an amazing circuit in my neck of the woods as well. I'm a Silverstone man. Excellent.
And so, well, this circuit, like Silverstone, built on an old airfield, flat, fast, spectacular, but don't take our word for it. How about we do a lap of the track with Senior X30 contender, Mr. Caden McQueen. Well, welcome back to Kimbolton. And with me to take you on a track walk of this classic circuit is Senior X30 contender, Caden McQueen. Caden, it's hard to believe that a circuit this big is less than 1,000 metres, because it's very flat, it's very fast, but then there's lots of good racing. What are your thoughts overall of what Kimbolton's like to drive?
Yeah, no, I think it's really good. I think it's one of those tracks where everyone's a similar pace, so the racing's very close, and personally I think that it'll be a very good race to watch. Everyone will be together, so yeah, it'll be a good race.
Now let's go on a wander around this 986 metre circuit. We're starting off on the start-finish line. The first turn is quite a ways away down there. So this is turn 1 at Kimbolton, the famous Stowe corner. There's a long straight down to this corner, heavy braking zone, and then you're in to the Willows. The most rhythmical part of the circuit, Caden, you'd say? A big curb on the inside, and if you look on the outside, there's not a lot of runoff if you get it wrong.
Yeah, no, if you get this a bit wrong, it upsets the car a lot, especially dropping the wheel. You just scrape the frame on the tarmac. But yeah, no, I think the corner's a really important corner, especially at the start. If you're on the wrong bit of track at the start, then it can go horribly wrong.
And then it's all about sort of carrying as much speed through the next complex of corners, because, you know, that's, again, there's a right and a left, and again, if you mess up this corner, you're still getting messed up 3 corners down the road, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I agree. If you don't carry enough corner speed around here, then it affects you all the way through the twisty, tighty bit, which does hurt a lot, especially on the run down to the bus stop.
Next up is Derek's corner. Now, not sure who Derek was, sure he was a very nice guy, but it comes at the end of another very long straight, a good chance to get some good speed up, and then this left, right, left chicane, lots of overtaking opportunities, but again, when it goes wrong, you lose an awful lot of speed for the next half a lap almost.
Yeah, it's one of those corners where you think you could carry a lot of speed in and run wide off of the right, but it's actually one of them corners that's quite stop and start in a way, but it's definitely good for the racing. You can throw it in for a good lunge, and hopefully that pays off.
I mean, I'm looking at a lot of the tyre marks on the curbs. Still quite a big curb, isn't it? I mean, you've got to use the curb by the looks of it to get from one half to the other. Is it unsettling the kart a lot?
It's a question if you hit it right. You've got to hit it at the right angle, otherwise, yeah, it does unsettle the kart.
But again, no sooner as you're into Derek's and out of Derek's, you're going on to the furthest point of the circuit, a long way away from the paddock, and that's Dan Weldon corner. Now, the name Weldon is synonymous with Kimbolton, and this is Dan Weldon corner. It's the furthest part away from the paddock, and it's a fast entry, but then also it leads onto the very long Yamaha straight. Is it an overtaking opportunity coming in, or is it more important to get a good line out to maybe get some slipstreaming and for an overtake into the next corner after the straight?
This one is actually more of a corner to get a good exit and maybe an opportunity at the end of the straight to overtake. I feel like if you because everyone goes in a little bit early here just to try and get off of the rubber line, because if you pick up the rubber, it does kind of upset your kart halfway through. But yeah, no, it's more of a corner where you overtake at the end of the straight.
I mean, so again, you're looking at the tyre marks on the curbs, and you're saying that, you know, getting on the curbs can unsettle the kart and it sort of costs you speed, or are you taking a wider line in to tighten the apex to get a better run onto the straight?
For me personally, I like to hold it in a little bit of the middle of the track, because I feel like there is more grip there. I don't think that in the dry, especially, that you'd hit this curb. I think it just unsettles your kart a little bit, and yeah, can throw you wide.
So after this corner, it's another long straight. It must be nice to come to a circuit after Aura where at least you can have a little rest and a breather, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit better, but I prefer the Aura.
Let's have a walk down the Yamaha straight. At the end of the TKM straight, you've got the next overtaking opportunity here at Kimbolton, like you said, Caden. This is Kestrel Corner that we're at now, and Kestrel Corner leads into a very short straight down into the very final corner of the circuit, Kimbolton Corner, and then you're out for the end of the lap. But this corner here, it's do or die, really, isn't it? You've seen a lot of people make moves here, but then you can run off very easily, and there's some tyres I've noticed they put there to make things a little bit more interesting if it goes wrong.
Yeah, no, it's one of them corners where if you do get it wrong, you run wide and it can end a little bit wrong. You might see yourself in the tyres. But no, it is one of them tracks where stuff like that can happen. But no, this corner, you have to get it right. If not, you can run wide and maybe lose a couple of places going into the last corner. But as I said before, it's a good overtaking move.
Now, without giving any of your secrets away of how to get round here, you've got 2 opportunities. Is it better to make a move in here and then defend into the last corner, or to save yourself in this first corner and then make a lunge where it's a sharper early turn in at the final corner, which is sort of the best?
It depends, really. Like, say if you're not trying to lose too much time, then it'd probably be a little bit better into here, because you can take the curb and it doesn't really upset the kart. But then again, if you're going for the lead and you want a couple of people to follow through, maybe that it might help out, probably into the last corner.
So it's tactical. If it's a one-on-one situation, you make a pass into here. If there's a pack of you, and you want the guy that you're passing to be maybe lose 2 or 3 more positions, it's down into there. So there's a lap of Kimbolton with Caden McQueen. Considering how far that we've walked and how well it's spaced out, it's hard to believe it's less than 1,000 metres. It's very fast and flowing. How physical is it to drive?
On the physical side of things, I don't think it's that physical. It's not like, say, Wilton Mill, where it's very bumpy and hard on your body. But as you said, it's quite a big track, but you get around here in a short space of time. I mainly think that's because it's fast and flowing.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much for helping us do a track walk of Kimbolton, Caden. The best of luck in the racing today. You could see every race of Sunday's action here at Kimbolton on the Alpha live stream. Caden, good luck tomorrow. Let's look for lots of fast and flowing racing around this classic Kimbolton circuit. Well, that was a lap of Kimbolton with Caden McQueen. Now we're looking at the starting grid for race 9 of the weekend. We had 8 heat races yesterday, the remaining 7 heat races today, plus the reperchages for junior and senior X30, the pre-finals and the finals. Very quickly, Anthony, just to get through some of the order of business, as it were. You're watching the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Tweeks, courtesy of Alpha Live. Timing solutions are available on www.motorsport-timing.co.uk. And please call in. No, I sound like I'm presenting Going Live with Philip Scoville about 1987. Please write in on your social media network, the YouTube stream. Your comments are coming up here in the commentary box, and we can say who you're watching, and you can tell us where you're watching from. And who you're supporting. There we are.
Even if you're in the paddock as well.
Even if you're in the paddock on your mobile phone.
Drop a message.
Drop a message in. Don't tell us what you're having for lunch, though.
No.
No, we've had that before. So, a nice breeze. It's a lovely day. Sun shining. Virtually a cloudless sky as we look ahead to Junior X30. 40 drivers have entered the championship at the end of the first 2 rounds at Rowner, led by Josh Rowledge, followed by Bart Harrison, Oliver Greenall and Aaron Walker, the top 4 in the championship. Yesterday's heat wins taken by Freddie Spindlow in Heat 1 and Harry Burgoyne Jr. in Heat 2. Now, Spindlow's already done his 2 heat races. He had a first and a second. Rowledge finished second in his first heat race, but that was all that Rowledge got, and he's going to be starting this from row 7 as we look down the grid. But speaking of the grid, we've got the driver who's second in the championship, Bart Harrison, on pole. And alongside Bart on the outside of row 1 is the premium karting number 16 of Sam Shaw, with Lewis Mackey and Kanato Lee on row 2.
Yep, Jessica Edgar's going to be starting on row 3 with Matthew Higgins as well. Aaron Walker, the GP plate, he's going to be on the 4th row right next to Luke Watt. Harry Burgoyne Jr., he's going to be on the 5th row with Darryl Taylor.
Row 6, Harvey Ryby and Brandon Templeton with Archie Walker, and Archie won the Rotax round at Lydd in juniors a couple of weeks ago. He's doing double duty with championship leader Josh Rowledge starting 14th.
Rashan Chigarimbo, he's going to be starting in the 8th row with Macy Hitter, also alongside Charlie Rippin on the 9th row with Mitchell Gibbons.
Row 10, Aidan Lynn and Harry Cottrell. Row 11, Oscar Joyce and Jack Cox. They're out on their rolling lap now with Josh Agambar, Rhys Newburn, Finley McKee and Michael Rapsey rounding out the 26 kart grid. So this race will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap. They're already heading around Dan Weldon corner and up the TKM straight. Oh, I got that name right. A great camera shot, but the sun's shining, so it's going to be difficult to see the numbers there, but I mean, fantastic sight to see 26 karts. Sun is shining. We're enjoying an Indian summer, in the word, as they come into the final corner, ready to go racing here at Kimbolton.
Well, here we go then, out of the final corner, the revs raise. It looks like a good start as the green flag drops. We are underway and racing here at Kimbolton into turn 1. A fantastic start from all the drivers as they take to the curb. 2 of them already off into the gravel.
Matthew Higgins is one of them.
They get going again, yeah, and it's not a gravel trap there, it's just concrete. So they get going very quickly, but back on track here at the front. It's all pressure and all to play for at the front.
Yeah, I think it was Matthew Higgins in one of the Fusion Motorsport karts, potentially the number 11 of Kanato Lee, who was involved in that, but they both get going again. There's not a lot of of runoff there at the end of exit of Stowe Corner. They were lucky not to take the tyres. Now out of Dan Weldon Corner, up the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner. Potential overtaking spot here through Kestrel Corner up the Laser Straight, and now hard the brakes into Kimbolton Corner. It's number 16, the premium karting entry of Sam Shaw, who has the lead as they complete lap number 1. Great shot there of the drivers coming across the start-finish line. Into Stowe Corner they go to start lap number 2. There's the Lichfield Motorsport machine of Lewis Mackey trying to make a move there. Now through the Willows and onto the Yamitsu Straight. So there's out of the Willows they go, and you can see at the back of the pack there, Higgins and Kanato Lee have already caught the tail enders. They'll start to try and make their way through, but it's Shaw leading the GP plate holder, Aaron Walker. Good start from Walker as they come into Kestrel Corner on lap number 2.
Yeah, cracking stuff from him. Up 5 places from his original spot for the Strawberry Racing team, so great stuff for him. There's a yellow flag out in the final corner. You can see a kart being recovered. Can't quite see who it is, but we'll have a look on our timing screens. But all at the front here. Here comes second place down the inside, the GP plate. Down the inside, fantastic move through Stowe Corner. A great start from these drivers then. Aaron Walker already up into P1 from his original starting spot. So these drivers here hitting the curb there, third place, the 77 of Bart Harrison. We saw in the track walk video, these curbs are very harsh. You don't want to hit them too much, and you can see how much it unsettled the kart there.
Yes, now Aaron Walker leads, Shaw second. We've got a spinner down at turn number 1. I think it's one of the S8 racing drivers. Possibly Finley McKee has gone off. It was Josh Agenbar who was off a lap ago at this corner. We've got another battle for the lead. Shaw retakes top spot. Walker tucked into second, Harrison third. Now, you can see that as they pass the yellow flags and the run down towards turn number 1 as they're recovering the stranded S8 racing kart. Through the Willows we go, and you can see just how close the tyre barriers are. Very little room for error here as they sprint down towards the Yamitsu Straight into Derek's Corner. There goes Walker again. So the green and white Tony kart, the Strawberry Racing driver, Aaron Walker, takes the lead. Darrell Taylor for MLC Motorsport puts in the fastest lap of the race. We've got Agenbar out, and I think Finley McKee has joined him. Kanato Lee up to 21st and Matthew Higgins up to 20th as they look to recover. But up at the front with 7¼ minutes to go, there's a move from Harrison up the inside at Kimbolton Corner. And now that is exactly what Caleb McQueen said yesterday. He said if you want to move into there, that's great if you want the driver that you're passing to lose 3 or 4 more places, because as Harrison made the move, Shaw was passed by the Fusion kart of Jessica Edgar, but Edgar has now deposed Sam Shaw, so Sam Shaw now back to 4th position where he started, and Harry Burgoyne Jr. sets the fastest lap of the race. Great battling for second place. It's allowing the leader to break clear.
Yep, this is all played into Aaron Walker's hands beautifully here. The GP plate going away in first place, opening up that gap. Has a little look over the shoulder, but don't worry, you've got about a ½ second gap for the time being. Just keep your head down, focus. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and there again, another lunge down the inside, and that looked like it was the number 14 of Darrell Taylor on Sam Shaw.
Yep, and Taylor, who finished very well. Looking at the championship standings, Darrell Taylor currently 6th in the championship after 2 rounds, and he is moving forward here as they go through the Willows into the Yamitsu Straight once again. This is now lap number 6, and as you look out, flashing out of your screen there, Jessica Edgar making a potential move for the race lead. Under pressure now is Aaron Walker. Edgar in the number 47 Fusion kart. There is Matthew Higgins setting the fastest lap of the race. Not looking at him, you're looking at Darrell Taylor there, but Higgins, the Dan Holland Racing number 75, setting the fastest lap. And we've got a new leader, and it is Jessica Edgar.
Yep, fantastic start. Just under 6 minutes remaining on the clock, so plenty of time to get that job done. Now, quite a bit of time to defend, though. This is where it becomes crucial. She's now leading at the front here. There is a little bit of breathing space, but not much. You need to stay focused in this time remaining, as that group of 4 seems to be closing in slightly on Jessica now.
Yeah, Josh Rowledge in kart number 10. You can see the Mick Barrett Racing kart, the silver and orange machine from a lowly qualifying position. The championship leader moving into contention here. Don't forget, Freddie Spindlow has already done his 2 heat races, and he's had a first and a second. Rowledge finished second in his first race yesterday, so to make sure that he is sharing the front row with Spindlow for the pre-final, he needs to try and win this race. There is a move from Taylor, so Lee Murray's squad will be enraptured by that move as he takes over to second position. But Edgar, Jessica Edgar, pulling away now.
Yep, that little overtake between Taylor and Walker has allowed that little gap to open up very slightly, but of course only very slightly, and under 5 minutes left on the clock. The time is starting to go down, but Darrell Taylor with the fastest lap of the race as well, of a 42.270, closing in on Jessica Edgar. But Jessica is holding strong in the lead so far.
Yes, now for those of you, this is watching karting for the first time, this is the Junior X30 class, so it's open for drivers between the age of 13 and 16. Top speeds of these karts at nearly 70 miles an hour, and there's a kart off at the top of Dan Weldon corner there. I think that was Michael Rapsey who has retired. So we've lost Josh Agenbar, we've lost Finley McKee, and we've also lost Michael Rapsey. But they were all, ironically, the three drivers that started the last three positions on the grid have all retired. So we're down to 23 runners at the moment, 4 minutes remaining, and Daryl Taylor in kart number 14, looking particularly aggressive at the moment. Jessica Edgar under pressure for the first time in several laps as they go into Derek's corner. Like I say, like Caden McQueen was saying, quite a stop-start corner. And as soon as you exit that corner, you're setting yourself up for Dan Weldon corner. There's the first apex, there's the second apex, and there's the run onto TKM Straight. You sacrifice one apex to make it to the other one. Edgar there not running particularly close to the curb on the first apex, but she wanted to run out wide, so she got a better straight line run down towards these last couple of corners, just clipping the curb coming out of Kimbolton corner. Here's the Hines Straight, named after Mr. Karting, Martin Hines, the late Martin Hines of Zip Kart fame, into Stowe corner, and then through the Willows once again. 3.5 minutes remaining. The top four, Edgar, Taylor, Walker and Rowledge, have broken clear of the pack. Harrison leading a 4-kart train, including Luke Watts, yesterday's winner Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Sam Shaw, who's dropped back a bit, but he's in 8th place now. Rashan Chikarimbo is up to 9th. Lewis Mackey has fallen to 10th. Now, remember, Grandma Mackey was watching this live stream, so I hope Grandma Mackey is cheering Lewis on. He's in 10th place at the moment. Then it's Archie Walker in kart number 91, followed by Aidan Lynn, then Brandon Templeton, Charlie Rippin, Harvey Ryby, Jack Cox and Matthew Higgins round out the top 18. Battle for the lead, though, Anthony.
Yes, Taylor looking for that move down the inside of Edgar, down in towards Stowe corner. Absolutely fantastic move for the lead. 2.5 minutes left on the clock and a lead change nearing the end. So Jessica Edgar down now into 2nd place, but Taylor already with a bit of breathing space as well.
Defending, I noticed, going into Derek's corner there was Taylor. Edgar was giving him the finger to say, come on, let's push on. But Taylor's thinking to himself now, we're getting towards the business end of proceedings here. As they come up the TKM Straight again, Taylor looks over his shoulder just to see where Edgar is. Is she making a move? But as they come towards the end of this lap, it's now Edgar under pressure. And Walker takes the position, but they both run wide. Josh Rowledge, well, I mean, that's Christmas come early for Josh Rowledge, and now he's signalling to Walker and say, come on, let's push.
Yep, obviously that was fantastic advantage there for Rowledge, moving up into 2nd place from 4th. He's up 12 positions from his original qualifying spot, so an absolutely fantastic run there for the championship leader so far at the moment. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Like you say, that gap has opened up. If these three can work together, close that gap, anything is possible. We're on lap 11 at the moment, or 11 laps completed. So, like I say, it's a short lap around this circuit here at Kimbolton.
Now, I can imagine that Mick Barrett, Josh Rowledge's team owner last night, would have said to him, after Josh qualified 14th, he went, right, read this. And Josh goes, what's this? It's called the Riot Act, you know. And it's lit a fire under him, shall we say, this morning. He's coming through, great guns though. Taylor still leads. Edgar under pressure. That's one move that cost Jessica Edgar the lead. Daryl Taylor positioned himself in a space where he could move Jessica Edgar offline, and already she's been sort of dropped back into that second group. And in the number 47 kart, she's got Luke Watson, the 37, Bart Harrison, the 77, Sam Shaw in the number 18. I think Rashan Chikarimbo is in this group as well. So we're looking at Edgar in 4th place, but she's holding off 2, 4, 5, 6 karts. And again, if she gets pushed offline and gets passed by one, she's going to lose 4 or 5 places, but we're into the final minute now.
Yep, not long left to go, and that's a lot of pressure on Jessica Edgar's shoulders right there. A huge train, and you'll hear them as well while you're there. You'll hear the engines behind, you'll know that they're there, and it's one of those really daunting feelings. But at the front here, your top three, Taylor, Rowledge, Walker, they've broken away from the main pack that you could see there, scrobbling away with Jessica Edgar leading. Less than 30 seconds on the clock as they go through. It looks like it's playing into Taylor's hand here, but again, anything can happen. It's so close to the end, but such a long way to go still. Yeah,
Daryl Taylor, one of those drivers who's been knocking on the door of a race win here in the British Championships for a long time this season. Very, very competitive up at Rowra. Didn't always qualify well, but now he started up the front. He's maintained his position. Where did Taylor start? In fact, Taylor, looking at the grid, he in the number 14 kart, he was started 10th, so he's still hasn't quite grasped qualifying. We're on to the final lap now, and you think to yourself, if Taylor can really get to grips with qualifying, what he could do in the races, because obviously he's very strong at coming through, and looks like as they come into Derek's corner, and then you can straight out into set yourself up for Dan Weldon corner. Rowledge does not look like he's close enough.
No, definitely not. That gap looks large enough already to get this job done. There's only a few more corners to go. It's been a fantastic start, though, for the top three. Up several positions from the mid-pack. Taylor starting in 10th. Rowledge starting in, on the 7th row of the grid. So a fantastic effort from these drivers as they cross the line. Taylor will take the win from Rowledge, from Walker, and Jessica Edgar holds on to that 4th place spot.
Yes, Edgar was able to just manage to... She broke away about 2 corners from home a little bit, so she didn't have to defend too much going into the final corner, but a fantastic win for Darrell Taylor by half a second over the championship leader Josh Rowledge. Here we go into the weighbridge. So again, drivers, there's a bit of a shaking hands there between Aaron Walker and Josh Rowledge. For those of you that are new to karting, so at the end of each race, in they come to the weighbridge. So you've got the technical team, the scrutineering team there. You can see Ben Moore on the left-hand side of your screen. They'll bring the carts over the weighbridge. They've got to make sure that they're the correct weight. So each category of each class of kart has got a minimum weight. There's the result. So it's Taylor, Rowledge, Walker, the top 3, Edgar, Harrison, Shaw, Burgoyne Jr. and Watts, the rest of the top 8. Lewis Mackey 9th, Archie Walker 10th for the Argenti Motorsport team. A little bit further down the order, Matthew Higgins recovering to 15th position after his first lap incident. Kanato Lee, well, there we go. At Rowra, it was Kanato Lee flipping his cart and Matthew Higgins stopping to get Kanato out from under his cart. We said, you know, that's fantastic sportsmanship. Start of this race, you've got Higgins and Kanato Lee crashing and going off the first corner together.
No love loss.
No love lost there. There is Darrell Taylor and the MLC Motorsport team into Parc Fermé. So once they've gone over the weighbridge, the scrutineering team will pull certain carts aside, which is why you can see the carts at the back of the shop there behind the IAME banner going through there. They'll be released back to their mechanics, but the scrutineers will then ask the drivers at this side of the thing, where you can see our camera manfully manned by Stu Stratton here this weekend. They'll say, well, can you strip this? Can we have a little look at that? Can we have a look at this engine? Can you measure this part of the cart to make sure the carts are legal? And there is something that no mechanic wants to see, their wagon not rolling at the end of the race. That's the number 50 cart of Michael Rapsey, I believe.
It is
the
indeed.
BMR restart machine coming back. And that's a long, lonely walk back to the paddock for anybody that fails to make the finish. Well, one race in, lots of comments coming in, Anthony, on the social media side of things.
Yes, now what's your main rule on terms of comments on the stream? Don't talk about games, or what was it?
Yeah, no Fortnite, no PS4, no Xbox, just karting. You can make fun of the commentaries as much as you like, and you can, no dissing other drivers, just supportive comments. Well, if you diss other drivers, then that's fine, we'll just ignore you and block you. How's that?
Yeah, that'll do. But, of course, as ever, the all-awaited Senior X30.
Yes, a fantastic grid. I mean, again, we've got an entry of 40 drivers. Here we go.
Did you not catch that?
No.
I
I absolutely did not. I was too busy thumbing through paperwork. I missed the. I mean, as his commentary goes, Anthony Jordan left the door wide open for a brilliant segue into the X30 Sting, which I completely ignored and rambled on about something else. So apologies there. But here we go. We've had the Sting. We've had now the opening. There's a great view of the paddock. Again. For those of you with a nervous disposition watching, social media etiquette being maintained throughout. But here is the grid.
Danny Curl's going to be starting on the front row alongside Clayton Ravenscroft. Then it's Harry Platten, Morgan Porter, Thomas Fleming. Then it's Gus Lawrence. Tyler Reid will be starting on the 4th row with Sean Butcher. Then it's Thomas Turner in the O-plate on the 5th row with Ben Hodge.
Oliver Greetham starts on P11, followed by Tom Nippers. Gary Edwards and Connor Jupp are on row 7. Bradley Pennell and Ewan Wilson on row 8. Archie Tillett and Joe Taylor on row 9. Casper Scusa and Nat Thomas row 10. The rest of the field, Thomas Wood, Conor O'Brien, Dan McEwen, Oscar Hoole and Oliver Meadows. Yesterday's heats were won by Morgan Porter and Danny Curl. And it is both Curl and Porter, so at least one undefeated record is going to go. Clayton Ravenscroft in kart number 17 for KR Sport. A welcome return to the championship for Clayton. Not so welcome for his dad, Steve, but hi, Steve, if you're out there watching. Here comes Clayton on the outside of row 1. We are not off and running. You can see the drivers signalling with their hands. That is the signal for a false start. And I shall quickly run through the championship standings. Well, Callum Bradshaw the championship leader. He's been signed by the Tony Kart factory team to race in the European and World Karting Championship, so he has vacated the championship. Danny Curl then takes over top spot. Oliver Hodgson not here either, so Connor Jupp in kart number 35, who is fourth in the championship at the moment. He'll move into second place in the standings. Sean Butcher is fifth in the points, Gus Lawrence sixth, Caden McQueen seventh, and Tyler Reid eighth in the standings. 39 drivers, so we're going to have to whittle these down to 34 for the finals. Danny Curl, though, the 2017 World Karting Champion, double defending British champion. Yeah, as you can see, all the drivers obeying the rule of not warming your tyres stringently there. Look for Harry Platten. Harry Platten had a second place finish yesterday, but it's Curl and Ravenscroft on row number 1.
Excellent, here we go then. Let's hope we can get a good start then for race 10 of Heat 3 for the Senior X30. As again the revs rise onto the start-finish straight, and across the line it is a green flag this time, and we're away racing. It's 3 wide into Stowe Corner for the first time as they slot through. It's an absolutely fantastic start all the way through this field as they get going.
Yeah, Ravenscroft slung it wide to go into the first corner. He probably led for about 5 metres, but then he was offline, couldn't hit the apex of turn number 1, and fell back to what is about 6th or 7th position. Up into P2 though, the number 73
Fleming,
Dan Hollencart of Thomas Fleming. Great start from 5th in the grid, and that in 3rd place by the looks of it is potentially Morgan Porter in the Argenti Motorsport number 46. Or is that, no, that's a different Argenti car. It's the Argenti car.
Looks like the 37 of Taylor Reid.
Yeah, Tyler Reid.
Tyler Reid, sorry.
Tyler Reid, no, that's fine. Yeah, Curl back to 4th place. So all change here at the front. Then it's Porter is 5th, but it's number 14 now leading, Harry Platten. Great start from Harry, leading the way. All as they come through the willows, and look and see where Clayton Ravenscroft ends up down in 11th. So that wonderful start on the outside didn't really work for him, and he finds himself down outside the top 10 as the lead pack come into Dan Weldon corner on lap number 2.
Yep, a great start from these drivers here. The 14 looking behind then. Platten there leading the way. 8.5 minutes left on the clock here of the second race of the day today here at Kimbolton on this lovely Sunday, and the 73s looking very racy. Fleming on Platten as they go in towards Stowe Corner. Ooh. And it looks like it stays in position this time around, but a little bit of action further back in around the 6th place spot.
And Harry Platten was defending for all his worth going into Stowe Corner there. That is not great with 8 minutes to go. It's brought Danny Curl in the number 1 plate kart all the way back to the lead group, and that's the O plate to Thomas Turner. So that's the British Open champion, the O plate. Turner for the Mark Litchfield Racing Team in 4th place on the comp kart chassis. Connor Jupp looks like he's running 5th at the moment. Porter is 6th. 7th is Tyler Reid now. Lawrence is 8th. Butcher is 9th, and Tom Nippers, Newport's finest. Best thing to come out of Newport's is the goldie looking chain. He is in 10th place. And Curl looking at the inside of Fleming there. He spots an opportunity, and I'll get it out of the way. That was Curl putting some wind in the willows.
Yeah, it was a great little opportunity there, but straight back at it. Almost looked like he was going for a dive down the inside, did Fleming, but couldn't quite do it. It was defending hard from the O-plate of Thomas Turner. But yeah, great move from Curl there. Just down the inside, gets the front of the cart nose right down the inside of the exit of Stowe Corner. Absolutely fantastic into willows.
Now again, Platten, one of the class's young guns, just graduating out of juniors. Curl, one of the most experienced drivers in this paddock. And Platten is leading, and Curl is encroaching quickly upon his personal space, shall we say. Good battle back in the pack. That's Connor Jupp trying to pass Morgan Porter, and they're both trying to find a way past the O-plate of Thomas Turner, who's had a warning flag for his troubles. But yeah, Curl closing in seamlessly, and he's thinking to himself, right, come on then, Harry, you know, this ain't my first rodeo, boy, you know, and
that was a terrible impression.
That was awful, truly awful.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm going to go and have a word with myself right now while you describe the action for lead.
Yes, indeed. The number 1 plate, of course, Danny Curl, had a terrible start, dropped back into 5th place, but is fighting back now in 2nd place, holding on to that one. Here's the O plate of Thomas Turner in, where is that? He's 4th place now, isn't it? Yeah, behind Morgan Porter.
Just lost a position, and there's Harry Platten losing a position. So Danny Curl takes the lead into turn number 1. 6.25 minutes to go.
Yep, unfortunately a 5-second penalty for Hull going out. Of course, Oliver, is it Oliver Hall?
Oscar Hall.
Oscar, sorry, yes. Getting my names mixed up again, I'm terrible.
Oh, that's okay. But we've got now Porter. Now Morgan Porter, 2 weeks ago at Lyd, or 3 weeks ago at Lyd, dominated the senior Rotax round, but didn't have a successful start to the IAME Championship up at Rowra. But here, the Argenti team look like they're really on song, and he is closing in on the top 2. Significantly though, Danny Curl, he's made the move to the lead, but he's not pulling away. So Platten is keeping Curl honest, and I'll try and redeem myself, but if Curl was saying this ain't my first rodeo, boy, Platten's going, yeehaw, ride 'em cowboy. You know, he's throwing all he can. Yes, I'm going to stop now.
It's too early in the day.
Yes.
Well, interesting developments from third place. Morgan Porter in the 46, setting the fastest lap of the race. He's going to be closing in now on these two, and very close behind Thomas Turner in that O-plate. Again, got to watch out for that one as they go through. You can see there, Porter slightly defending there from Turner as they go through. Nippers again. Warning flag out for the 89, so got to watch out for those. What would you get a warning flag in this one? Would it be contact? Track limit?
Yeah, contact mainly.
Yeah.
Obviously there are track limits here, but I mean, looking at the curves, there's not really anywhere on this track that you would want to go all 4 wheels off the circuit outside the white lines to gain time. Normally, if you're getting all 4 wheels outside the white lines, then you're heading for the field.
Yes.
Adjacent to the circuit. But Curl, Platten, Porter, Turner, your top 4. Fleming starting to drop back a little bit in the number 73 Dan Holland racing car, and he's got Jupp and Gus Lawrence right behind him. Butcher in 8th, Ravenscroft 9th, Ewan Wilson rounding out the top 10, with Ben Hodge in 11th. Then it's Tom Nippers, Tyler Reid, Oliver Greetham, Gary Edwards, Archie Tillett and Joseph Taylor down in 18th position. Casper Scusa is 19th, and Oscar Hall rounding at the top 20 ahead of Oliver Meadows and Nat Thomas, Curl's teammate in the Jade Racing team on the Birrell ART chassis. So the red and white army, as Les Latham likes to call them, leading the charge at the moment, but that Zenon chassis for Harry Platten right there in second, and the Kart Republic chassis of Argenti Motorsports number 46 Morgan Porter, Ockham in Surrey, is third.
Yep. So as we see these 3 here battling away, well, I'd say it's the top 4 really. The top 4 broken away from the main pack. The rest of them in a nice stable position. They're not going for battles. It looks like they're just trying to close that gap up on these top 4. As you can see them heading down the infield straight in towards Derek Corner again. Got to watch out for that inside curve. You're safe, you can hit it, you've got to hit it right. If you hit it wrong, it's going to be in a world of bother. And again, the double apex one here of Dan Weldon corner here. Good exit you want out of this corner onto the TKM straight, and it looks like all of these drivers here got a very good exit there. As you can see, Platten, it looked like he was going to go for a move down the inside there. The car looked like it. Oh, here's a move though down the inside. Morgan Porter, thank you very much. I'll take that.
Yeah, and there's a great illustration there of Dan Weldon corner. Danny Curl literally missing the first apex completely, and that sort of lulled Platten into a false insecurity. I might have a lunge here, but then of course Curl positioned his kart, so he hit that second apex spot on. He was going straight and flat on the power a lot earlier than the chasing than Platten, and he was able to get a much better run down the TKM straight, put him out of danger. And Platten, because he took that tight apex into Dan Weldon corner, which is here, he was slower down the TKM straight and through Castle corner, and he was overtaken there by Morgan Porter. That was a lap ago. Things flashed by so quickly in karting. Again, 2.5 minutes to go, so not long left on the clock, but as saying goes in karting, there's still a long way to go.
Yes, indeed, as they go through now. So it's still Curl from Porter, Platten, Turner, Fleming, Lawrence, Jupp, Butcher, Ravenscroft, and Wilson are your top 10 as they cross the line. Still very close between the top 10. Less than 2 seconds. It's 1.5 seconds between the top 10. As you can see, the 46 of Porter having a little look over the shoulder as they go into the braking zone here of Derek's corner. As they exit now again to Dan Weldon's. This is where, like I was saying, the double apex points. This is where it comes in. Try to get the faster exit out of the second apex corner, and then down the back straight of the TKM straight here. But leading the way, less than 2 minutes left on the clock, Danny Curl, after starting on pole position, losing 5 places, and then clawing his way back up to that top spot at the moment for the Jade Racing team.
Yes, now Porter entered today 23rd in the championship standings, and of course, with this truncated season, you know, because of the COVID crisis, you know, you cannot afford to have a bad round, and if you have one bad round, then you've got to make sure that all the others are absolutely on point. And so Porter trying to remedy that poor round that he had up at Rowra, but he's under pressure from Platten. Turner there watching as well. Curl takes a long look over his shoulder to realise that he's not under pressure. He's got a minute to go. Now Danny Curl will realise he doesn't have to defend. Look at him taking a very wide line into Kimbolton corner there to get the best exit speed he possibly can. If there was a kart, you know, within 4 or 5 kart lengths of him, he wouldn't have done that, because you can potentially be susceptible to a last gasp lunge through the willows out onto the Imitsu straight again. Now there's Porter checking over his shoulder. He sort of defends the inside line into Derek, so you can see it, like Caden McQueen said, like you pointed out earlier, drivers using that curb, that first curb, they hook the kart up and it actually pulls the kart around the corner, straightens it up so they can then take one sharp turn onto the second curb. They say if you hit it wrong, it bounces you across the track. If you hit it right, it actually pulls you around the corner. Good lap. There's a move from Thomas Turner though, 15 seconds to go, so Curl crosses the line. This is not the last lap yet. And now Thomas Turner up into 3rd place, signalling to Platt and saying, right, we can potentially still chase after Porter here. Platten's thinking to himself, oh, yeah, but I'd rather do the chasing in 3rd place than do the chasing in 4th place. There's no one behind them as Thomas Turner sets a new fastest lap.
Yep, so a good little overtake there from Thomas Turner as they exit through. Now, the timer has clicked over to 0, so the last lap board will come out of this time when the drivers next cross the line. Curl is still leading, got quite a bit of a gap, I would say. Half a second is the gap now that Curl's got from Porter. And it just looks like the pace isn't there right now. I feel like once this last lap board goes out, I think we're going to see something come alive in Porter, I think.
Yes, absolutely. He's now it's go time.
Yes.
Pedal to the metal. Out of the first corner. There's a couple of battles going on behind. There's Connor Jupp and Clayton Ravenscroft squabbling over 7th place. Jupp has it. Ravenscroft wants it. Into Derek's corner for the first time there. Clattering over the curbs is Danny Curl. Porter, 10 kart lengths back. He's going to have to get this corner absolutely spot on. He takes a wider line through the first corner. Onto the TKM straight. Curl again checks over his shoulder. Porter, is he close enough to make a move into the final corner? I don't think he is. In fact, no, he's not. But this is a very good lap from Porter. He's going to draw up to the rear bumper of Danny Curl as they cross the line. Curl takes the win. Porter 2nd, Turner 3rd, Platten in 4th. Good drive from Gus Lawrence to come home in 5th position after a poor start. Thomas Fleming, a great start, faded a little bit to come back to 6th position. Jupp 7th, Butcher 8th, Ravenscroft 9th, and Ewan Wilson for the S8 Racing team rounds out the top 10 ahead of Ben Hodge, Bradley Pennell, looking at some of the other drivers coasting across the finish line at the end of that race. But Danny Curl, that's 2 wins out of 2 for Danny Curl. As you watch the drivers coming in, you can see Casper Scusa getting out of this kart there. That is one of the Argenti drivers just hopping out of his kart, possibly Joseph Taylor. There is your top 12, separated by less than 10 seconds, and look at that, less than 1 second separating the top 3 finishers.
Yep, very excellent race on that one. A little bit more tame than we've seen in the seniors.
Yes, well, I mean, it was just a heat race. You know, they've still got their pre-final and their final to go.
First race of the day, you want it to be exciting, though.
Yeah, you do, but you want the first race of the Junior Xfinity race was very exciting, and that was you know, a tactical race. The drivers just sized themselves up, thinking about where they want to start for the pre-final. There, now there goes over the weigh scales. You can see the driver and the kart getting weighed there. Once they're off, and who's this? This is looks like Nat Thomas having a word with the scrutineer. He's not happy about something. They go into the Parc Fermé area. And you see Turner, the O-plate, standing next to Danny Curl. So Curl with the Birrell ART overalls. They're just chatting away. And again, it's hard to believe that, I mean, some of these, they're all very fierce rivals, but a lot of them do get on with each other, you know, a lot off track. You know, they're rivals, but they have a very healthy respect for one another. A lot of them do. So a good chat there. Good to see Curl and Turner, but the next race is quickly upon us.
So Mini X30 will take to the grid in just a moment. Probably the smallest grid that we've got here. 14 drivers take to the track, and they start like this. Ethian, thank you.
The GP plate holder.
Yes, Ethian Simmons, the GP plate, starting on the front row with Leo Robinson. Then it's Ellis Stevens and Vinnie Phillips on the second row. Jack Hobson, then Gabriel Stilp. Then it's Wesley Swain, Charlie Webb, Rylan Etchberg, Hayden Eldridge, Lewis Bird, Freddie Allen, and then Joseph Rippon and Anastasia Dean.
Yeah, so 12 drivers.
Oh, 12?
No, 12 drivers were at Rowra.
Ah.
It's, obviously it's mating season because they've multiplied.
Yes.
Well, not quite multiplied because that'll be 24 drivers. We're up to 14.
Yes.
Yes, there's been
Two extras.
Two extras, which is good, which is excellent. Vinnie Phillips took the win yesterday. He won both finals at Rowra. Can he make it a clean sweep of heat wins here at Kimbolton? But not if Ethan Simmons has got anything to do about it, as we're going to go around again. False starts. I mean, we're going to have a word with these drivers because, we've got some lovely videos to show you about what goes on behind the scenes in the world of kart racing. But if they keep doing false starts, we can have less time to show the videos.
I know.
You know,
we worked hard on those as well.
Well, you did. You absolutely.
Well, you did as well.
Well, I held the camera and asked a couple of questions. I wouldn't call that working hard. I mean, the artistic part of the videos was courtesy of yourself and James Fitzhugh. I just stood there. Well, I do. But here we go. So on the outside of row 1, Leo Robinson. Now, Leo's mum from Algeria. Leo's dad, English. So he's got the Anglo-Algerian combination flag on the side of his car. Championship leader, number 87, the second of those Fusion drivers. On the outside of row 2, Vinnie Phillips going for 2 wins. Ethan Simmons for Coles Racing. Oh, we're going to start again. I mean, I can give you a brief family history of most of these drivers. I mean, they're going to go round and round, but no. What is going to happen is that at some point, our race director, Ken Potter, who is on the start line as well, he is going to have a word with these drivers. So Simmons, the GP plate holder. Now the GP plate, that means that they won the British Kart Grand Prix, and they're the current reigning champion in that class, the reigning Grand Prix champion in that class. Any drivers that have a single digit on their kart, drivers numbers 1 to 9, that signifies where they finished in this championship, in this class, last year. Now obviously a lot of the mini X30 drivers from last year's top 10 have moved into junior and senior this year. But Simmons, Robinson, Ella Stevens and Phillips on row 2. Hobson and Stilp on row 3. A Tony kart, a trio of Xspirit chassis, and then 2 Mad Crocs on the front 3 rows of the grid. Third time lucky, this time we are off and racing. It's a good close start down towards Stowe Corner. Leo Robinson on the outside, challenging the pole position hold. Oh, and a spin! That was Hobson, I think, in the Croc kart, and Robinson was the man on the outside to get spun around. Let's have a quick replay of the action. Look at the number 14 kart getting all crossed up, bounces into Ella Stevens, who in turn bounces into her teammate Leo Robinson. Robinson is out of the race. Stevens has got going again, and look at that. Now Ethan Simmons, wow, this is a golden opportunity for Simmons to take his first race win of the season. It's like Charlie Bucket winning the last golden ticket for a trip round Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Gabriel Stilp moving into second place now. There is the number 92 of Wesley Swain. Now Swain was just behind Hobson, so Swain got through up to third place. There's Gabriel Stilp passing Swain. At the end of lap number 1, Simmons leads by 1.7 seconds. Championship leader Vinnie Phillips only 5th.
Now the number 14 there ran very wide out of Stowe Corner there. Looked like slightly pushed out. So Jack Hobson, obviously, after that dreadful start, getting all tangled up, all the way at the back of the grid now, still fighting for that position. Obviously, warning flags did go out to a couple of the drivers for the incident at turn 1. Race control very quick to point that out to them. So drivers will have to watch out for the rest of this race. But like you say, the GP plate of Ian Simmons leading the way comfortably.
Yes, comfortably. I mean, 8.5 minutes to go. Okay, so Gabriel Stilp has closed that gap by 2.5 tenths on that last time around. Wesley Swain having a fantastic drive at the moment. By far and away his best performance of the season thus far. Looking at a quick look at the championship standings. Wes Swain only 8th in the championship. Now looking for Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird has dropped down to 13th position, not having a great drive at the moment because he was quite strong at Rowra, but championship leader Vinnie Phillips up into 4th position in the number 87 kart. Closing in now on Swain. Hayden Eldridge runs 5th. Rylan Ashberg is 6th. Ella Stevens has recovered to 7th. Then it's Charlie Webb in 8th. 9th is Jack Hobson. Then it's Freddie Allen, Joe Rippin, Lewis Bird and Anastasia Dean. Down towards Anastasia Dean, a Latvian, she's a Latvian family, but now obviously based in the UK. But Simmons continuing to lead, but before long he's going to have a croc snapping at his heels.
Oh, very good. Very, very good.
Thank you. I've been trying to improve after that first effort that failed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The 87, Vinnie Phillips, sets new fastest lap of the race, 43.48. So very quick time out there at the moment. So trying to close those gaps. There is the 37, I believe. Is that the 37?
No, that'll be Robinson, who's
It's
out
the
of the race. It was the 87,
the 87.
Vinnie Phillips.
There we go. I can't see my numbers. That's sunlight.
Well, I mean, I know we spend all year moaning that the weather's awful, and then when the weather's nice, we moan we can't see the numbers.
Give me some cloud cover.
Where's the gloom? We want gloom.
Exactly. Less than 7 minutes left on the clock then, and still all to play for in this mid-pack, I would say. The battle at second backwards still getting a bit tight out there, as you can see. The 88, 87 again, still fighting the way through. Fastest lap, the 28, Ella Stevens with a 43.410. So that fastest lap coming down slightly. Up into sixth place is Ella, dropping 3 places, so not the best of starts that we've seen throughout the race, but again, with fastest lap now, clawing that gap, trying to close it back up into the field, and a bit of traffic in front.
Yeah, she's going to be closing in on now Swain in number 92 and Eldridge in kart number 41. I think it's fair to say that they weren't at the race leader's pace at Rowra, but they've certainly picked up their performance here so far. It remains to be seen, can they maintain that for the remaining 6 minutes of this race. Now Jack Hobson in 9th place, again a bit of a poor opening couple of laps. He got a bit overexcited going into turn number 1 and then got wide again, but he's there in 9th position as Phillips now closing in on Stilt for second. Well, if Vinnie Phillips can pull off the win in this one, that'll be a fantastic performance indeed. Simmons looking over his shoulder now. That's going to be a sign that Simmons is starting to worry. He had a 1.7 second lead at the end of lap number 1. We're now on lap number 6 and Stilt is within 0.4 of a second, but more significantly, championship leader Vinnie Phillips is bearing down on Gabriel Stilt. Is he going to make a move into turn number 1? Yes, he does. Up the inside going into Stowe corner, gets the kart parked on the apex, still manages to maintain enough momentum out of that complex to hang on to P2, and now only the race leader remains.
Yeah, that gap's really closed up now. This group of 3 battling away. Simmons there struggled to keep that gap open up, and straight away down the inside, the 87 of Vinnie Phillips there tried to go for a move through Dan Weldon corner, couldn't get it done, and now that's Simmons looking over the shoulder, now under massive pressure, and gets that move done. So that is Phillips down the inside, gets the move done in towards the final corner.
Oh, and Simmons there going, hand in the air, it's like frustration. Well, he was looking over his shoulder and sort of, Vinnie Phillips sort of like took the position, and this is now sort of where we were at Rowra with Phillips and Stilp battling for honours. I mean, Leo Robinson obviously at Rowra was the third member of the lead party, as it were. He's out of this race. Fantastic opportunity for both these drivers to gain championship ground on their sort of retired rival.
It looks like also Wesley Swain has managed to get past Ethan Simmons as well, as you can see with Simmons with his hand up in the air, not happy about something, but it looked like a clean move in towards Derek Corner on this lap earlier on. So yeah, that's Swain moving up now into 3rd place, and a 5-second penalty out for Jack Hobson.
And one would imagine that would be for the incident of the first corner. Obviously just, again, breaking it a little bit late, first corner, just over exuberance. He's potentially he peeked out to the inside of Jack Hobson and saw the lead of the race and got a little bit overexcited.
Yes.
But that's what happens. That's karting for you. Phillips and Stilp have the top 2 positions. Now here is number 28 card of Ella Stevens, and she is closing in on the number 41 of Hayden Eldridge. This is the battle of 4. Wes Swain in kart number 92 is putting in his best performance of the season by a long shot. And I believe I'm going to look at the grandstand. Now see Vinnie Phillips there. Vinnie Phillips' mechanic Joe Porter looking down at his kart. Now I know Joe is a very fast driver. His protege Vinnie Phillips also showing the way there, but there is another move. Now that is Ella Stevens going past Hayden Eldridge. Wes Swain, I think Wes Swain is Wes being mechanicked by Jessica Hawkins this weekend, or is she one of the cadet drivers? But again, lots of very talented racing drivers in the paddock mechanicking these youngsters, and the Mini X30 class is open to drivers between the age of 11 and 14, I believe. So certainly this is sort of a stepping stone between cadet and the junior classes for drivers who are too old for cadet, but again haven't had that growth spurt yet, still quite light. 2.5 minutes to go, and here's Eldridge chasing Stevens for 4th place, but the order is Phillips, Stilp, Swain, Stevens, Eldridge, Eschberg, your top 6. Webb, Hobson, Allen, Rippin, Bird, Simeon's down to 12th place now. Obviously a problem with that GP plate car. Maybe that's why he was so vociferous with his hands gestures. He wasn't upset at the other drivers, he was upset at himself. He gets a warning flag for his troubles as well. So maybe there was a collision. And there is a move for the race lead. Gabriel still takes top spot away from Vinnie Phillips. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was kind of an out of the nowhere move, that was, but straight away, side by side again, down into the braking zone. Vinnie Phillips comes back on that 87, gets that job done straight away, but again, down the inside, once again, Stilp takes it back. So that's 3 overtakes within 3 corners with these two, and it looks like it's been settled there. Stilp now with a bit of an advantage.
Well, now we know that the juniors and seniors were simply the warm-up act for this, the main event of the morning so far. Great stuff with the Mini X30 drivers. Stilp checks over his shoulder, and again, that move that he put on in the Willows there, he really did sort of force Phillips offline, spoil his momentum, ruin his run, and has given himself some breathing space.
Yes, not the first word.
No, not the first word. not the first word. Sorry.
1 minute left on the clock then, and leading the way here at Kimbolton. Stilp leads from Phillips, then Stevens, then it's Swain and Etchberg rounding out your top 5 at the moment. The main eyes are on these front 2. Stilp up 5 positions from original qualifying spot for Croc promotion, but Gabriel Stilp there, 5 positions on the 10 plate, running well and holding on to that gap. A little look over the shoulder as we go down the TKM straight. It's not something ideal that you want to do. If you're in the lead, just focus, get your head in front. That's where you need to be focusing. Start looking behind, that's where you're going to end up.
Yeah, and that's what it's not what we want to see from Gabriel Stilp. It's what Vinnie Phillips desperately wants to see. He wants to see Gabriel looking over his shoulder, because he knows that he's in Gabriel's head. He knows that Gabriel is now focusing on not hitting his own marks. He's focusing on stopping Phillips. So Phillips can really start sizing him up. Now we're going to have a look into Derek's corner. Gabriel defending. A little bit of a, looked like Stilp's car getting a bit unsettled going into Derek's there, as maybe sort of Phillips just giving him a gentle reminder that he's there.
A gentle love tap.
A love tap just to say, hello, remember me?
Yes.
Clock strikes 0, last lap board next time around.
Phillips again furiously looking over his shoulders again into the braking zone. Pay attention to the corners that you've got coming up in front, because now you've got the 87 of Vinnie Phillips all over the back of you now as we go over the start-finish straight. The big bump there as they go through. Again, looking over the shoulder furiously as they go through. Stilp defends. Phillips has to take to the outside, and he gets forced so close to that tyre wall as they go through back onto the infield straight.
And I tell you, Ella Stevens is enjoying this in kart number 28, because she is marching towards the front. Into Derek. Stilp defends once again. Now, Vinnie Phillips is going to get a great run out of this corner into Dan Weldon corner. Can he move up the inside coming into this corner? No, he cannot. Around the second part of Dan Weldon onto the TKM straight against Stilp defending. Here comes Ella Stevens now right behind the top 2. 1 corner to go.
Oh, and there's contact, and straight away the 87 of Phillips goes down the inside, but here's the 28 of Ella Stevens as well. It's side by side as they come to the line. Who's going to take the win as there's tyres rubbing away? Phillips takes the win from Stevens and Stilp, but is Race Control going to look at that one, because I think Phillips was slightly off the track when the overtake happened.
Yeah, I mean, coming into Kimbolton corner, Stilp had the inside line. Phillips decided, oh, I'm still coming. They both ran wide on the exit there, and Ella Stevens was able to get past Stilp alongside Phillips from the drag race to the line, but somehow Vinnie Phillips, after 15 hard-fought laps, squeezes home by 3/100ths of a second. And again, lots of comments coming in on that race. Good to see. So Vinnie Phillips, Ella Stevens, Gabriel Stilp, your top 3. Hayden Eldridge, Wes Swain and Ryan Ashberg, 4th, 5th and 6th. Charlie Webb, Freddie Allen, Jack Hobson and Lewis Bird round out the top 10. Joseph Rippin and Ethan Simmons, Anastasia Dean, 13th. Leo Robinson failed to complete a lap. Now I'm having a little look at I can see Ted Bradbury. He's a driver, Carter. He had his money on Vinnie Phillips. Carly Atkins, who's another Mad Croc Promotions driver, but not in this championship. He was cheering on Gabriel Stilp. But no sooner is that race over, but the next one is on its way. IAME Cadet, the racing at Rowra in this class, absolutely out of this world. Yesterday, we had one heat for the IAME Cadet drivers, and that was won by championship leader Macaulay Bishop. Bishop starts on the outside of the front row for this one, alongside, who's that? That is Noah Wolf. But a packed grid, 31 drivers in total. Let's have a look at where they start.
Unfortunately, we don't have the graphics in front, but we can tell you
No.
who's going to be starting. Yes,
So listen up, ears open.
Yeah, ears open.
Like my teacher
Fingers
said.
on lips.
Yeah, fingers on lips,
Pays
ears
attention.
open. Here we go.
Here's the grid. Noah Wolf will be starting on pole position alongside Macaulay Bishop. Then it's Cathal Clark on the second row with Archie Clark as well. So the two Clarks on the second row. Ethan Jeff Hall starting on the third row with Alfie Slater.
Row number 4 is Eden Spanswick in kart number 60, and yesterday Eden Spanswick finished a great second alongside second in the championship, the GP plate holder Nathan Tye. Lewis Werrell and Zach Knight start from row 5 with Hardy Mimasi and Zach Drummond on row 6.
Row 7 is Roman Kamiab on alongside Connor Duncan, again on the Rhapsode IAME Kart. Sebastian Mins on the 8th row with Michael Walker. Then William Knight and William Antrobus on the 9th row.
Daniel Sofronea starts on the inside of row 10 alongside Jorge Edgar. Jesse Phillips and Kit Belofsky are on row number 11. Ben Smith and Morgan Moore on row 12. Will Murtagh and Eli Baden on row 13. And the final drivers on the grid, Cole Glover, James Ollier, Kanishki Rao, Joey Brown and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So a quick look at yesterday's heat result. It was Bishop leading home his Paul Munn driver program teammate Eden Spanswick, Nathan Tye finishing 3rd, then Archie Clark 4th, Zach Drummond 5th, Zach Knight in 6th, Connor Duncan, Cathal Clark, Lewis Werrell and Sebastian Mins the top 10. I'm looking, now we did have a situation where Zach Knight, where is the other Knight? Where is William Knight? Ah, he's still there, he's starting down on the 9th row of the grid. Nice little wave there from Archie Clark. There is Macaulay Bishop, the Royal Oak fan club in Michigan, United States of America, is tuned in and cheering on Macaulay Bishop, I have to say. He's the only cadet grid with an international fan club. Yeah, official. You know, there's a mailing list and everything.
Well, there we go. So Kart's getting lined up there, ready. Now, it's getting a bit warm in this commentary box. I suspect the drivers on the grid down there, there's a bit of a breeze still in the air. So the air's going. Who are you waving to out there?
I'm waving to Macaulay's mum, Kitty, out there. Who's now she's done herself a mischief as Kitty, because she's got a crutch.
Dear.
She's pointing at her bottom.
No, I think it's pointing at her back.
Oh, she's pointing at her back.
Is it right,
right, it's
Henry?
her back. She's done her back in. You know, I was going to say that's but she's got, you know, now Macaulay's younger brother Mason is down there. He's holding the crutches. I think the idea is that he gives the crutches to Mum so that Mum can walk around. He doesn't sort of like swing the crutches around like he was doing there, being a very naughty boy and probably dropping them and stuff like that. But yes, the Team USA part of Macaulay Bishop's fan club there, the delivery of Jolly Rancher sweets on their way. There's a look at the track. But of course, now, so Bishop won yesterday, but I mean, some fantastic racing. Of course, we forget, at Rowra on the Sunday, the second round of the championship, Nathan Tye won and took a complete top 4 clean sweep for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. That has not been done before. I think maybe Fusion Motorsport did it a few years ago once in a heat. I'm not sure. I'm sure Dan Hazelwood or someone from the Fusion team will be quick to remind me otherwise.
Oh dear, look at that.
Oh, what's
very
happened there?
relaxed.
Oh, nice. Now that, I mean...
That's Connor Duncan.
Yeah, so...
If you ever want to be relaxed, have a look at what Connor Duncan's doing. Get comfy.
Feet up.
Feet up on the NASA panel.
Yep, happy days.
Looked like a bit of a back massage there as well.
Oh, yeah, the mechanic was there. Yeah. So, yeah, Connor Duncan now with the ORM team. And, yeah, he's realised now.
Realised now, we're watching him.
Oh, no, I'm on camera. So there you go. So the good stuff. But again, you forget these drivers. So the cadet class, the IAME Cadet class for drivers between 8 and 12 years old. So a lot of these drivers, some of them have just started comp. They've just started big school. You know, where you have to do lessons as opposed to just, you know, write out, what did you do this weekend then, children? You know, but
Ran around in a circle.
Yeah, drove around in a circle. But you forget that, that these drivers that you're about to see, if you're tuning in for the first time, you're about to see 31 drivers go nose to tail, well over 50 miles an hour, inches apart. And yeah, some of them, a lot of them, in fact, are primary school age.
Yes.
So a couple of little bits of information. Now we're looking at where's the Hardy Mamasi, the number 44 kart. He's going to be starting 11th on the grid. He's that sort of turquoise green. I mean, no turquoise is blue, but it's sort of a light green coloured kart. His mechanic is Chris Lamar. Now, for those of you that are TKM aficionados, you remember that the TKM festival here, many moons ago, Chris Lamar had one of the top 5 crashes of all time in a kart. Cleared the fence at the end of the main straight. We're off and racing though. Let's hope that doesn't happen here. 10 minutes to go. We're off and racing. It's a good start for the pole man, Noah Wolf, and Bishop on the outside. They're 4 wide, they're 5 wide. They all somehow manage to stay off the barriers. They go through the willows and out onto the Amitsu straight. Wolf in the number 43 being challenged by his Fusion teammate, the number 11 of Cathal Clark already, with Macaulay Bishop in 3rd.
Yep, good start from the entire field then. Probably the best start we've seen so far today. And there's someone off into the grass. A commentator's curse as soon as I say it.
The minute you say that, one kart it gravitates towards the grass.
Yes, instant it happened. Warning flag going out to Hardy Mamasi as well, the number 44. Now, development at the front here, the number 9 plate straight away of Macaulay Bishop there up into 2nd place, and looks like took a move for the lead, and they did across the line. Hardy Mamasi leads the way then at the end of lap 1, followed by Noah Wolf. Then it's Cathal Clark, Ethan Jeff Hall and Ethan Spanswick are the top 5 at the moment. Then it's Clark, Drummond, Ty and Werrell, and then Knight are the top 10 as they head through there. And we've got this huge train of karts down the infield straight as they go through the GP plate looking to the inside.
Yep, Nathan Ty tried to make short work of the drivers directly in front of him, and he's just got past Archie Clark in the number 8 kart. Cathal Clark is his next target. There's a move for 2nd place. Ethan Jeff Hall in kart number 5 moves into P2 at the expense of poleman Noah Wolf. Down the main straight, down the TKM straight towards Kestrel Corner. Bishop leads. Ethan Jeff Hall 2nd, Wolf 3rd, Spanswick in 4th place, but Nathan Ty has just relieved him of 4th position. In fact, not only did Nathan Ty relieve him of 4th place, but Cathal Clark also. But here we go, change for the race lead.
Oh, that was very close. There was a bit of squirreling under braking, a bit of weaving as well, but Ethan Jeff Hall manages to move up in that number 5 into 1st place. So Macaulay Bishop now, Macaulay Bishop's already back. There we go.
Yes, Macaulay Bishop. Well, this is now, we could call this a good tactic, we could call it a dangerous tactic, because the more that Bishop defends in the early stages, the bigger that lead group gets. I have to say, I loved the sort of, not the arrogance, the confidence there of Ethan Jeff Hall coming down the main straight. As he pulled alongside Macaulay Bishop, he literally looked over and looked at Macaulay Bishop, and they looked at each other. It was like, right, they're travelling at 50 miles an hour, and they're thinking, who's going to break last? Who's going to break last for the race lead? And it was, at the time, it was Ethan Jeff Hall, but now here comes Nathan Ty. As the rest of the pack squabble, Nathan Ty picking them off one at a time. Look at this train of karts for the lead. 10, 11, 12 drivers cross the line almost together. And it's Bishop who leads Ethan Jeff Hall. But no, it's Ty now at the second. So the top 2 in the championship, Bishop and Ty, run 1-2 here.
Yep, Ty again looking down the inside in towards Derek's corner. Can he make the move done? Yes, he can. And that is now Ty, the GP plate, up into 1st place at the moment. The 5 plate getting involved with that as well. So Hall up into 2nd place, and Macaulay Bishop now down to 3rd place. And that is allowing, of course, the rest of this train to close up. Warning flag going out to the number 10 of Lewis Werrell. So Lewis under pressure then from the stewards, and the number 9 again of Bishop straight back for 2nd place. Thank you very much. It's getting a little bit tasty with the Fusion karts in the background.
Yes, Connor Duncan and Zach Knight, Connor Duncan and Zach Knight, who are 3rd and 4th in the championship. Well, Duncan is only 8th here, and Zach Knight, looking there, he's 7th. Ethan Jeff Hall, he is currently 5th in the point standings, but it's and there's Bishop defending again. Now, I think that this is potentially Bishop's kart is not set up as well as it could be, because he's slipping back in the order a little bit. He's got the number 20 kart now of Glasgow's Zach Drummond right behind him, but it's Ty leading, Archie Clark 2nd, then it will be Bishop in 3rd, but here comes Bishop now back at Clark at Kimbolton corner for P2. did that move work? There's Eden Spanswick in the number 79 kart. The poleman, Noah Wolf, is dropping down the order to 9th position now. 5 3/4 minutes remaining. And I'm just having a little look at the time. Have we got all 31 karts still running? Yes, we do. Hardy Mamasi, the driver, originally from Toronto in Canada. Well, his Toronto Raptors just got knocked out of the NBA playoffs, but his hopes have taken a knock here as well. He is down in 31st position, but he is only 10 seconds behind the race leader on lap number 6.
Yep, just over 5 minutes to go then of the IAME Cadet Race 12 Heat 2 here at Kimbolton. And again, the number 9 of Bishop down the inside of Archie Clark to retake that second place spot. They're just squabbling all the way through. It's allowing Nathan Tyne, the GP plate, to slightly open that gap up, but not by much. And again, down the inside, here's the number 8 of Archie Clark. It's swapping positions left, right, centre. And there's a little bit of jostling for position. They're running wide, and that's allowing the drivers behind to catch up. Zach Drummond, Ethan Jeff Hall managing to close that gap straight back up again. Bishop going defensive, can't quite hold it on. And round the outside goes the number 8 and the number 20. So Archie Clark and Zach Drummond moving up a couple of positions there, 2nd and 3rd.
Yep, it's and there's a little bit of a door handling there behind Bishop. That was the number 30 kart, and the number 20 of Drummond in the number 20, Connor Duncan in the number 30, getting involved there with some a territorial dispute. Here comes Ethan Jeff Hall back on the inside of Connor Duncan for 4th position. He crossed the line to complete lap number 8, and Nathan Ty. All this battling, great news. Nathan Ty has turned round, waved goodbye. 1.27 seconds up the road of Archie Clark, and Clark has got a 1 second gap. It's going to be, somebody's off. Somebody goes grass tracking as they come back.
Number 5.
Ethan Jeff Hall. They're running out of tarmac and taking to the old runway here at Kimbolton there, because you've still got the old runway tarmac here from the Second World War, and which is not as it's not as optimal as the prepared racing surface.
No, definitely not. But it was used very much by the 379th
Bomber Squadron.
Bomber
Yes,
Squadron.
yes, it was.
It was indeed. 3.5 minutes left on the clock then, and on the optimal racing surface, an optimal almost overtake there from the 36 of Connor. No, it's not Connor Duncan. It's Zachary Knight.
Zachary Knight.
The position's changed. The timing screen can't keep up, and neither can I.
It happened so quickly. But what we can tell you is that Nathan Ty, the GP plate holder, has a 1.3 second lead, 3 minutes to go. Now, I think we've had almost a period of relative calm. As I say that though, out from the slipstream comes the number 10 car of Lewis Werrell to pick up a position. So Lewis Werrell passing his Fusion teammate Zach Knight. Zach Drummond. Zach Drummond, oh dear. But that is for 7th position. So Werrell up to 7th, Drummond down to 8th, number 20. There's Sebastian Mins and Eden Spanswick right behind them. Behind them, Roman Kamiab runs in 11th place. William Knight is 12th. Cathal Clark 13th. Kit Belowski is 14th. William Murtaugh 15th. Then it is the number 47 kart of Ben Smith. Noah Wolf, meanwhile, the pole man, down in 17th place. Not a good race for Noah so far.
No, not at all indeed. So the top 2 though still breaking away. Nathan Ty leading the way in the GP, then Archie Clark on the number 8, and then under pressure still is Macaulay Bishop on the number 30 as they're squabbling their way through this field. Bishop manages to move up now into 3rd place, so that's great for him. And of course now this is allowing the 36 behind to close the gap as well. Zachary Knight, then Ethan Jeff Hall behind as well. And there's a bit of contact a little further behind to Fusion, the 77 and the 20 getting a little bit cosy for comfort. That's Zach Drummond and Sebastian Mins.
Yes, there is Bishop on your screens now, coming out of Kimbolton Corner to start lap number 12. To complete the 11th, no, it's not lap number 11, sorry. Bishop in 3rd place. Behind him, the number 30 kart, Duncan in 4th. Then it's the 36 of Zach Knight, Duncan's Ollie Rowland Motorsport teammate, with Ethan Jeff Hall in the number 5 kart, now under pressure from Lewis Werrell. So Lewis Werrell making good ground here in the second half of this race. And Werrell picks up another position, so he is now into 6th position. Jeff Hall 7th, and there's another move. There is Zach Knight passing his teammate Connor Duncan up at... They both got Knight on the back of their overalls, which is the problem, I think, because Connor Duncan has moved teams, I believe.
And luckily they were the same suit size.
Yeah, yes, luckily, look at that. A commentator's nightmare, seamstress's dream.
Yes. The number 30 there, a little bit unhappy. Connor Duncan dropping 2 positions. Looked like a little bit of a forceful move, but the kart was very clearly down the inside. So Lewis Rowell and Ethan Jeff Hall moving up a couple of spots now, 5th and 6th place respectively. 30 seconds left on the clock, not much time left remaining as a warning flag goes out to the 69 of Ethan Spat.
Yes, now on our screens, Joseph Castantonis. I haven't seen how he's a driver. He's in the Macaulay Bishop camp, but Harrison Mackie and is in the Nathan Tye camp. It's great that a lot of the drivers that aren't racing in this championship, and of course they race against these drivers in other championships, but they're watching them now. They're watching their friends or their colleagues, their teammates, their rivals, and it's great to see they're all cheering on different drivers at home. But again, the Alpha Live stream, go to the YouTube channel at Alpha Live as we clock strikes 0 to comment on what you're watching here. And Nathan Tye, again, fantastic performance. So 8th on the grid, made his moves. The furious battling in the first half of the race has led to this rather sedate last couple of laps because the drivers certainly didn't work together to try and pull away in the opening half of the race. They all fought amongst themselves, and eventually Nathan Tye was able to get that breakaway, and nobody is going to catch him. Out of Dan Weldon corner, up the TKM straight we go. There is the number 36, that is Zach Knight, looking over his shoulder to check that Lewis Werrell behind him in 5th position. Werrell's had a really strong one. Oh, there's a move. There is Bishop.
Yep.
Bishop up into 2nd place now at the expense of Archie Clark. Archie Clark, the Strawberry Racing number 8 kart, down to 4th place. Werrell 5th and closing. You can see Lewis Werrell bringing Ethan Jeff Hall up with him now, but Nathan Tye clear at the front, but suddenly at the last lap of the race, a 5-kart scrap for 2nd.
Yep, still very close here. Macaulay Bishop there defending hard from the 36 of Zachary Knight. With these two defending, that's allowing Archie Clark and Lewis Werrell to close up this gap as well. And of course, this is allowing Nathan Tye to hold on to that lead that he's gone out there. So again, Bishop still holding on from Knight as they go through. It looked like Ethan Jeff Hall was trying to go for a move on Werrell there, and the number 5 couldn't quite get it done there. As everyone looking over their shoulder as Bishop goes very defensive into the penultimate corner, holds on to that spot here. No one going for the switchback now as they all concertina up, but Nathan Tye is going to cross the line with a very commanding lead here of over a second as he takes the win there on the GP plate. Then Bishop crosses the line in 2nd, with Zachary Knight crossing the line in 3rd place. So an Oliver Rowland Motorsport in a 1st and 3rd.
Yep, and Tye gains a couple of championship points on Bishop there as they come into the Parc Fermé area, and you can see the official there directing the drivers, the ones that want to go into the scrutineering area, to have things checked on them. But Nathan Tye takes the heat win, so that's the two championship front runners have both had a win each in the heat races. Macaulay Bishop 1.67 seconds back in 2nd. Zach Knight 3rd, Archie Clark 4th, Ethan Jeff Hall 5th, followed by Werrell, Duncan, Minns, Spanswick, Drummond, your top 10, Roman Kamyab and Will Knight, so both Knight brothers in the top 12. Murtagh 13th, then Ben Smith, Cathal Clark, look at all those fusion drivers outside the top 12 there. Noah Wolf, the pole man, 16th, Jorge Edgar, Kit Bolowski 18th, Cole Glover was there in 19th place, and I think rounding up the top 20 was Hardy Mamasi, the Anglo-Canadian driver, now living in Cheltenham. Did talk at the start of the race, Hardy Manassi's mechanic Chris Lamar. He had in the TKM festival here, going off into the first corner, he had the absolute mother and father of all accidents, clear defence. He was all right, he was okay, but his kart ended up in the front windscreen of a transit van.
Oh dear.
There we go. So that is the end of the opening Cadet IAME heat of the day. Next up is Junior TKM.
20 drivers then will be taking to the grid, and here they come straight away. Look at that as we go through. Let's have a quick look then at the order then for these drivers. Ben Cox starting on pole position alongside Harvey Rolfe, and then it's Jack Saunders on the 2nd row with Harvey Cole. Then it's Alfie Garford, and James Barty in the 3rd row. Dominic Roberts in 4th row with Lewis Harvey. Then it's Alistair Cresswell, Ben Higgins, Dominic Kilsmister, and then Jack. You're going to have to help me here with this one. It's Jake is the name.
Oh, hello, let's have a look. We got Jake. Oh, Jake, You don't know Jake Almasawi?
Almasawi.
Oh dear.
You know what I'm like with names. I'm getting better. I apologise to anyone in the paddock. If I slay your name, I do apologise. I am getting better at them. Aidan Mitchell, though, is going to be starting on the 7th row. Then it's Charlie King, Reese Lomax, Freddie Hull, Cole Casabanti, Leon Frost, Freya Woodall, and Oliver Jenkins as they go through into turn 1, 3 wide.
It's a spaced out start there.
It is.
That was just, no. Oh, and there's somebody, but even though somebody is backwards into the tyre barriers there, that was one of the front runners as well. Looking there, is that a Klassen Motorsport Kart, the ARK chassis? Let's have a little look. It is 2-4. What I think, do you know what? That's Ben Cox. Ben Cox, the pole man, spearing backwards into the tyres. Oh dear. Dave and Ash. Yeah. Oh, look at that. And he's gone to the fruit and veg shop as Ben Cox, and he's bought a banana for his rear axle. That's going to be an instant retirement. I can say Dave and Ash Klassen are going to be spitting feathers back in the paddock, and they're sort of not their only hope, their main hope for honours in this race out at the first corner.
Harvey Cole looking to the inside then of James Barty as they went through turn 1. It was a good little move, moving up a position, and again already getting scrappy. Also immediately loses that position, so as soon as I say it, well done for the move, it gets taken away from me again.
Yes, and of course this is so I say this is the spiritual home of TKM racing. They hold the TKM festival here at Kimbolton every year. Some of the best kart racing I've ever seen has been in that event. So this circuit, these engines, these TKM engines, fantastic. They complement each other perfectly. Leading the way at the moment is Jack Saunders from Harvey Roth. Harvey, the 16-year-old driver from West Sussex on the Birrell ART chassis. Now he is with the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. And thank you to Harvey's dad for giving us this little sponsorship bio, or the driver bio. There's Louis Harvey in the number 3 kart. Now Louis, yesterday, now he qualified pants basically, to be fair. He was down in 8th place, drove up to the race lead, then he got involved in an incident where somebody drove over the top of him and finished down the order. So he's sporting a particularly nasty bruise and cut on his wrist at the moment, so he's battling through the pain here. Obviously he has been cleared to race by the medical team. There is James Barty in kart number 9 making a move. At the end of lap number 3, it is now Harvey Roth leading in kart number 36, so the Tim Wilson Motorsport collective will be cheering him on down the paddock. He's in front of his teammate now, the number 33, Alistair Cresswell. And Cresswell looking for the race lead. So Cresswell from 9th on the grid up into the race lead now. So it's a Tim Wilson Motorsport 1-2. Then that very, very attractive black and orange Talco kart of privateer entrant Jack Saunders. Now there is an award for the top privateer driver in each race. By privateer we mean those that aren't running with a race team, they're running on their own. It's the family, a lad and dad operation, or mum and pop operation as it were. And here comes Louis Harvey to the inside. Louis muscles his way into 2nd place, and I say that because both his parents are former bodybuilders.
Yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Harvey. Won't say who was the more decorated of the two, but it's not Mr. Harvey. And Chris only stopped doing it because he was getting embarrassed by his wife Charlene in the gym all the time. That was there. But Louis Harvey, instead of going bodybuilding, he went kart racing.
And Louis doing very well at it as well.
He's
up
doing
until
very well, yeah.
2nd place.
3rd of the championship last year. It's his last year as a junior. But the only advantage is that if he does crash, then mum or dad can pick up his kart with one hand and put it on the trolley at the end of it to bring it back to the paddock. But we're not going to talk about that.
There are benefits, aren't there?
Yes.
6 minutes left on the clock then.
And there's no aggro in the paddock either when either of them are around. They go, yes sir, no sir. And their boys taking the lead. Louis Harvey, who started his career down at Landau International Raceway, birthplace of champions, he takes the race lead. Now, the question is, can he hang on to it? And will he suffer a repeat of yesterday's incident where a move for 2nd place went badly awry? I didn't see who it was that drove over the top of him, but it certainly ended both their chances of victory. So it's Cresswell in 2nd, Barty in 3rd. Here comes the number 62 kart now. That's the Litchfield Motorsport number 62 of Harvey Cole. You can see the green and white Tony kart with the orange stripes down it, into 4th place. Then it is Harvey Roth in 5th, and Jack Saunders also in the top 6. But again, this TKM racing here at Kimbolton, absolutely superb. You've now got a line of 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers battling for the lead with the number 20 kart of Ben Higgins and the number 88 of Alfie Garford joining this lead group.
Yeah, so still a very close-knit group there at the front, counting out the carts in the commentary box window. There's a fair few of them in that front pack, isn't there, as they go through. 5 minutes left on the clock, but leading the way, Louis Harvey, Alistair Cresswell just behind, and I say that, it's no longer Alistair Cresswell, it's James Barty who's moved up into second place.
So yeah, that's the Precision Racing number 9 of James Barty, and the driver on the Talco chassis. Oh, he's got Steve Ogden doing his engines now. There's an Ogden engines, and this class, you know, really good. The drivers, of course, every time, I mean, driving a TKM kart, I've done it a couple of times, you know, the back end of the kart always feels like it's nervous, it's dancing around, so you've got to be so precise, so careful, you know, under braking especially, under power, you know, these wonderful TKM engines there, they're you know, they're very nervous, so the driver's learning they've got to drive literally fingertip by fingertip, and they've got to be completely focused on every single corner, as that is yesterday's race winner, Harvey Cole, moving into second place and passing James Barty. For how long? We don't know, but 4 minutes to go, and 19 drivers, so everybody apart from, unfortunately, the poleman Ben Cox still running, and yeah, they're closing in nicely.
Yeah, Harvey Cole there with a bit of a message over the shoulder to James Barty, just saying, come on, let's go, let's close this gap, let's catch up to Louis Harvey, just see what we do. And just thinking, just realised, there's lots of Harveys in this race.
Yes. Louis Harvey, and then we've got Harvey Roth, Harvey Cole. We're going to have to rename some of these people. We can't rename Lewis Harvey. Right, Harvey Roth, there's a change the lead. We can change, now it's another Harvey, it's Harvey Cole, so yesterday's race winner. Harvey passes Harvey for second, with Barty in third.
There we go.
Harvey and Barty. It sounds like a firm of solicitors, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. 3 minutes left on the clock then, and all eyes are on this first place battle. Harvey Cole and Louis Harvey as they go through. Looking a little further back as well, the 32 getting a little bit uncomfortable. That's Jack Saunders. He's got Alfie Garford right next to him as well on the 88. They've obviously all dropped down a few spots from their original starting spots, so they're going to be wanting to fight back. Again, tucking into that steering wheel as much as he can. Harvey Cole then still leading this way in the 62. Lots of support on the stream for Harvey as well. So everyone, all eyes on this one. A race win yesterday, looking for a win today. 2.5 minutes left on the clock as he crosses the line with starting lap 11.
Lap number 11 indeed. Cole, Harvey, Cresswell. I'm afraid to do the full rundown, because if I take my eyes off the screen, there's going to be at least 5 passes for the race lead. But I can tell you, it's Cole, Harvey, Cresswell, Roth and Garford, your top 5. Then it's Barty, Saunders, Higgins, Dominic Roberts, Dominic Kilminster, Jake Almasawi, he runs 11. Then it's Freddie Hull, Charlie King, Leon Frost. So Frosty there in 14th place, coming over from the Daniel Ricciardo series. So big step up for Leon Frost. He's doing a very good job though. Mitchell Casabante, the Jamaican driver from Kingston Town. Freya Woodall, Oliver Jenkins, Olivia Jenkins. Then Reese Lomax is 90th, the last kart still running, and he has just, I believe, pitted. And we're down to 18 runners, but the top 2 nose to tail as they come through the willows on lap number 12. Just under 2 minutes to go.
Yep, 2 minutes to go, and again, Louis Harvey still piling on the pressure to Harvey Cole as they go through. As soon as these drivers as soon as Louis goes for a move, it's going to allow that gap to close up. Alistair Cresswell and Harvey Roth, they're going to close that out. You can see them there, the 33 and the 36. They're primed, ready, in position. They're not squabbling. They're going to wait for these two to squabble.
Oh yes, and you can see Harvey there, just inches away. You know, like I said, it's a phrase I've used several times, but I mean, they're so close that literally Harvey Cole could turn around and tickle Louis Harvey under the chin. They're so close together, absolutely millimetres apart.
He's waiting for that last lap board, isn't he?
Oh yes. Less than a minute to go. Out of Derrick's Alfie Garford, 43.38 seconds in kart number 88. Garford, that he's a privateer driver, another on the Talco chassis. Good mix of chassis with the ARC kart. You've got the Tony kart leading this race, number 62 Harvey Cole. Then you've got the ARC of Class and Motorsports, Louis Harvey in second place. Cresswell from the Tim Wilson Motorsport team in third. He's on a Talco chassis. And we've also, sadly, I mean, the fastest of all in qualifying was Ben Cox's Gillard. So again, British built chassis, several of these and the ARC. Here we go. Into the Derek's corner. One thing I've noticed, they're looking at the TKM, the junior TKM, with no Jade chassis. No Jade chassis. And of course the Allen family, Scott Allen, they're running the Jade racing team, but they moved over to the Birrell ART kart in the X30 divisions. But here is Louis Harvey. So the clock has struck 0. You've waited 10 minutes. Now you see the last lap board. Now it's time to go for the win.
Yep, you could see there Louis Harvey went for a wider line in the entry of these last couple of corners to try and get that switchback on Harvey Cole. Couldn't quite get it done out of the final corner. Couldn't quite get it done out of Stowe corner. Now look how defensive Harvey Cole's gone. Louis Harvey's going to look to the outside again to try and go for a switchback. It's a bit difficult to do it here through Derek's corner. It's quite a tight bit of section here as they now come round Dan Weldon corner. The double apexer onto the TKM straight. This is where we've seen most of the lunges done today. Cole going defensive, and then again Louis Harvey right there on the backside, and then here comes third and fourth as well, trying to close it up. But great defensive driving from Harvey Cole. He's going to cross the line. He's going to take that win, and Louis Harvey is going to stay in second place with Alistair Cresswell crossing the line in third.
Yes, good game, good game. The top 4 separated by less than half a second as they come into the pits. And you can see there that, Louis Harvey, he'll be disappointed not to have taken the win there, but he'll be happy that he at least got to the end of the race.
Yes, it was a good effort from that one there. Of course, Harvey up 3 positions from his original qualifying spot, but Louis and Alistair up 6 positions from their original starting point.
Yes. So Harvey Cole, 2 races, 2 wins for the driver of kart number 62. And there is a full rundown, and again, the top 4 tenths of a second separating the top 4. Cole, Harvey, Cresswell, Roth, Alfie Garford, Ben Higgins, James Barty and Jack Saunders, your top 8. Dominic Kilminster, Dominic Roberts, Jake Almasawi and Freddie Hull, the rest of the top 12. And there is a look at the remainder of the finishes. Now, who had it right on our chat? Jamie Hudson, he was cheering for Harvey Roth. So who was it was Danny Combs who had it right. He was cheering for Harvey Cole. But the next race is winding its way, like those windmills, towards us now. TKM Extreme, senior TKM for the man on the street, but TKM Extreme sounds far more, better. Far more better. Far more better. Oh, I'm glad I went to university. I learned English good and proper. I did.
Money well spent.
Yes. Well, I bought CDs with my student loan and other things. But enough of that. So, opening round, yesterday's heat race won by the number 31 kart, Joe Fowler, Class and Motorsport driver, who started this one from pole position. And they're almost on cue. Thank you, Mr. Stratton. There is your pole man and race winner yesterday, so de facto championship leader this early stage of the season. So again, that black and red Class and Motorsport livery. He's got his privateer driver Chris Whitton in kart number 33 alongside him on the grid. And Chris, again, Talco Chassis has been a great competitor in TKM class racing over the years. There goes the grid gate. Out they go onto the circuit. So it's Fowler and Whitton on row 1, Theo Hesketh and Joe Reeve-Smith, yesterday's runner-up, on row number 2. Ben Watson and Lee Whittingham on row 3, Archie Strong, and defending British champion James Pashley in the number 1 plate on row number 4.
Row 5 is Aaron Lask, then it's Matthew Ulnett alongside on the 5th row, then it's Kai Springfield and Alexander Page, then Sam Fowler, Ryan Cole, Harrison Williams and Matthew Taylor will be finishing row 8.
Row 9, Jake Campbell-Mills and Lewis Wadley, Jack Dan and the O-plate Adam Sparrow on row 10. Michael Cornell and Megan Lawson on row 11, followed by Isaac Marsh, Matthew Horton, Ethan Newsham, Joe Stockford and Spencer Lane. Anthony, I've got to say that the amount of drivers returning to this championship after last year. You've got the defending champion, you've got the number 3 plate, Lee Whittingham, you've got the number 4 plate, Matthew Allnutt, the number 8 plate, Alex Page, you've got the number 5 of Matthew Taylor, you've got the number 9, Lewis Wadley, you've got the O plate of Alan Sparrow. Kyle Sproat, another veteran in this class, he's not here this year, he's busy watching Carlisle United back home out the window of his house. So we've got one of the most experienced grids in the country on circuit right now. Lights are out, we're off and racing through turn number 1, hold your breath, and through the smoke, all drivers safely out of the first corner, and it's Joe Fowler with the early lead.
Yep, it's a good start then from the grid as they go through. Again, as you say, the blue mist that willows in the air. Yes.
Smell that oil burning its soul. The smell of two-stroke oil. Oh, is it?
So the most petrifying corner to start off with a TKM race, I'd say, probably turn 1 at Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
Through the blue smoke into oblivion, and it's gone, where do you go from there? But here at Kimbolton, nonetheless, they have a nice long straight, probably the longest run down to turn 1 here at Kimbolton. It's a great little track here as they heavy braking now. 9 minutes left on the clock as they go through, and there is your order as follows. Joe Fowler leading from Theo Hesketh, and then it's Joseph Reeves-Smith in 3rd place at the moment. So again, a nice open front row at the moment, but I'm sure that will close in just a hot second.
Now, I mean, obviously, Calvin Hesketh was a great kart racer back in the day. I'm wondering if Theo is either related to that Hesketh or the Hesketh family that were, Lord Alexander Hesketh, the Hesketh Formula 1 team. I shall go and ask Tim Wilson the next time I see him. But there's a move. There is Lee Whittingham in kart number 3, privateer driver on that Talco kart, taking 4th place, and closing in now on Joe Reeves-Smith. There is Pashley, the number 1 plate kart. Now Pashley, he on the Birrell ART chassis, he won this championship as a privateer driver last year. The TKM racing, there's some great teams in TKM. You can see a lot of drivers there with the Precision Racing team, with Litchfield Motorsport, Classen Motorsport, Tim Wilson Motorsport, and others. But it's such a competitive, it's so evenly matched that privateer drivers like Pashley can still win national titles, which in other classes is I say impossible, but virtually impossible. Not so in the world of TKM racing. There's going to be some videos we put together about how to get involved behind the scenes, but for people watching this thinking, I'm going to get into karting, TKM racing is a great way to start off and compete on a relatively level playing field once you know what you're doing. Fowler, he knows what he's doing, he's leading. But Theo Hesketh in that number 60 kart, right behind him. 27 drivers started this race, and I believe all 27 are still running.
I believe you are right now. Adam Sparrow, the O plate, up in 10th position at the moment, up 10 spots.
He's flown up the order.
He has indeed, hasn't he? There we go.
Boom, boom.
I was going to go for it, but you beat me to it, so there we go. Shame on you. But
sorry,
yes,
I'm stealing your thunder there, Anthony.
Fastest lap of the race at the moment, so flying away with that one.
Hey!
There we
Thank
go.
you very
much. got away with it. 6.5 minutes left on the clock then. The sun blaring down on this beautiful track here at Kimbolton as we're racing here with the TKM Extremes. And it's all eyes on the front 2, who have broken away slightly from the rest of the pack. Now, there's a group of 2, there's a group of 4 that are leading this one as they're heading down the TKM straight.
Yes.
So
not the Yamaha straight that I called it in the track club video.
Yeah, you got that wrong twice.
Twice, yes.
Yeah, just wanted to point that out.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes.
You are a man, you can get things wrong.
Yes. I'm a Welshman, I get most things wrong.
Well, there you
Fowler
go.
leads into Stowe corner, Hesketh in 2nd place. Then a gap developing back to 3rd. Reeves-Smith has got some work to do now, 6 minutes to go. You can see that Reeves-Smith, they're under a little bit of pressure from James Pashley now, who moves past Whittingham into 4th position. So Reeves-Smith there in that Litchfield Motorsport machine. There he is, number 90. Good to see Joe Reeves-Smith back in the car. I think Joe, I've commentated on him for many years now. He's retired more times than Evander Holyfield, the boxer, but then he comes out of retirement all the time. He retires, sells his kit, and then is back. Just can't stay away from this paddock, can Joe Reeves-Smith, and why not? Because he's a very talented driver. He's got the defending champion right behind him, though, closing in as they come through turn number 1, and just behind Pashley is Lee Whittingham and Chris Whitton. Whittingham in the number 33 kart, Whittingham in the number 33, both on that black and the black, silver and orange Talco chassis. Talco kart, the kart from Alan Turney, behind TKM. Out of Dan Weldon corner onto the aforementioned TKM straight. I will never get that wrong again. You know,
Well, I hope so.
no, I should hope so. I've had a word of myself. But here we go. 5 minutes remain. 5 minutes remain now. Reeve Smith in third place. And you can see Pashley tucked in behind him. No, he's not. Alongside James Pashley up the inside of Reeve Smith for third place, going off into Stowe Corner. Lap number 8. The top two, however, Fowler and Hesketh, starting to make a break.
They are indeed as they go through. The number 3 poking out there. Great move. Lee Whittingham on James Pashley there, moving up another position. Oh no, I say that's not James Pashley at all, is it? It was the number 90. So it was Joseph Rees-Smith that he got past. So again, this timing screen failing to keep up with me, or the karts.
Oh, and Rees-Smith having a little nibble up the inside of Whittingham, again going into Castrol Corner, up the very short laser straight. And it's now the number 33 kart of Chris Whitten. And look at the O plate of Sparrow. Up in the 7th now, so 13 places gained now for Sparrow. The number 13 kart is right behind. Archie Strong is next in line. Jake Campbell-Mills down, I'm just looking for Jake Campbell down in 15th position. Number 97, Kai Springfield is 9th, and then it's Aaron Lask rounding out the top 10. Sam Fowler is 11th, and then number 8 of Alex Page in 13th place. Number 95 of Ben Watson is next. Then it's Matthew Allnut down in 14th place, and Matthew Taylor, they're both struggling. So 2 seeded drivers down in 14th and 15th position. Then Ryan Cole 16th, Campbell Mills 17th, and Megan Lawson runs in 18th position.
Yeah, so it's a cracking start then for them. 3 minutes left on the clock, and eyes on these two here, still battling away as they go through. Pashley on the number 1, up 5 positions in 3rd place. A bit of a breathing space behind as well, as Lee Whittingham is trying to close that gap up as well. There's Chris Whitten up into 5th place. Adam Sparrow, 14 positions gained from this one, up in 6th place. Got a bird's eye view on this battle.
Hey, 2-1, Anthony. You're beating me.
2-1
ahead. I'm going to work hard now to try and bring something back in there. But Sparrow coming to the order on a wing and a prayer.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you. 2-2. Right, Fowler and Hesketh still lead the way. I think we've exhausted most of those now in the first race.
Yeah, there we go.
Go back to bad pun school to get the rest of the season. But really, and he set the fast lap, so he is really flying. 43.04 for Adam Sparrow. Up into the top 4 now, but Pashley in front of him in 3rd place. But again, Fowler and Hesketh. Now, when will Theo Hesketh try to make his move? 2 minutes to go, plenty of time. And Hesketh, he won't just have been sitting behind Joe Fowler, sort of, blithely, sort of, following his lines and stuff like that. He is following his lines, but he's learning. He's trying to figure out where he can get an edge over Fowler. He's trying to think, right, Fowler potentially is susceptible into this corner. That's where I'm going to make my move.
Yeah, as we go into...
Yeah, there's Whitten running a little bit wide.
Yeah, a bit too much speed carried into the turn 1 corner at Stowe, and that's allowing the number 3 and the 13 to go either side as they go in towards Derek Corner, and the 13 gets in front. So Archie Strong now in front of Lee Whittingham.
Muscles his way up through the order there.
It does indeed.
Oh,
it's too early in the day. 1.5 minutes left on the clock then. And again, Joe Fowler still leading the way from Theo Hesketh. And, of course, all eyes on that one at the moment as they battle through. They've got a 2-second advantage from this group, squabbling away, starting with James Pashley. Then it's Sparrow, then Whitten, Strong, Whittingham and Springfield. They're your top 8 at the moment. Then it's Reeve Smith and Fowler running at your top 10.
Now, one driver that isn't in the top 10, it finished in the top 6 yesterday, is Lewis Wadley in the number 9 kart for Precision Racing. Now, Wadley is down in 19th position. Now, that gives you just an idea of, if you get the setup wrong, these karts are so evenly matched, they're so competitive that if you just get, maybe your tyre pressure wrong, you go the wrong way on the rear setting or the front setting, then you can be from hero to zero very, very quickly. 30 seconds to go. Fowler still leading for the Class and Motorsport team. So ARC leads the 60 Tim Wilson Motorsport Tony kart of Theo Hesketh through the Willows and out onto Yamitsu Straight.
Yep, and again, the 31 still leading the way. Again, just looking after the track positioning. That's what it is. He's not defending too hard right now. And again, he knows that Theo is there, but he's just waiting for that time. Now he's looking behind. Now he's tucking in. He's still not going defensive, so he thinks that gap's opened up a little bit too much here to go for a move. So that timer clicks over to 0 now. Last lap board out this time around as they cross the line. Both drivers with their heads buried into the steering wheels. Make sure you pop your heads up again, boys, because turn 1's coming up very soon.
Yep, but that's to create. They're trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency over the top of the NAS panel. Try to get the airflow as clean as possible over the kart, and if it gains you a millionth of a second, a thousandth of a second,
it helps.
It helps. Every second helps. Every half a second, quarter of a second, tenth of a second helps, because that is what these races are decided by. Here comes Hesketh. Oh no, and Fowler just covered enough of the inside line there coming through Weldon's corner to make Hesketh think twice as we come into Kimbolton corner for the final time. Fowler defends. Hesketh takes a wide line and he's going to get a good run off the corner. Is there time before we get to the start-finish line side by side? No. Fowler wins by 0.05 of a second. Hesketh second, and then a 3-second gap back to James Pashley and Adam Sparrow third and fourth. Chris Whitten fifth. Archie Strong sixth. Lee Whittingham in seventh. Kai Springfield in eighth. Joe Reeve-Smith in ninth, and Sam Fowler, who rounds out the top 10. So a Fowler at the top of the order, and a Fowler rounding out the top 10.
A very controlled race.
Yep, and look at that, great sportsmanship as well. Handshakes all round.
Happy with the results from the drivers. And, yeah, like I say, a nice controlled race. There's a rundown of the order then. First to 12th.
Now, Joe Reeve-Smith, again, someone who was featuring in the battle for the lead early on, slipping back to 9th place. But the top 12 separated by 8 seconds. Matthew Allnut, Joe Stockford, Jake Campbell-Mills, Matthew Taylor, Ben Watson, Lewis Wadley, Megan Lawson and Spencer Lane rounding out the top 20. And you can see on the results screens there, a lot more privateer drivers in this class, which is great to see. You know, I mean, obviously the teams that are here, they add an added dimension of professionalism. You know, the high-tech nature of them. You know, they're again, and it's not a bad thing that the teams are here at all. I don't think I'm saying that, but it is always good to see the sport is accessible to, you know, hey, you've got your son or your daughter want to go racing. You don't have the means or you don't want to put them in a team. You want to do it as a family, because karting is a family sport. You can see us in the commentary box.
Yeah.
That's where myself and Anthony are perched. There's Anthony's waving. Hello. So that is the penthouse suite here at Kimbolton. Now, before the next race goes out, would you like a history lesson, Anthony?
Oh, God, I do like a history lesson.
Okay, so Henry's history lesson, listen up. So this circuit, like so many, is a former World War II air base, like you said earlier. It's the home of the US 379th Bomber Squadron. So RAF Kimbolton, during the Second World War, they flew B-17 bombers out of here, the Flying Fortresses. Now, a lot of kart clubs, race circuits, they don't really respect the history. They don't ignore it, but they don't celebrate it as much as they should. Unlike Kimbolton. So the Hunts Kart Club, even the logo of the club is the same logo that the US 379th, the bomber commander used there. But quickly, before I continue my story, we're going to have a look at the sting for the next race. Now, as we're saying, it's going to be Cadet IAME next, but while we're still watching, waiting to go out, but there's a picture downstairs, and the picture is of a story of, you know, incredible humility. So it was 1943, and a B-17 crew went to dump their payload, the bombs over Germany, but they met with, and they were on their way back to Kimbolton, but the plane was shot up, you know, horrendously. They were effectively sitting duck. And from their side of the plane, they saw a Messerschmitt Me-109 coming in, a German fighter pilot, and they were effectively the crew of 10, a lot of whom were younger than some of our senior X30 drivers. Basically said, well, that's it, we're going to say goodbye now, that's it, it's over for us, we're going to get shot down and killed. The Messerschmitt didn't fire on them and guided them out of Germany. escorted them out of Germany. They, what the hell, they didn't know who this pilot was, obviously, he was a German pilot. The German pilot would have been executed if he was seen, you know, from the ground, escorting an enemy fighter over thing. And he flew them to the coast of England and then turned away, and they landed back here at Kimbolton. All 10 crew members survived, and the date was December 20th, 1943. So that German fighter pilot, by not obeying orders, that meant that 10 families of American servicemen didn't get a letter from the government saying that their sons had been killed in action at Christmas. After the war, they found out who that pilot was. His name was Franz Stigler, and they invited him to one of their bomber group reunions in 1990, and he came, and the 10 crew members with their children and their grandchildren introduced their families to the man that saved their grandparents' lives and allowed them to live on and have a long family. And that was the B-17. It was plane number 23167, and it was nicknamed Ye Old Pub. And it was their 13th sortie, so a very young, inexperienced crew. But they landed back here at Kimbolton on the tarmac that we're currently racing on back in 1943. And they owed their lives to a German Messerschmitt pilot who disobeyed orders and flew them home, which is absolutely remarkable. And there's a picture, and again, there's a picture down here in the clubhouse room. So if you are racing here at Kimbolton, please come into the clubhouse. They've got a fantastic amount of history and artifacts from RAF Kimbolton here, and that photo, which has just been given to the club by Stu Stratton, who's holding the camera you're looking at now. So Stu and his family have donated that. It's a fantastic, a very emotional story, but that's Henry's history lesson for today.
Excellent. That was a lovely history lesson. I enjoyed that one.
Yes, yes.
So do we get those at every circuit?
Yes, you will.
Excellent.
Yes, I shall, and there'll be an exam at the end of the year.
Oh,
no, there won't. But no, I think as and, you know, it's important that you know, that people remember what these circuits used to be, and you know, we've learnt about a lot of things this year. But that really struck me. That did, and of course you can see the painting of that mission. And again, just a remarkable. They found out who the German pilot was. They invited him and said thank you to him for allowing them to live on and have families and grandchildren, and they, you know, effectively they met the man who risked his life to save theirs. Anyway, now what are we on to next? This is the reperage, isn't it?
It is indeed. For the junior
we're at
X30.
reperage time already.
I know. Where's the time gone?
Where's the time gone? We haven't got a grid at all.
We don't.
So for those of you watching, so this is Junior X30, the drivers that did not qualify in the top 28 in terms of points at the end of the heat races. They now go into this last chance race. It is going to be 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and the top 6 finishers will qualify for the pre-final and the final. If you finish outside the top 6 in this race, sadly, your race weekend is over. Now looking down at the grid order there, I did see Matthew Higgins there. So Higgins, who was very well placed in the number 75 Dan Holland racing kart, but we saw him go out. Well, he had a collision on the first corner of the earlier heat race that we saw today. He's on the outside. He's on pole position for this one. No, that's at the outside of row 1. On pole position will be the number 23, his Dan Holland Racing teammate, Braden Templeton. On row 2, it'll be the number 59 premium karting entry of Oscar Joyce, and the number 78 Mark Litchfield Racing kart of Jack Sherwood. On row 3, you've got Alex Moody for Cato Motorsport, and the number 18 SFR Motorsport kart of Josh Agambar. Row 4 will be the number 50 kart of Michael Rapsey and the number 42 of S8 Racing's Harry Cottrell. Row 5, so 10 drivers. Row 5, you can see Macy Hitter in kart number 33 for Coles Racing, and the other driver on this row of the grid is, I believe, Finn McKee in kart number 35, and I'm not quite sure, it's an S8 Racing livery, but so 10 drivers, 6 will qualify for the main event, 4 sadly will go home. It is Finn McKee in the number 35 kart. Now, this race can often be decided in the first corner, but it can often be decided on the last corner. But it's not the battle for the lead that we'll be looking at, it's the battle for 6th position. Now,
The bubble.
The bubble, as it were, yes.
The bubble has returned.
The bubble has returned on this lovely sunny day, and it is an absolutely brilliantly sunny day here at Kimbolton. You can see very flat topography, but nice little sort of area of trees sort of enclosing the paddock down towards Kimbolton corner. So Higgins and Templeton on row 1, Sherwood and Joyce row 2, Agambar and Moody row 3, Cottrell and Rapsey row 4, Hitter and McKee row 5. Who's going to go through? Who's going to miss out? We're off and racing at the start of the Junior X30 reperage, and out of the first corner, somebody running wide. I think that was potentially Jack Sherwood for the MLR team running wide, but it's Higgins safely away in at least a sort of Welshman. Well, he's based in Trefegloes in mid Wales, but of course he's got the Isle of Man flag on there because his dad, Mark Higgins, rally driver extraordinary. Yeah? Mark Higgins, David Higgins. I get my rallying Higginses mixed up so often. But I know that Matthew is piloting that wagon there, and that number 75 wagon is clearing off at the front of the field at the end of lap number 1. Brandon Templeton in second position, Alex Moody third for Cato Motorsport, then Oscar Joyce fourth, Michael Rapsey fifth, and the number 18 kart, Josh Agambar for the SFR Motorsport team. He is the driver in sixth position, as you said quite rightly earlier, on the bubble.
He is on the bubble at the moment, and the bubble is the key in the reperage, and of course the top 6 go through to start the back of the grid for, of course, the finals later on in Junior X30, so stay tuned for that one. Of course, that's going to be probably one of the most exciting races here today, I suspect. So, but 8.5 minutes left on the clock as we see these drivers go through. As you say, Matthew Higgins leading the way comfortably at the moment. He's got a bit of a gap, about half a second now at the moment. Was last lap as he crosses the line. This time it's 0.6 of a second as he crosses the line now. Alex Moody, he's a little further down, but he's up 3 places at the moment, so again he's in a comfortable spot there.
Oh dear, no he's not. Oh no, that was Michael Rapsey. I apologise there. I saw a red and white kart that looked like Moody's kart running very wide into the first corner. Rapsey out of not out of the race. He drops 2 positions. Down to 7th, so he is now on. So we're looking at the kart there, number 13. That Coles racing number 33 rather, Macy Hitter. Now I saw Macy earlier on. Now engine problems in warm-up this morning, so not a great way to start proceedings. Down, but in 6th position at the moment. Very nervous. It's not squeaky bum time yet, but it won't be too far away before things get very, very close, very, very nervous there. Behind this battle that you're looking at, there is Agambar and Hitter squabbling over 6th position, but they're the 4 drivers at the moment. The 4 drivers on the outside looking at Rapsey in the number 50 kart, Cottrell in the number 42, Sherwood in the 78, and McKee in the number 35. Yep,
and the 33 there of Macy Hitter moving up into 5th place just to get that little bit more of a buffer from that last place spot you don't want. So of course Josh Agambar now in the danger zone in 6th place. A little bit of a gap though towards 7th place, as Michael Rapsey is going to be wanting to close in as quick as possible, and if these two keep squabbling for that position, that gap will close up very quickly, and again it looks like it potentially will get a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, indeed, because you've got Hitter in the number 33 car, Agambar chasing hard, and you can see the drivers. There goes Joyce and Moody, 3rd and 4th through your screens. But this is the battle at the moment. So it's that predominantly white SFR racing car, the Tony Kart machine of number 18, Josh Agambar. But Harry Cottrell on that Fullerton chassis for the S8 racing team. You can see with the black, the yellow, and the blue Terry Fullerton built kart closing in. And behind him, Sherwood. I just saw Jack Sherwood pull out of the slipstream of Michael Rapsey to move into 8th position. Now, if you cast your mind back to Rowra, Jack Sherwood is involved in the reperage there. So Sherwood not very good at getting it together in the heat races, but does come through in the finals quite well, as long as he makes it. Higgins sets a new fastest lap, and he is 1.3 seconds at the road from Templeton. We're not looking at the race leaders because, effectively, the winner of this race starts 29th in the pre-final. If you come second, you start 30th. So again, you know, you're battling for a race win, but again, it's whether you start on the inside or the outside of the 15th row of the grid.
Yes.
The battle to watch. There goes Templeton, there's Joyce and Moody, and now Hitter. And in fact, Macy Hitter and Josh Agambar, they quite sensibly, they thought, but let's not fight now, let's work together. And the gap between Agambar in 6th and Cottrell in 7th has grown to 1.3 seconds. Still 5.5 minutes to go, but that is a situation that Cottrell wants to address very quickly.
It's a completely different circumstances that we saw last time at Rowra. Of course, last time it was the battle for 6th place was fierce.
Yeah,
All the way to the
yeah,
end,
yeah, all the way to the
and of course, someone who was in 8th place on like the lap before suddenly came through to 5th, and then it was like, oh, excellent, I'm in. And you know, some drivers lost out, and I think they've learned.
Yes, they've watched the Alpha live stream back, as
Yes.
have about 17,000 other people, and they've realised that they've realised the error of their ways.
Yes, and there is some learning going on in the paddock, which is good. Paying attention.
Yes, they're listening. I've been telling these drivers for years to, like, you know, prick their ears up and listen to me. I sometimes know what I'm talking about. And oh, there's a move, but of course Moody, Moody going in on Joyce there for 3rd position. But and if you get it wrong, you can get a nose cone penalty, of course. And we saw that one driver at Lyd. It was actually Brad Barrett. Yes. Qualified for the repechage, but had a nose cone penalty which pushed him out.
Yeah.
And so even if you're in 7th position, you've got to still keep pushing, because you know, a 5-second penalty for a drop nose cone could easily eliminate you from proceedings. But Joyce in that number 59 car, under pressure from Moody, and now Hitter has closed in. So Macy Hitter has closed in. Agambar all on his own, and now Cottrell. The gap between Agambar and Cottrell, 1.36 seconds. 4 minutes to go. Sherwood in 8th, Rapsey in 9th, and McKee in 10th aren't really featuring.
Indeed. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. And again, these drivers all Moody looking over the shoulder and looking down the inside here, actually, saying
dear.
that. Thank you very much. On the outside line here, and that's going to allow the 33 of Macy Hitter to gain a spot there. So Moody getting very moody out there.
Yes, indeed he was. But the problem, he's going to be even more moody when he looks over his shoulder and realises that Josh Agambar in 6th position is now right with this battle. So this is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. At the moment, these 4 drivers are all in, but Cottrell in 7th, the number 42, he's gained 0.3 of a second on the last half a lap alone, because this group are battling. Well,
Yep.
Anthony, we spoke too soon. We credited these drivers with too much of a modicum of intelligence, and they are reverting to type and squabbling and inviting, potentially, there, Harry Cottrell, 42 at the moment, on the outside looking in, but closing in. The gap is down to less than a second. There goes Hitter past Moody. Oh, he said his mood has gone from red to black.
Yep, it's not good right now, and of course this is allowing of course Harry Cottrell to close up on Josh Agambar. Josh must be right now in a very nervous state, wanting to get past ASAP.
Yes.
Because the more squabbling that goes on here, of course allowing the 42 there of Harry Cottrell to close back up. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And I think, yeah, the tables have turned in this pack.
I know. I said it wasn't squeaky bum time earlier. Now it is definitely squeaky bum time. I'm not just talking about the curries, last night's curry.
Oh,
it's
no.
squeaky bum time out on the circuit. Joyce, Hitter, Moody, Agambar, and then a gap of 0.9 of a second to Cottrell. Cottrell's going to try. He's not in the slipstream yet. Coming down the straight. 2 minutes to go. Lap number 12. Junior X30 repechage here at Kimbolton for round 3 of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. On to the Imitsu straight we go, and Cottrell 0.8 of a second. Now, if these 4 drivers just stay in line, I don't think Cottrell is quick enough to catch them in the time there is remaining. All it takes is for one of these drivers to make a move, and Cottrell will catch them. Agambar is pleading and begging if he could sort of get a mega. Oh, there goes Hitter. The inside of Joyce. Will Joyce fight? Now we're side by side for third place.
I don't think they didn't lose too much time
No.
there. It was quite a nice controlled move through the corner. Not much time was lost, so that's still not allowed that gap to really close up between Cottrell and Josh Agambar. But like you say, Agambar is probably absolutely kicking himself. I need to get past. I need to open this gap, because, of course, if he allows these guys to keep on squabbling, that closes the battle. He's in a kind of he's not in a win-win situation here.
No, he's in and he hasn't been making any moves.
No.
Agambar hasn't been making any moves. You can see him looking over his shoulder, and it's like, oh no! And there's Moody making a move up on Joyce again. That's the second time that Moody's had a little nibble. And there we go to the inside of Kimbolton corner. Now Agambar is going to try and squeeze Joyce like a lemon as he comes out of the final corner. And here comes Harry Cottrell. Harry Cottrell rubbing his hands with glee. 3 wide. Agambar into 5th. And Cottrell's going to take 6th position. Yes! Joyce from 3rd to 7th. So from 4th to 7th in the space of half a lap, because Moody went for that move, Agambar, well, he's given himself some breathing space. 16 seconds to go, and now the fight is going to be between Cottrell, defending 6th position from Joyce.
Yep, that was a disaster for Joyce there. Absolutely devastating for the premium karting driver. And the 59, now in 7th place. As you say, the timer clicks over to 0. The last lap board hasn't gone out because, of course, Matthew Higgins, who had already crossed the line way before that. So an extra lap is allowed for these drivers, and that, of course, is what Oscar Joyce wants. Needs to catch back up to Harry Cottrell, but that gap has opened up, and these two, I suspect, if they start squabbling now, it'll be very silly.
Yes, it'd be very, very silly indeed. Higgins, meanwhile, he is in a different postcode, 3 seconds up the road, cruising around. Both him and Templeton, the two Dan Holland Racing teammates, you can see there on your screens, they have played this one to absolute perfection. Templeton knows that Higgins is quicker than him, so he has just let his teammate go and has just driven away from his rivals behind him, so they are relaxed. Macy Hitter in 3rd place. I think Hitter can relax as well, but here are these drivers that cannot relax, and it's Agambar, Moody, Cottrell. Cottrell goes to the outside, Moody defending. Final lap, and the driver of number 59, Oscar Joyce, the premium karting entry. There is Cottrell, the 42 in 6th position. Joyce in 7th. Joyce is, at the moment, he's about 6 or 7 kart lengths back. Will Moody make a move and slow Cottrell down? The Cato Motorsport driver, Alex Moody, has been the aggressor here. But it's the final corner. Number 75, Matthew Higgins takes the win, but who is going to get that final transfer spot?
As they come across the line, as they come from these tyre walls, who's going to come out first? As they come through, and it is Josh Agambar who's going to take that 4th place spot from Alex Moody, Harry Cottrell, Oscar Joyce losing out there in the last couple of laps. A massive, massive shame, but into the pit lane, and of course to the scrutineering bay.
Yes, and unofficially, of course, subject of course to post-race scrutineering, Oscar Joyce misses out in the number 59 kart by 0.15 of a second.
So as these drivers in the pit lane, so pushing the karts up. There's a rundown then of the order from the top 10. Matthew Higgins, of course, for Dan Holland Racing, takes that win from Brandon Templeton. Macy Hitter crosses the line in 3rd. Josh Agambar in 4th. Alex Moody in 5th place. Harry Cottrell in 6th. And there were your 6 completing the reperage, going through to the Junior X30 final.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Joyce, Sherwood, Rapsey and McKee are the 4 drivers to unofficially miss out. But if any of those top 6 have a nose cone penalty or get a driving penalty or fail scrutineering for whatever reason, then Oscar Joyce will be the first man in. So we've got the 2nd reperage, the Senior X30 reperage to go. That is due to start at 12:45. But Anthony, did you know that there are lots of jobs in kart racing that aren't what you see on your screen? There's lots of ways to get involved in karting and motorsport, but don't let me tell you, let some of the officials tell you.
So I'm Ian Rogers, I'm the Chief Timekeeper for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. So approximately 20 years ago, I looked after a timing system for a very small club, and then that sort of developed over the years, getting into Motorsport UK clubs and ultimately to British Championship level. So for me, it's all about the results, making sure the customers are happy and get the right information, as much data as possible, and then after that, following up with the championship tables and such like, working closely with the championship coordinator. I think for me, we offer training, some sort of taster days for people so they can come along, see what we do, understand it a bit better, and if they like it, then we can work them into a proper Motorsport UK programme of training and to get them accredited with the right licences. Yeah, so I think behind the scenes, we probably start this event on the Friday here on circuit. We probably start on paper probably a week or so beforehand, lots of preparation, making sure the equipment's all tested and working okay before we arrive at the event, and then there's all the data behind that, so championship data, driver data, make sure the information's correct, And then constantly talking to the customers if they've got any issues, potentially with a transponder number or their details, their race team, whatever it might be, make sure we get all that information right up front, which means when we get out the results, the information they get is much better and much more accurate. Okay, so firstly we set the race physically up on the system, ready to go. At that point, we leave it to Mr. Starter to start the race itself, so they control the lights for us. Thereafter, it's about making sure every time we see a kart cross the line, we make sure we've got the passings correct, make sure it's in the right order, obviously. So it's constantly double checking to make sure we're getting the right information, the right data, because once the customers see that data, it'll have every single lap. So it's really important we make sure that's the case. And then at the end of the race, clearly check a flag and make sure everyone's off circuit safely.
So, for more information about how you can get involved in kart racing behind the scenes in the world of the officials, please visit www.motorsportuk.org. And now it's time for the next race.
It is.
Hurrah!
Another reperage.
Oh, yes, please. Senior X30 reperage, and there is the flag of the 379th Bomber Group, Hunts Kart Club, and the American Stars and Stripes and the English flag, representing the history of this venue. Well, there's one reperage. The next reperage was Senior X30. I think we got 9 drivers going for 6 transfer spots. Hopefully we'll have a little glance down at the dummy grid shortly so we can tell you who's in it and who's hoping to get out of it. And there are some of the drivers. So again, 9 drivers looking to start there. That is the Birrell ART driver on the outside of the front row of the grid, Dan McEwen. So he starts second. Starting on pole position is number 59. Now that is Oliver Greetham for S8 Racing. Oliver had a bad set of heat results, but looking at the championship standings, he's 27th in the point standings at the moment is Oliver. Now, kart number 59. That wasn't a good luck charm for Oscar Joyce in the last reperage. Let's hope that Ollie Greetham gets a lot better luck. There's Nat Thomas starting third for the Birrell ART squad, the Jade Racing team. He starts third. 4th place on the grid, Kaspar Skuza for the MLC Motorsport team. Well, we've seen Kaspar's teammate Daryl Taylor took a heat win in the junior X30 class, but Kaspar, who had a crash in his heat races yesterday, he starts 4th. 5th is the number 79 Fusion Motorsport kart, Connor O'Brien, and Connor will be going from P5, and you can see the intricate paintwork on his crash helmet there. Then it is the number 88 Oliver Meadows, the Argenti Motorsport number 88 kart Republic chassis. Oliver Meadows, of course, the younger son of Ron Meadows from the Mercedes Formula 1 team. His teammate, number 58, that's Oscar Houle. He starts on the inside of row 4, and the outside of row 4, driving kart number 62, is Thomas Wood. And we've got 8 drivers because, I thought there was 9, but sadly, Callum Bradshaw didn't qualify. The other driver in this race is Alex Pendlebury. Alex Pendlebury retired from both his heat races. So do we have 8 or do we have 9 drivers on the grid? So Pendlebury, the Strawberry Racing driver. Alex, I'm just trying to see where he is in the championship, and the answer is 22nd in the point standings for Pendlebury. So he needs to, he came into this weekend hoping to get into the top 20, but now he's got a battle to get into the main final. You can see clean tarmac behind him. He hasn't finished a race yet this weekend. It means he's starting shotgun on the field. So yes, 9 drivers in total. Callum Bradshaw not racing here this weekend, so he's still got an entry of 39 altogether.
Now, of course, with only 9 drivers in this one.
Yes, you feel a bit sorry for those that miss out, don't you? You want to give them a clutch afterwards and say, never mind,
Yeah.
let them on. But no.
Yeah, there has to be a maximum.
Yeah, I know that, but you know, come on, let's be
One of those. But of course,
it's
anything could. if there's even a slight issue, a couple of carts that go off, of course, then you move up so close to that order, and of course, this is where those penalties come in if you get a start line infringement.
Yep, a 3-second penalty could ruin your weekend.
It could indeed. So, you know, it's still all to play for, even in 9th place.
Yes, it is. And I mean, a 9-cart reperage isn't as heartbreaking as a 7-cart reperage.
Which is what we had at Lyd.
Yeah, yeah. Just one driver missing out. But no, of course, there are rules that govern that a maximum of 34 drivers can start any race here in the British Karting Championship. There is the number 59 S8 Racing Fullerton kart of Oliver Greetham, who start this one from pole position alongside him, Dan McEwen, for the Jade Racing team. They come to the line, lights are out, we're off and racing, down towards turn number 1. Let's get everyone through smoothly. McEwen losing a couple of places there. Meadows trying to fight his way through from 8th position, but behind him at the moment is Pendlebury, has gained 2 spots already, and it's Thomas Wood in kart number 62 who's running in 9th place. So Pendlebury 240 up to 5th place already, good start, and it's Meadows in 6th. Then it is it's McEwen down the order to 7th. So he's that red and white kart there for number 75. Dan McEwen is the first driver on the outside looking. Nat Thomas, his teammate in number 70, second, although Casper Scusa just knocking on the door, but not getting let in at the moment. End of lap number 1, Greetham leads, and already Nat Thomas gets a warning flag, so that's like a yellow card in football. He's got to tread very lightly now for the next 9 minutes whilst maintaining his position in the top 6. Meadows dropping down to 9th, Wood 8th, and McEwen 7th. So it's McEwen, Wood and Meadows that are at the moment the drivers out of the main final. Oscar Hoole in kart number 58 is on the bubble.
Yes, so that's obviously what we want to keep an eye on. Scusa not happy with something. Hand goes up in the air as they exit the Dan Weldon corner onto the TKM straight.
Well, I can tell you, he wasn't happy with Alex Pendlebury, because Alex Pendlebury, going into Derek's corner, put a lunge and a half on Scusa that Scusa almost went off the track. And of course, Pendlebury's thinking, I don't need to be in this race. I shouldn't be in this race. I'm fast in this race. I've just had bad misfortune throughout the heats, and I've had 2 DNFs. And so he's thinking, I've got to get to the front quickly. And Scusa's like, chill, man, chill. Whoa.
Yeah.
You know.
Wasn't Scusa me this time.
No,
it was Scusa you.
It's Scusa me, Scusa you. Yeah. You know.
There you go.
That was as polite as he's going to get.
Yes, yeah, that is as polite as probably I'd get as well. But 8 minutes left on the clock as these drivers go through. Still leading the way, Oliver Greetham. And then Nat Thomas in 2nd place, Conor O'Brien in 3rd place, Alex Pendlebury up into 4th, and I say that Nat Thomas is in 1st now.
Yeah, so Nat Thomas, who was the, I think he took the leading rookie at award at Rowra. And there are 4 rookies in the class this year, championship rookies. Oliver Meadows is in this race. The other 2, Chris Bingham and Jamie Rogers, have made the final, the pre-final, the final automatically. So there is McEwen in 6th position.
They've all stayed in one long line in this one, haven't they?
Well, it's good. This is what you want to see. So
yeah.
Nobody is out of contention just yet. As I say, that there's a move for 7th. That is the number 62.
Thomas Wood.
Yeah, the ST Racing driver. So that's John Stewart's team on the comp kart chassis. Moving himself into a position where he wants to challenge. But again, that move, you can see the gap between the number 75 red and white Birrell ART kart. McEwen checks over his shoulder. The 3 drivers looking to fight their way in, Wood, Hoole and Meadows. So the 2 Argenti Motorsport karts. Oh, it'd be a shame if both Argenti karts didn't make the end of this one. They've got 1 driver in senior, Morgan Porter, who is battling for race wins and potentially battling for a championship. The other 2 members of the team really struggling. Well, Tyler Reid's doing all right, but and Joseph Taylor's doing okay, but then 2 of the 5 drivers really struggling to even get into the finals. Charlie O'Brien is under pressure now. O'Brien on the Fusion number 79. He's been passed by Pendlebury, so Pendlebury getting his elbows sharpened quite nicely at the start of this race. But it's Thomas from Greetham, the top 2. Then it's Pendlebury, O'Brien and Scusa. Now you can say Scusa me.
Yeah,
he goes through. And Brian then gets forced offline, and McEwen takes advantage. Is now number 79, Charlie O'Brien, who is in 6th position, and right behind him is Wood in 7th, with the 2 Argenti karts not far behind either. Game on for 6th and 7th place.
Yep, it's all opened up now for this group. They were opened up, they were closed up before as they go past our commentary box. Down in towards turn 1 again, the 75 under pressure. Dan McEwen from Conor O'Brien there in 6th place. Thomas Wood in 7th. He's wanting to capitalise on this as well in the 62. And the 62 straight down the inside, pushing Fusion Motorsport out of the top 6 bubble section for this rapid charge as they go through. So, leading the way, Nat Thomas from Greetham, Pendlebury, then it's Scusa, McEwen, sorry. And then it's O'Brien in 6th place. Oh, it's not O'Brien anymore. It's Thomas Wood, of course. Yes. I was just talking about it. And I forgot about it already.
I know, I had a complete brain fart there, which I experience that every Sunday I'm commentating. Anyone who listens to me regularly will tell you that. But crucially, the gap between, well, O'Brien, it's as to quote you, Anthony, O'Brien's situation at the moment is suboptimal.
Yes.
But looking for a silver lining in the cloud, the two Argenti karts, Hoole and Meadows in 8th and 9th, aren't in a position. They're a second behind him. So he's not going to worry about losing any more places at the moment. All he's got to focus on is that number 62 kart, that very bright fluorescent. Well, he's got McEwen to worry about now, but he's basically, whoever's in front of him, he can focus on that person, not worry about behind.
Yes.
I'm trying to, and there's some tyre smoke there as Wood shows McEwen. He says, look, there's the runway by there, off the racing surface, and you can either look at it for a bit longer and ruin your race, or you can press the brake pedal. And McEwen thought, I'll press the brake pedal, I think, there, but he's now under pressure from O'Brien. So Wood has given himself some breathing space. Very different driving style there. Wood, he's hunched over in the kart. You can see a lot of the drivers there, they'll be built upright, let the kart do the work. Wood, very aggressive, moving around in that kart. You can see McEwen's body language there. They also look very relaxed while they're driving, holding the wheel a little bit further down than 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Wood, he's up on the wheel. He's being very, very aggressive around that corner as O'Brien passes McEwen for 6th position. Now, the more they battle, then the two Argenti karts, Hoole and Meadows, will close in. 3.5 minutes to go. Thomas, Greetham, Pendlebury, your top 3. Scusa in 4th. You can see them there up the road. This is the battle. 5th, 6th and 7th, potentially 8th and 9th as well coming into play with just over 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, still very close here in this mid-pack. And of course, you saw the battling earlier on as well, and that was allowing these. You had the 3 at the back. They were kind of in a safe spot there out of the referee charge. And then,
oh, sorry, I was oohing there because Pendlebury was sending one up the inside of Thomas.
Exactly.
Sorry,
that.
Anthony, mid-flow and all that.
Yes, of course. And, these guys are battling. There's no real need to battle. Of course, they're very safe where they are. You just need to crack on, heads down. But, of course, they want to gain those extra positions as much as possible to try and get, wherever they're going to start, 29th, 28th, so forth. So, but the battling away at the moment. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And, again, we look back a little further back, and you can just see that, again, they're still squabbling for that 6th place spot. So it's all happening there, and it's still all happening here at the front as well. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th there as they go through. Greetham leading the way from Pendlebury. Then it's Thomas and Scusa. And there's the 62 of Thomas Wood, and the 75 now of Dan McEwen has got past the 79 of Conor O'Brien there and moves back up into that 6th place spot. So all eyes on these two here with 2 minutes left on the clock. They can see, of course, the timer as they cross the line, so they know how much time's remaining, and that pressure builds and builds and builds as the laps go. We're on lap 11 now, or we're on lap 12, sorry, 11 laps completed, so we're quite far into this race. So any opportunity to try and get this move done is going to happen in these next moments now. And of course, Oscar Hoole in the 58 is right there behind them. He's closed that gap now.
Yep, so the 3 karts, well, you can see the 62 flashing off your screen now into Kestrel Corner, but of the 3 karts on your screen now, at the moment, 1 of them is going through, 2 of them are going home. Who is it going to be? At the moment, it's 75 of McEwen going through. It's the 79 of O'Brien and the 58 of Hoole going home. Out of turn number 1, through the willows they go, onto the Amitsu straight. Just over a minute remaining. And you can see Meadows, it's Oliver Meadows in that number 88 kart, just urging himself forward to try and join this group. There goes Wood in 5th, McEwen in 6th position, O'Brien in number 79 kart. He's got to make up about 3 or 4 kart lengths to get on terms. But if he can just get to the inside, it's going to be a bun fight to the end. Less than a minute to go as we complete lap number 13 here in the Senior X30 reperage.
Yep, and this is a bad spot again for Oscar Hall. He's in 8th place. He can see these two right in front of him. Of course, he can't then try and overtake Conor O'Brien to try and get up into 7th place and then make a move, because as soon as he does that, the 75 is just going to disappear off in the distance.
Yeah.
He needs to wait for these two to start squabbling and then capitalise on that. And we're not seeing that just yet. That gap ever closing, 25 seconds left on the clock. I think the last lap board's not going to come out this time, or it might.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Greetham leads, Thomas second, Scooser third, Pendlebury fourth, Wood fifth. Then McEwen in the number 75 car in 6th position. They cross the line with 10 seconds to go. So next time around, they'll see the last lap board. And because McEwen and O'Brien have worked together at the moment, so it sounds strange, O'Brien has decided, I'm going to wait and I want McEwen all to myself. And they're dropping Hoole now. Hoole is dropping away. So O'Brien, and we haven't seen him check over his shoulder. Oh, side by side they come into the Weldon corner briefly. And now McEwen starts to defend. This is going to bring Hoole back into play. Down the TKM straight, McEwen checks over his shoulder. O'Brien, his eyes remain focused and rooted on the rear bumper of the number 75 cart in front of him. O'Brien is not turning around. Now the final lap board goes out. Can O'Brien do it? No, McEwen, as he should, defending now. The crossover move. Through Stowe Corner we go. McEwen at the moment holding on, but he's still got plenty defending to do.
Yep, as we head on to this final lap now, it's still all to play for. So the 75 again under pressure here as they go through Derek's corner. And then again, as we come out now towards Down Weldon, the double apex towards the TKM straight, this is where it falls into play. This is where we've seen most of the moves done at the end of the races on the last lap. 75 doesn't go defensive this time. Are we going to see a move here? Here's the 59 though. Oliver Greetham crosses the line, takes that win. Nat Thomas crossing third, but who's going to take that 6th place spot? Who's going to come out first? It's Dan McEwen who crosses the line. Then Conor O'Brien is going to cross the line in 7th place with Oscar Hall 8th, Oliver Meadows in 9th.
So there is a very relieved number 75 Dan McEwen, and in the midst of all that, as McEwen was defending, Hoole got within 1/10 of a second of O'Brien. Now, if any of these top 6 drivers, and you can see Ben Moore going down there, so to see if there are any nose cone penalties, if any of those 6 have got a penalty or some form of issue in scrutineering, then it'll be O'Brien in the 7th place, who's got the first reserve ticket, but Hoole misses out by 1/10 of a second on being the first one in line to capitalise if anything goes wrong. So there it is, Greetham, Thomas, Scooser, Pendlebury, Wood and McEwen, your top 6 provisionally at the end of the Senior X30 reperage. O'Brien, Hoole and Meadows are the 3 drivers that unofficially miss out. 7 minutes before the start of the pre-finals. Now, we've heard from Motorsport Timing's Ian Rogers about what goes on behind the scenes in karting. Let's have a chat with one of our other officials about what they do while the drivers are on track.
My name's Ken Potter, and my role is to work as a clerk of the course at the British Karting Championships. Yeah, my son Andy raced karts from being 7 years old, and so 22 years ago we got involved. When he decided to stop racing, I decided I was asked to be trained, would I train as an official. My main role is the on-circuit, the sporting activities, so making sure that everything runs well whilst the karts are actually out on track and racing. Okay, first of all I would speak to the local kart club or speak to Motorsport UK. They have a fantastic training programme for officials, including clerks, and we're always welcoming new clerks on board. Yeah, the main thing is when the karts come out on the circuit, they complete a rolling lap. Getting the start right is very important. Throughout the race we monitor what's going on, looking for any incidents and monitoring those, and then looking for a good end to the race.
So it's good to hear from our race director, Ken Potter there. And don't forget, for more information on how to get involved behind the scenes in karting, please visit www.motorsportuk.org. Pre-final time now. So this is 2 races to go for each class. Plenty of action left here at Kimbolton to go. Now, the pre-final first race out is Minimax. No, that'll be Mini X30. It was Minimax last time, Mini X30 this time. Well done, Henry. Let's get the class names wrong. It's bad enough getting the drivers' names wrong, but you're actually getting...
No, that's my specialty.
Yeah, I just get the class of kart wrong, you know. But next week we'll be getting the sport wrong.
Yes.
And it's Ella Stevens on pole position. Now, luckily, we've got a camera down here. So Ella Stevens, because we've got no grids in front of us, Anthony. But that's okay. We'll make it up as we go along. But it's Ella Stevens, the Fusion Motorsport, number 28, in pole position. On the outside of row number 1 will be championship leader, teammate of Vinnie Phillips. So that is the inside. That is pole position, I think. I don't know. It's front row of the grid. On row 2, it's Gabriel Stilp in the Mad Croc, number 10. And joining Gabriel on row 2 is the number 41, Zenon kart of Hayden Eldridge. Row number 3 will be the number 24 kart of Charlie Webb. Good performance from Charlie for the Precision Racing team. And joining Charlie on row 3, another driver having a good weekend, it's Wesley Swain. Row number 4 will be the GP plate holder, Ethan Simmons. Fastest in qualifying, but out of luck in the heat races. And joining Ethan, another driver with a hard luck story from this morning, that is Leo Robinson. Row number 5 will be Lewis Bird in the ST Racing number 44. And joining Lewis on that row, it is the number 73 of Rylan Eschberg, running now as a privateer driver. Next up is the Cato Motorsport, number 66 of Freddie Allen. Hello, Freddie. Give us a wave. Nope, all right, don't. And the number 44, there we go, yeah. And that's, there we go. That's Joe Rippin, and that mountain of a man next to him is his mechanic, Jordan Baines. All right, Jordan, there we go. There we go. Look at that. There's an advert for Greg's, if ever there was one. Next up, on the outside of the last row of the grid, it's Jack Hobson. Jack on the Mad Croc kart there. And rounding out the 14 kart entry, number 85, Anastasia Dean. The Latvian flag on the side of Anastasia's kart. And she is making her championship debut here this weekend. So there we go. 14 Mini X30 drivers ready to go kart racing at Kimbolton. There we go. So managed to get the drivers right, teams right, made fun of the mechanics correctly, and got the right class of kart and the right sport. And we're at Kimbolton. I'm 6 out of 6 here.
There we go.
Oh, kart mechanic bingo. There was a Fusion mechanic there with bright orange trainers, t-shirt, mask that was labelled up, earpiece, nice haircut, shorts cut just above the knee. I think he had an earpiece in as well. That was almost a full house of kart mechanic bingo as well. Didn't have enough time to spot that though. I like the trainers though, orange and yellow.
I thought it was missing the bright coloured sunglasses.
Missed the bright, oh yeah, he had the aviators on.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
You need the other type.
Yep,
A replay.
So look, replay,
of that.
there he is, look at that. Oh, tight t-shirt as well.
Yeah,
Bravo, that man. Bravo. That was Vinnie Phillips' mechanic, I think.
The generic karting engineer that you would find at any paddock at any karting circuit. But
Yes.
the pre-final is about to start. Concentrate on the karts, not other men, strangely.
Oh, dearie me, yes, Henry, I've got to remember that.
Here we go then,
I get
pre-final
carried
time.
away.
And it's green flag in towards turn 1. As concentrate, Henry, as we go through. It's a good start, clean start from all the drivers as well, as they head through onto the back straight now as well. And it's from the front row here, the 87 and the 41, the 10 of Stilp pulling out there, trying to go around the outside of Derek's corner. Not the quickest way round, but still held on to that 4th place spot. But it's the 87 and the 41 of Vinnie Phillips leading the way from Hayden Eldridge.
Yeah, Eldridge made a very, very good start here on that Zenon kart. But this is great news for Vinnie Phillips because his 2 main championship rivals coming into this weekend, Gabriel Stilp and Leo Robinson, are not directly behind you. There's still plenty of time, but let's have a look where the 28 kart, the pole sitter, Ella Stevens, is in 3rd position. And that's Stilp in 4th, the number 10 kart. So Gabriel Stilp in 4th position. But the top 4 breaking away. Leo Robinson in the number 37 kart is there in 6th position. Wesley Swain runs in 5th. But now what and they said this sounds cruel, but Stilp will be wanting to get Stevens and Eldridge out of the way so he can close in on Vinnie Phillips. But of course, Eldridge and Stevens have got their own designs on victory. Now, I'm not saying that they're not capable of doing it. I mean, Ellis Stevens had a really, really strong run in the second heat this morning. Eldridge, this is by far and away his best performance so far. Hayden Eldridge at the moment came into this weekend 11th in the championship. So that is, again, I think fantastic. I stopped there because you thought I was making a dramatic pause or waiting for you to make a point, but I was actually suppressing a burp.
Ah,
Yes.
well, there we go.
There we go. Just to let you know. Right, back at it. And there goes Stilp past Eldridge. So Eldridge, not almost like I predicted, was saying he's got to now focus. He's not been running this close to the lead group all season yet, has Hayden. So Hayden now, rather than battle with drivers that are going to be faster than him, sit in their slipstream, chase, follow, try and learn, just copy their line, just follow them around, stay in their slipstream, and with a bit of luck, they will guide him back towards the race leader, Vinnie Phillips, because it's been very un-Mini X30-ish for anybody to pull away this year. So we should be set for a great scrap for the next 9.5 minutes.
Yep, 9.5 minutes, as you say, left on the clock between these drivers. And again, just leading the way, the 87, Vinnie Phillips, looking comfortable in the Fusion Motorsport kart as they go through. It's a Fusion Motorsport 1-2 at the moment with Ella Stevens, who had a cracking, obviously this was a very exciting race that we saw for one of their heats earlier on, of course, where Stevens came through in the last corner.
Oh my word! That is the number 85, that is Anastasia Dean, and her kart has vaulted the barriers. There was a second kart involved in that. Driver out, both drivers out of the karts. Now, Anastasia's kart has literally gone over the first barrier and is very lucky. That wall behind is a very unforgiving wall, but though hopefully those, and it was Lewis Bird in the number 44 kart, the other driver involved in that. Now I can see Anastasia walking away. Lewis Bird, I think, is already, yep, I can see Lewis Bird very unhappily trudging back through the paddock. So the drivers are okay, but we're down to 12 runners, and I didn't know what happened there, but obviously one driver has gone up over the second driver's kart and over the first, and Dean's kart over the barriers. So I can see the paramedics are just sort of there, but both drivers have walked away. Their karts weren't so fortunate, and that was potentially a bad accident, but luckily both drivers okay. Top 5 now closing in. I have to say, Ella Stevens doing a very good job of keeping Vinnie Phillips in check here. Vinnie is not under any initial pressure. He's certainly not within lunge range at the moment, but Stevens, who has been blisteringly fast so far this weekend, and so in fact all season, but luckily, but unluckily for her, hasn't been able to put a solid result together. Stilp now through into second place. Eldridge doing a fantastic job in fourth, but about to be deposed by Leo Robinson in the 37. Robinson goes through, and 7.5 minutes to go. Things beginning to bubble up together nicely.
Yep, everything seemed a little bit calm at the front here as they go through the 41. Hayden Eldridge behind at the moment. Leo Robinson, this is that move that we saw through turn 1, very nicely done under braking. Here's the 73, this is a little further back, this is Rylan Etchberg in 7th place, up 3 spots though from the original qualifying spot of 9th, so, or 10th I should say.
Yeah.
Doing quite well there.
You do maths, and you muller maths, and I'll muller English.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We'll do that. But as they go through, still doing well. Seeing Timmons as well, up 1 spot in 6th place. So you can see there the stricken kart still stuck behind that tyre. Well, that's going to take some doing to get that out there, I suspect.
Yes. I mean, again, karts can be fixed. Drivers, not so easily.
No.
But as we were saying, I mean, Hayden Eldridge, sorry, not Hayden Eldridge, he's in the 5th position. Ethan Simmons is there in 6th position. Rylan Ashberg, now at Rower, the first round of the season, he was with Litchfield Motorsport. He's obviously now a privateer, so he's left that team, and he's got a Mad Croc chassis now. So the Mad Croc karts, I mean, Gabriel Stilp and Jack Hobson were the 2 Mad Croc drivers at Rower. Obviously now Ashberg has moved over to the chassis as well. Here comes Stilp before the race lead takes it. So 9 laps in, And we have had our first lead change. However, I'm willing to wager, Anthony, that that's not going to be the last.
I suspect not, and there it is. On cue, thank you very much, is the 87 straight back.
It's almost like they were listening to us.
It is. Well, they can hear the PA. Do you reckon they can hear the PA?
Well, if we shout loud enough, but yes. No,
Go faster.
yeah, we're doing their mechanics jobs for them.
Exactly.
4 drivers
Over the
now.
PA.
4 drivers now in this lead group. 3 Fusion teammates and the lone Mad Croc of Stilp. And that has been the problem that Stilp has had. He's had no friends. Because at Rowra, it was Robinson and Phillips who he was battling with. And now he's got Robinson, Phillips and Ella Stevens. So it's very, very difficult for Gabriel to... I mean, he's been 2nd and 3rd in almost every single race this year. He hasn't quite managed to get the job done when it mattered for in the racing itself and get the win. But not because he hasn't been quick enough, just because when push comes to shove, and not literally because karting is a non-contact sport, ladies and gentlemen, he hasn't had...
Heck.
I'm just reading what it says on the official Motorsport UK blurb. No, but of course he just hasn't had the friends at the front. You know, he's got the teammates that work together when they can, you know, to make sure that they win, and that's what teams are supposed to do. Simmons and Eldridge, 5th and 6th, Ashberg 7th, Swain in 8th, Hobson 9th, Webb 10th, Allam 11th, and Joe Rippin in 12th place.
Yeah, it's a fusion 1, 2, 3 now as Phillips, Stevens and Robinson go through. Here comes the 37 of Robinson down the inside of Stevens, gets that job done. That's allowed, of course, Stilp to close that little gap back up again. It was opening up as these 3, as you say, work together, the 3 teammates working together, trying to climb through. But still very close between these drivers at the front. A group of 4 breaking away, and there again, Stilp down the inside of Stevens. Thank you very much again. So, like you say, Stilp has got the skill to get up there between these 2, and you can see there straight away, Robinson telling Phillips, come on, let's go, let's just work together, let's break away, because we don't want Stilp to try and get the win.
Yeah, but now Ella Stevens, she is going to be forced to work with Gabriel Stilp,
yes.
Even though the 2 teammates...
Oh, no,
my word!
Teammates! Rule 1 in motorsport, don't hit your teammates, and it was broken just then.
Yep, and that was, again, it was Phillips defending and sliding to the inside. Let's have a look at the action replay. Phillips on the inside, breaks early. Robinson was trying to dive up the inside, and I think he just got caught out a little bit by the fact that Phillips was defending and braking early there. Luckily, they both continue, but Phillips is down to 3rd place, and Stilp up into 2nd position. Now, Stevens has got a teammate to work with. She will push Phillips back up to the front. Leo Robinson leads the first time all day, and behind them, look who's closing in. It's the GP plate of Coles Racing's Ethan Simmons.
Yep, all while this battle's going ahead, as you say, well spotted. Yeah, that gap closing in, so staying focused at the back there is what you need. Now, there's a warning flag going out to the 37 of Leo Robinson. Yes. We were expecting something along those lines to happen. Nearly just over 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. It is now Robinson, Stilp, Phillips, Stevens, and, as you say, Simmons there in 5th place, closing that gap, bridging the gap.
Bridging the gap, yes.
There you go, that's a good way of putting it. But, 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and the Fusion teams have been split up again.
Yep, now what can Stilp do? He's got 2 Fusion drivers behind him, and he's got 1 in front of him. So that Mad Croc, the Croc Promotions driver, and it's an awful lot to think of, because you're not thinking he's thought about it. Mirror signal maneuver, left hand down, takes the lead.
Give way to the right, thank you very much.
Yes, don't pass go, or me, and please do not collect £200 or my rear bumper as you do so.
Exactly. 2 minutes.
But again, now he's looking over his shoulder straight away. But of course, you know, when you're in the situation where you know you've got 3 teammates behind you, you've got to look over your shoulder. You've got to defend, because I'll guarantee you, as much as as assured as I'm slightly overweight and Welsh, you've got, if Stilp gets pushed offline, he's not going to lose 1 place, because Robinson, he knows that he's got to defend, because if he gets pushed offline, he's not going to lose 1 place, he's going to lose 3.
Yep.
90 seconds to go, and Robinson there taking a tight line into Derek's corner there. Stilp was a wide entrance in, he got a good runner, and he's gained a couple of kart lengths. How long can he hold on for?
Yep, it was a quite actually brave run to do there. I think he looked over his shoulder and could see that Robinson was going defensive from his teammate Phillips, and of course that allowed him to take that normal line. Now, of course, Robinson's caught back up now, so that gap closed very quickly as they go across the line again. 1 minute left on the clock. Now it's still going very defensive.
And Ethan Simmons for the first time now joining the fun and trying to go around the outside of Stevens. Woodstone corner, and Ella's not having any of that.
No, said no thank you to that one. You can have some of that rough stuff on the outside.
Yes.
And closes that gap again, but still leading the way. So it's crop promotion from the two Fusion karts of Stilp, Robinson and Phillips in that top three as they battle away. Ella Stevens managing to close that gap up as well. As they go through, oohs and ahs coming out left, right and centre as again Stilp looks like he's getting a little bit of a nudge through that corner there, and that has allowed the 87 of Vinnie Phillips to close back up now into second place, but Stilp still leading the way, but under some severe pressure.
Now this is how championships are won. Vinnie Phillips, he got pushed back, he played himself back into position to retake the lead with 10 seconds to go. At one point he was back in 4th position and his chances of victory looked like they were gone, but he crucially just moved slowly back into contention, and now we're at the business end of proceedings. He is leading this race. Gabriel Stilp 2nd, Leo Robinson 3rd, Ella Stevens 4th, Ethan Simmons 5th. The top 5, nose to tail, down the TKM straight towards Castrol Corner. Next time around, it will be the last lap board. Can Gabriel Stilp? He runs wide and now he's going to lose second place. While Stilp, he didn't run wide. He took a wide entrance into that corner to try and cut underneath Phillips, but it's like Robinson was there and Robinson claimed the position. Half a lap, no, 3/4 of a lap to go now as they come through the willows. Here comes Stilp for second, and that's given Phillips the break.
Yep. Phillips has managed to open up now, so Phillips all on his own at the front, Stilp defensive, under pressure again from Robinson and Stevens. This is exactly what we had pretty much last time, but it was a little further up the order. Are we going to see it again? Stilp furiously looking over his shoulder in the previous race. Hopefully he's learnt his lesson this time around and is going to stay focused. No, it's a big look over his shoulder to see where they are. He goes defensive on the inside. This is where we're going to see the switchback, but at the front, the 87, Vinnie Phillips, is all on his own here. He's going to take the checkered flag here for the pre-final of the Mini X30s across the line, but with the group behind, Stilp takes second place from Robinson and Ella Stevens crossing the line in 4th.
Yep, and you can see Stilp defending for all he was worth into that final corner there, and Robinson, after a bad heat result, and of course this race is only to decide who starts where in the main final itself, and Robinson thought I could put 2 wheels off the track here and really force the issue at the inside line, but he decided no, I'm not going to do it, and there's a round of applause there behind them there saying, oh, that was a good race, I like that, enjoyed that, thank you very much gentlemen and lady. Not forgetting Ella Stevens finishing in 4th place there, but the unofficial top 3 is Phillips, Stilp and Robinson. Stevens 4th, Ethan Simmons in 5th, Eschberg is 6th, Webb 7th, Hobson 8th, Eldridge slipped back to 9th, and Wesley Swain running out the top 10. Allen and Rippin are next. They were the only 12 who finished. Sadly, Anastasia Dean and Lewis Bird failed to finish, but there is the championship leader, pre-final winner, undefeated so far this weekend. 2 heat wins, now the pre-final, number 87, Vinnie Phillips. So that is the first pre-final underway and in the books. The next race up in 5 minutes' time will be Cadet IAME.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Yeah, that's pretty.
So pre-final time for Cadet IAME. 31 drivers set to battle, so nearly a capacity grid. And speaking of grids, Anthony, we don't have one in front of us. However, we've got a man on the spot down in Parc Fermé, and I'm wondering if it's possible that that man could show us the first couple of rows, maybe.
Potentially.
Potentially. Let's have a little look. Yes,
On cue.
I ask, and thou shalt receive. There is your poleman, number 9, the poleman racing development driver of Macaulay Bishop, and his championship rival. So round 1 winner Bishop on your right, round 2 winner Nathan Tye for the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team on the left there. He starts on the outside of row 1. Then it is the number 8 Strawberry Racing Tony Kart of Archie Clark. Again, nice moment there between Archie and his dad, his mechanic. Oh, that's an interesting viewpoint of Mr. Knight there. Bottoms up, sir. In the number 36 car, Zach Knight starting 4th. Eden Spanswick, really strong run for Eden so far, starting on row 3 alongside the always relaxed Connor Duncan in kart number 30, only having 1 foot out of his kart this time.
Yeah.
Next up is the number 10 Fusion Motorsport kart of Lewis Werrell. Hello, Lewis. And on the outside of row, that's Glasgow's Zach Drummond. You can see this Andrews Cross on the top of his crash helmet there, running the number 20 kart for Fusion Motorsport. Then it is the number 77 of
Sebastian Mins.
Sebastian Mins, yes. In what crash helmet? He saves a bit of budget there. And Ethan Jeff Hall for the Strawberry Racing team is next.
It looked like he had some writing on his visor.
Yes, and he had an unfortunate pair of legs next to him as well. That was his mechanics. Oh dear. Ever heard of Lextan? No, obviously not. Number 11 is up next. That's Cathal Clark for Fusion Motorsport. And sharing the fifth row of the grid is Will Murtagh in kart number 14, another of the Fusion drivers. Then we've got Noah Wolf. Noah for Fusion Motorsport, fastest of all in qualifying, but has not done that well in the heat races, but he's looking for a strong result here. And the number 88,
William Knight.
Yeah, William Knight, the brother of Zach Knight. There, looking nice and casual and relaxed. There is Will Knight for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Next up, we have the number 55 kart, Roman Kamyab for the Fusion Motorsport team. And the number 17 kart of Jorge Edgar, also for Fusion Motorsport. I just want to say there, Roman's mechanic is Jess Hawkins. Now, Jess had a run out in the Powermaxed Astra British Touring car earlier this week. One of the fastest ladies in all of racing. And hopefully we'll see Jess out in a touring car before the end of the year. Not got a beanie on today.
I was going to say, not wearing a woolly hat.
I know. I mean, it's only 25 degrees outside, but I mean, that's nowhere near
definitely woolly hat weather.
Warm enough for Jess to wear a woolly hat. Next up, the number 93, Morgan Moore, the Irishman, for the PMR driver program. And then Kit Bolofsky for Ollie Rowland Motorsport. And that is Dean Keeble mechanicking for Kit Bolofsky. Dean Keeble's son Harley won this British Championship last year, now has got a factory drive out in Europe with the Tony Kart team in the Junior World Championship. Good crash helmet design there. I like that with the 3 rips down the side. That's number 35, Eli Baden for... Baden's got a good one, crash helmet-wise there. He starts next to the Cato Motorsport team. The rest of the field head out onto the circuit. This is going to be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race, and it's always good to see, Anthony, the two main championship contenders so far. Long way to go. Bishop and Tye starting on the front row of the grid. Connor Duncan came into this meeting 3rd in the points. Zach Knight 4th in points. Ethan Jeff Hall 5th in points. Zach Drummond 6th in points. Archie Clark 7th in points. Cathal Clark 8th in points. 9th in points, Lewis Werrell, and Hardy Mamasi starting a little bit further down the grid, 10th in points. This is going to be a good one.
Yes, I would definitely say it is going to be a good one as they round the final corner. Hopefully we're going to get a start this time around. It's looking good as we go green here for the pre-finals for the IAME Cadets as they go in towards turn 1. As you say, 12 minutes plus 1 additional lap as they go through, and it's a nice clean start. 3 wide in the mid-pack though.
Yep, and Bishop and Tye neck and neck going into Stoke Corner for the first time, but it looks like it is... No, but neither of them come out front, so a great run from number 8, the Strawberry Racing car, Archie Clark, to take the race lead, and Eden Spanswick into P2, Bishop down to 3rd, Tye in 4th, and then it's the number 36 kart of Zach Knight as they go around down Weldon Corner for the first time, and onto the TKM straight. Already drivers looking over their shoulder. Come on, boys and girls, there's 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, it looked like Eli Baden there. The background got a little bit wide, and there's the 44 and the 33, I think I can see.
Hardy Mamasi, his day goes from bad to worse. and you were right there. Cameron Pratt-Thompson was the other one, so well spotted there. And younger eyes, you know, that's what you've got there, well spotted. Up at the front though, and it's been a change of position, not for the, yes for the race lead, because it's now Spanswick leading, and Spanswick's teammate Bishop comes through. Oweed and Spanswick side by side for second with Clark, and loses out there. So number 9, Macaulay Bishop, now has top spot from Archie Clark, and then a real bun fight for third place. But these drivers on your screen now, they've got to get themselves single file, because look at the top 2.
Yep, the top 2 broken away there quite considerably. Have they indeed? Macaulay Bishop leading the way from Archie Clark as the rest of them battle through. Now the GP plate of Nathan Tighe, championship points again are at play, will be at play of course later on. But of course they need to get as most positions as they can, getting tongue twisted here as they go through turn 1 again. 10 minutes left on the clock.
Oh dear!
And there, that is
Spanswick there.
It is, the 69.
Someone was making a move. I didn't see the driver who was making the move on Spanswick, but the driver that making the move outbraked himself and ran wide. And of course Spanswick on the outside line had to really get on the anchors to avoid hitting those tyre barriers, but has lost out big time, and is in fact actually now plummeting down the order to about 20th place, and I think 21st place. So obviously Spanswick there finds himself in a bit of a predicament, and he's dropped from the top 5 down to 21st. There on your screen briefly is Nathan Tighe, the GP plate holder, the British Kart Grand Prix winner, and he has got Ethan Jeff Hall right behind him. Tighe, who didn't qualify all that well for his heat races, but came through to win his second heat race. He's going to have to work hard again here now to get back on terms, because I can see that the Tighe is now in 5th position, but the lead 4 have got some clean air between themselves and the 5th place driver. It's Bishop leading, Archie Clark in 2nd place, 3rd is Zach Knight, and 4th is Zach Drummond.
Yeah, Drummond with the fastest lap of the race as well, in 4th place, up 4 positions from his original qualifying spot, so a good start there for the number 20, who is on your screen now, right behind and pressuring the Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart of Zachary Knight as they go through in towards the final corner. Again, the top 4 there breaking away, and then we've got this pack of 3, the number 5, the GP, and the 10 as they go through. Jeff Hall, Tighe, Werrell. Werrell did get a black and white warning flag for driving standards, so he's going to watch out now. He's on thin ice with the stewards out there, so any more of that will result in a bit of a disaster, I suspect.
I wonder if it was Werrell that went up the inside of Spanswick.
It could have been.
A lap ago. Oh, there's a cough on live on stream. Very professional, Henry.
Yeah, there we go. Right in my ears as well.
Oh, sorry, Henry. Yeah.
I don't mind at all. 8 minutes left on the clock then. Leading the way, the number 9, Macaulay Bishop. He had a great race earlier on today, and I suspect he wants another one right now.
Yes, that would be, and of course he won't be aware of where Nathan Tighe is now, but of course, you know, the fact that Nathan is currently 5th, no, make that 6th, or no, make that 7th, is it?
No, because it's 6th.
Werrell made the move, and Ethan Jeff Hall had a peek up the inside, and Nathan Tighe drew the curtains, as you say.
Yeah, tied them up.
And here we. Oh, do you know what? I was laughing because I thought he's waiting for something. That must have been something funny, and then it clicked. The light bulb went off in my simple Welsh head. Excellent work there, Mr. Jordan, sir.
Thank you very much.
Werrell has got that number 10 kart wound up in this race. He's very strong in the second half of the heat that we saw this morning was number 10, Lewis Werrell. Obviously, the setups of the kart are different, the tyre pressures are different, so the drivers will know, okay, the first few laps are going to be a struggle, but then my kart is going to come on song, and other drivers, they'll be thought, right, we're going to get the pressure certainly so you can get away at the start and get up front, and then you're going to have to defend.
Yeah, 100%, and of course that's going to be the tricky part of this. 7 minutes left on the clock, there is still loads of time remaining, and down the inside, GP plate on the number 10, thank you very much, gets that position back up, so that's Nathan Tighe now up into 5th place. Lewis Werrell dropping down to 6th as they go through. Zachary Knight, fastest lap of the race,
takes the race lead
through and takes the race lead as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, when that camera shot started, they're looking down the Imitsu straight, I thought, oh, the top 4, they've got a nice little breakaway here, and then you just saw them moving around the place.
Yeah.
That nice little gap is going to disappear very quickly if they continue to do this, but at the moment, it is Knight leading, the number 20 kart of Drummond. Bishop is back into 3rd position, and in 4th place is the number 8 kart of Archie Clark. So you've got Ollie Rowland Motorsport, leading Fusion Motorsport, leading the Paul Munn Racing Programme, leading Strawberry Racing. So the top 4, the big 4 teams in this championship have all got a bullet in the top 4 gun at the moment. Great stuff, real good variety to see amongst all the major players in this championship. And now it is Drummond who's looking for top spot. Bishop trying to go through as well, but and Bishop gets the crossover move on Knight. So Knight goes from first to third, Bishop from second to first, and Drummond from second to first, Bishop from third to second.
Yep, so like you say, these 4 squabbling away there at the front, and of course that's going to allow that other group of 4 to close in. Of course, if they keep scrapping away, and because there is no teammates within each other here, I suspect that gap will close up very quickly. And who's first on the order in the next group of 5? It's Oliver Rowland Motorsports driver, GP plate Nathan Tighe.
Yeah, exactly, and that is going to be exactly what Nathan wants to see. And this is where, I mean, talk about, I mean, obviously all these drivers very, very, very talented, some of them exceptionally so. Nathan Tighe has been using his the wisdom beyond his years, I think, is the correct term, because he's very, very smart, and he's playing himself into position again. He's got help from behind. Ethan Jeff Hall is pushing him along. Behind Ethan Jeff Hall is Lewis Werrell. Connor Duncan down in 8th place. Now there's nearly a 2-second gap back from 7th to 8th. So really, I mean, these top 7 now are the ones that are left with a shot at victory. Mins is 9th. Alfie Slater is that in kart number 27. He is now running in 10th place. Noah Wolf 11th. Will Murtagh is 12th. Cathal Clark 13th. Jorge Edgar 14th. Then it's Ben Smith. Cole Glover. The number 26 is next. That's Jesse Phillips. And then Kit Bolowski 18th. Eden Spanswick down to 19th. Daniel Sofronea 20th. William Antrobus 21st. And in 22nd position, it's Strawberry Racing's Michael Walker.
Yep, excellent stuff from these drivers. 4 minutes left on the clock then as they go through in towards Derek's corner. Back out again, we head towards the double apexer of Dan Weldon's corner as well. And these drivers go through the GP and the 5, battling very close together, working together to close up that gap to these top 4. The 8, like you say, falling back. Archie Clark there in a spot of bother, in a bit of clear air.
Yeah, and that shows, it's a brilliant display of how the slipstream in the draft works in cadet karting. The top 3 drivers, that's effectively 12 wheels all working together, pushing each other along. Now, out of the slipstream, on his own, Archie Clark, he's not got anyone behind him to push with, he's not got anyone in front of him to sort of break the airflow, so he's breaking the air himself, and he's got no one behind him pushing him along. He's going to have someone behind him pretty soon because Nathan Tighe is closing in, and now Tighe and Ethan Jeff Hall, they'll start pushing Archie Clark along, and let's have a look now. Will Tighe make a move? No, he makes the move going into Dan Weldon corner, and so does Ethan Jeff Hall, the 2 teammates side by side. And now Tighe will be hoping that the 2 teammates will start pushing him up to the front. But it's Drummond, Bishop and Knight. It was a quartet, now it's a trio.
Yep, there we go. 3 minutes left on the clock. The 2 trios then, as you say, across the line as we start. Drummond, Bishop, Knight. Then it's Tighe, Jeff Hall and Clark as they go through, and rounding out 7th place is Lewis Werrell in the number 10. He's equalising his spot from the start, so he stayed in again, kind of no man's land there, isn't he, in 7th place. As they go through, the number 20 ducking down, trying to get as much airflow over that kart as possible. And again, I think at this point now, Bishop again's just holding on to it. He doesn't want to battle. I suspect he knows that there's another group behind. If it starts to go wrong, it could go from 2nd to 6th in no time. So he's just going to probably want to try and stay behind as much as possible. I think all 3 are working together until that last lap ball comes out, and then
yep, you're right, exactly.
It all goes loose.
Yes, and you can tell that they're all working together, because even though Drummond has literally got Macaulay Bishop camped on his rear bumper, he wasn't defending, he was taking on. He's not looking over his shoulder. He knows with 2 minutes to go he doesn't have to defend because Bishop isn't going to make a move.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
And again, another prime opportunity Bishop had there to make a move, but he chose not to.
Yep.
And they're probably aware now, because when they are looking behind them, they're not just looking directly behind them, they're trying to see down the track, and it's incredible. 50 miles an hour, I think 54 miles per hour is where they top out these karts. You can get arrested if you drive down the high street at that speed. These drivers between 8 and 12 years old, they're looking behind them, not just 1 car behind, but 3 or 4 cars behind. And so Drummond will be very aware that Bishop, and it would be very aware that Tighe is the first driver in that second group of karts. He's thinking of championship points. He's thinking, right, well, I'd rather Nathan Tighe finish 4th and then rather catch us and potentially finish 2nd or 3rd. He didn't say first because Zach Drummond's thinking to himself, well, I'm going to win this race. You know, at this point in time, Zach Drummond is convinced he's going to win this race. Macaulay Bishop and Zach Knight are also convinced they're going to win this race, and therein lies the issue that these races have, because it's going to get very, very hairy very soon, and Bishop takes the lead going into Derricks with less than a minute to go.
Yep, I feel like that was quite early on the move, so you know, I was expecting it maybe a little bit later, but of course with that move into that specific corner, he's now opened up a little bit of a gap, but of course now he's on his own. He's breaking the air, he's got now no one pushing him, he's breaking the air, and as I say, these guys are going to close up very, very quickly, and of course that has now allowed that next two to close up as well. So it's all coming into play. We've got a 5-kart battle now for the lead with 28 seconds left on the clock.
Yep, Bishop has tried to break away. Ty in 4th place has caught the 3 leaders, so we're back up to, we started off with a quartet, then we had a trio, we almost had a duo. I'm looking out the window there, they're 5 wide going into the first corner. That's outrageous behaviour. We're looking at the top 5 on circuit. I mean, there's battles going up and down the field. Connor Duncan was in that 5. I mean, Jorge Edgar in 12th place, but it's hard to hear. So I'll look at the screen, you look at the window for a briefly. Bishop, Knight, Drummond, Ty, and then it is Clark, then Jeff Hall, the top 5. Clark has dropped away into 6th position. So the top 5 have got 2.5 seconds back. We're now coming to the last lap.
Yeah, last lap time then, and this is every driver's worst nightmare, is the last lap as we go in. Everyone now defensive, everyone hugging that inside line. The only person who didn't was Macaulay Bishop, who's got an astounding lead at the moment, and there's contact between the 2 drivers at the back of this.
That was the 2 teammates, that was Knight and Ty.
It was, yes, and Ty with the fastest lap of the race as well. It's all that were so close to each other going into this last lap, and now before the end of it, they've completely opened up. The number 5 is managing to get past the 20. So
Ethan Jeff Hall went from 5th to 2nd in the space of a lap there.
He did.
But all this battling, Drummond started the lap in 2nd position, but he chose to defend going into turn number 1. The fact that Bishop was on the right racing line, that has made that Macaulay can clear off, and Macaulay's going to take a pretty comprehensive win on paper, but of course we know, Anthony, that it was not the case. It was a very hard-fought battle.
It was indeed. So Macaulay crosses the line to take that win. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall crossing the line in 2nd place. Nathan Ty on the GP plate crossing in 3rd. And what have you spotted?
Well, I was going to say, looking at coming across the line, we were about to see the group coming across the line now. There they are. They were only 3 wide across the line a lap ago. You can see the drivers hands out the window. I'll be lucky in a kart. Hands off the wheel, sort of gesticulating there, because the lap before that group were 5 wide crossing the line. But, I mean, Macaulay Bishop won't care about that. He knows he's won the race. Yeah, Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall in 2nd position. Drummond in 3rd. No, Ty in 3rd. Drummond in 4th by 200ths of a second, rather. Knight 5th. Archie Clark 6th. Werrell 7th. Mins in 8th. Noah Wolf 9th. Alfie Slater 10th. Then Will Murtaugh and Jorge Edgar. Sofronea 13th, Roman Kamyab in 14th, and Kit Bilofsky rounding out the top 15. Cathal Clark, Connor Duncan, he slips down to 17th place. That's not a great result for Connor. Spanswick in 18th place after featuring in the lead group earlier on. Down there, so all 31 drivers finished that race, which is always good to see. Hardy Mamasi having a collision during that one on the first lap, and he slips down to 27th place there at the end. But there is the Strawberry Racing driver. That is Ethan Jeff Hall. I can't quite see the name on there yet. That's Ethan looking at his kart there. Oh no, this is the post-mortem, as it were, having a little chat to each other. That is Nathan Ty and Zach Drummond having a conversation about what they could have done better, or what went wrong, what went right. You know, because still one race for these guys to go, but a very, very competitive, as one would expect, Cadet IAME pre-final.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
Junior TKM lining up on the dummy grid for their pre-final. Looking at the front row starter, that is poleman number 62, Harvey Cole, for the Lichfield Motorsport team. Harvey, a brace of race wins so far this weekend, and he starts that Tony Kart chassis for Dave Litchfield's team on pole position. Alongside him on the front row, number 33, Tim Wilson Motorsports, Alistair Cresswell. Alistair driving the Talco chassis for Tim Wilson team. And then on the inside of row number 2 is Alfie Garford, privateer driver on that Talco chassis. Again, very distinctive green and blue livery on that kart. And sharing row number 2 with him is the number 9 kart. Is that the number 9 kart? Or is the number 20 kart? Henry, that was nothing like number 9. It's number 20, Ben Higgins, for the Klassen Motorsport team. Next up would be there's the number 9 kart. Finally there, James Barty, the Precision Racing driver.
Now you see, there's the coloured sunglasses I was
There's
talking
the
about.
nice reflective sunglasses there. Yeah, you wouldn't want to argue with him either. No.
I still would. But yeah, I'm an idiot.
And I say, oh dear. Right, here we go. 20 drivers, 12 minutes, pre-final time. Now, let's have a look at the back of the grid. Well, near the back of the grid, it'll be Ben Cox, the number 82 kart, the Klassen Motorsport, Gillard chassis, pole position for the heat races. This morning, we saw Ben, his race lasted 1 corner. That was from pole position. Now he's starting at the back. There he is with a new rear axle in that kart. And I know that, I think, obviously relation, Paul Cox has been sort of commenting on how his son, I'm assuming it's his son, it might not be his son, I mean, it might be the milkman, I don't know. But I mean, assuming on what happened to Ben, and he was saying not having much luck this weekend, but they got a new axle on that kart, the Klassen Motorsport team, so what could he do? This will be a top gear from the rear for Ben Cox, if ever there was one. Let's go racing. There's the number 99 kart of Freya Woodall going through, but smoke in the air, lights are green, we're off and racing in Junior TKM in the pre-final here at Kimbolton. From the pole position, it's the Harvey Cole, the number 62 kart, getting through the first corner cleanly. They're all safely round turn number 1. And now into the Willows and onto the Amitsu straight. It's a good start there from number 44. Dominic Roberts went off like a scalded cat. And into P2, Roberts was from about 6th on the grid, 5th or 6th on the grid, up into 2nd place. So it's a Lichfield Motorsport 1-2 as they come round Weldon's for the first time. And 20 Junior TKMs all in a line down TKM straight.
Yep, good start from all of them then as they go through. We're heading around the final corner now to complete lap 1 here at Kimbolton. 11 minutes left on the clock as we go for this Junior TKM pre-final here. Now as they exit the first corner, Stowe 62 leading the way. Harvey Cole from Dominic Roberts and Alistair Cresswell is your top 3 at the moment, or is it going to be as Cresswell looks to the inside and says thank you very much and moves up into 2nd place. So Dominic Roberts now 3rd place.
Now, I don't know who our cameraman stationed at Kimbolton corner is, but he picked up the number 82 card coming around the end of the first lap there, Ben Cox, and you can see there's another cameraman there showing the 82. He's already passed 5 drivers, so Ben Cox up into the top 15 already from stone last on the grid. Good opening lap there, and of course, you know, anyone can win this race, or anyone in the 20 drivers can win this race. This Kimbolton circuit lends itself superbly to TKM racing as they plunge through Stowe corner and into the Willows once again. Now there's Louis Harvey in the number 3 kart. Louis had that accident yesterday and was sort of starting out of position. He's charging towards the front as well. He's up into 5th position at the moment. There is Cox on that Gillard chassis. I'm having a look now. The only Gillard in the race, I believe. Good to see you know, Tim Gillard's kart still out there, and they can shift, can those Gillards. Speaking of shifting, Cole, Cresswell and Roberts trying to shift gears, shift away from Ben Higgins in 4th place in that number 20 kart. Behind Higgins is a bit of a gap back to James Barty in 5th in the number 9 kart, and then it is Louis Harvey in the number 3 kart in 6th position, and the number 32 is next up, that's Jack Saunders. But nothing to choose between the 4 leaders at the moment as we come around down Weldon corner on lap number 4. Still 9 and a bit minutes to go.
Yep, a clear top 4 here that's pulling away from the main pack. The 33 of Alistair Cresswell looking to get past Harvey Cole early on, I suspect, so he can try and, you know, get that clean air, keep the kart cool, keep the tyres cool, you know, at the front. Don't need to defend too hard because obviously with 8.5 minutes left to go, drivers aren't going to try and push, as you say, early on. They'll work together, try keep that gap open up. As the top now 4 is kind of turning into a top 3. The 4th place seems to be getting stuck into a bit of a no man's land, and that's Ben Higgins.
Well, for this corner anyway, they were a top 3 for this corner. By the time they get to the next corner, it could be a top 7.
It could, yeah.
Who knows? There's Louis
That's
Harvey.
How close.
Yeah, Louis Harvey, Barty, and then the number 32 of Saunders. Chasing hard, and lo and behold, they are a top 4 again.
They are.
Didn't take them long.
It didn't, did it? There we go. 8 minutes left on the clock then, or just over 8 minutes as they cross the line. On lap 6 now, 5 completed. Fastest driver on the circuit, Ben Cox in 10th place.
Yes, and so half the field has been dispatched, and now Cox, it's going to get harder and harder to pass as they get further up the order. The top 10 drivers, obviously drivers a little bit quicker and you know, less prepared to sort of make way, as it were. But there's Louis Harvey being pushed along by James Barty, with Saunders still behind him. That is on your screens there. That is 5th, 6th and 7th. The number 88 kart, Alfie Garford, is in 8th place. So it's behind this group, and in that group is also Harvey Roth and Ben Cox.
There we go, as they go through, 7.5 minutes left then. It's, these top 3, or not top 3, but group of 3 I should say. 5th, 6th and 7th going through. A nice close-knit battle there, and here's a little further behind as well as we pick up.
There's the Cox again, and
Ben Cox, yeah.
At the front of this group is now, was Garford at the front of this group, it's now Roth in 8th position. Cox is up to 9th place. Reese Lomax rounds out the top 10, then it's number 92 of Jake Almasawi. As in 11th place then Leon Frost. Now, I saw an advert earlier for the British University Karting Championship, a championship that I competed in a long time ago. Interesting, when I was chatting to Leon Frost and his dad yesterday, Sam Johns, another former kart racer, competed in this championship several times. He was saying that no, he's racing the BUKC in the British University Karting Championship, and his entire team down at Swansea Met University is made up of former TKM British Championship racers. You know, so a lot of these drivers, as they get a bit older, they go to university and they still race in the BUKC which is very, very competitive indeed, as you saw by the advert. Of course, that is also covered by Alpha Live.
It is indeed. There we go as they go through. And the 33 still looking racy there in second place. Alistair Cresswell. Harvey Cole still leading. Higgins did go for a move up the inside of Dominic Roberts a lap ago, so he's moved up into third place, which is why you've now got two groups of two.
Yes, like Noah's Ark.
Yep, Noah's Ark has returned 2 by 2 by 2.
Yeah, behind them, I think there's Harvey and Louis Harvey in 5th and James Barty in 6th. They have they're now a duo together in 5th and 6th. So it is 2 by 2 by 2. Saunders 7th, Roth 8th, Cox 9th. But now Ben Cox has got a 1.1 second gap to make up to get to Harvey Roth. So he's got to get his head down and crack on with that one. Lomax still 10th, then Al Moussaoui. Number 26, that is Charlie King, who is next in line.
Yep.
But that is King in 12th place. Kilminster is 13th. Then it's now what happened to Alfie Garford, the number 88 driver? He slipped down the order. He is running in 9th position. Where's that green and blue card? There it is, just flashing across your screen. He's just in front of Cox now. So as you said, Cox made some great progress. The first 8 laps of the race, he passed half the field, where we've got about just under half the race to go, and he's sort of not sort of gone stale, not plateaued out, but it's getting harder and harder to catch and pass these drivers. And of course, there are now a few gaps appearing. The front 6, they were 2 by 2 by 2. They're now 1.
Yes.
They're in a clump.
They are one big group, as it were, as they go through. Now, it looked like Cresswell tried to go for a move on Cole into the final corner there. He went right to the outside to try and get the switch back, but it doesn't look like it's paid off here. So they've started to squabble now, and that's, of course, like I say, it's closing that battle. They're into one group now. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. They can see it as they go through, and it looks like someone's having a bit of a timing issue as
yeah, somebody's transponder is not responding.
Yes.
The transponder is not responding, but luckily Ian Rogers down at Motorsport Timing downstairs is hot on the case. Yes.
He is. Responding quickly to that responder.
Yes, or the lack of transponder.
Lack of transponder.
We're going to get there eventually. He's responding quickly to the transponder that isn't responding.
Yes, there we go. We'll go that way. But back to the race.
Back to the race. Harvey Cole still leads, as he has done for the entire duration of this junior TKM pre-final so far. Cresswell in second place, and Cresswell, well, he hasn't deviated. His position has been 1 inch off the rear bumper of the race leader since the lights went green, and he hasn't deviated from that since. So there's Saunders, and there's Garford. Garford to the inside of Saunders, coming through Weldon's corner. Cox has caught this group. Now what can the 82 do? Nothing at the moment. We're back with the leaders, and it's still Cole, Cresswell, Gap, Higgins. Gap is just, that's me telling there is a Gap, not a driver name. It's not like Dave Gap or anything like that. That is a Gap to third place. And then Harvey in the number 3 cart in 4th. Through the willows we go. This is lap number 13 now. Harvey, then Roberts, Barty in 7th, Roth 8th, Garfield 9th, and Cox down to 10th place. Oh no, Saunders down to 10th. Cox has slipped back to 11th now. Then it's Lomax, King, Kilminster, and then number 14 of Aidan Mitchell is next in line. All 20 drivers started this race still running.
Yeah, it's a good effort from all of the drivers so far in this one as they go through. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and as I say, we're still watching this group at the front, the 2 by 2 by 2 as they go through. We are still in towards turn 1, and no moves being made as of yet. Of course, again, they can see the big timer on the start finish line, so again, it's just mental games, really, isn't it? It's when am I going to go for it? And speaking of when am I going to go for it, now is when it's going to go for it. So Louis Harvey gets in front of Ben Higgins and moves himself up into third place. A very nicely timed move. 2 minutes left on the clock now, and they're probably going to say, right, let's work together, let's close that gap up to these front two, who I suspect are going to start battling any moment as well. Oh yes, and that's going to open the door for Harvey, possibly Higgins. Now Roberts is slipping back a little bit in 5th position. He's the second of the Litchfield Motorsport carts. The Litchfield Motorsport carts, the green and white Tony carts with the orange stripe down them. Very distinctive carts for us to see. Through the willows once again. Now, Jack Saunders, number 32, getting a warning flag for his efforts. And there is a lead change.
So, going into Derek's corner on lap number 15 with 90 seconds of the race remaining, the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 33 of Alistair Creswell finally decides now is the time to press the go button and go. Cole slots back into second place. Harvey is there 0.6 of a second behind in third. Will Cole respond immediately? Not yet is the answer. And looking down the difference in time between race leader Creswell and Harvey Roth in second place is less than 3 seconds. So still, the top 7 have all got a potential chance if the leaders continue to battle, and that's probably why Cole hasn't responded just yet.
Yeah, he wants to reopen that gap to allow him enough time and a bit of breathing space to go for that move. Now, the initial move that happened obviously didn't lose a lot of time in the first place, so, you know, quite happy that they could keep going. But, of course, I suspect it will probably close at some point. 20 seconds left on the clock. These drivers are going to get this lap. Last lap board will be out next time, so there's still plenty of time. Couple of laps left to go, and it's side by side again at the front. The two drivers, the 62 and the 33. Cole went to the outside, tried to get the switch back, couldn't quite do it this time around, slots back in behind, and now that's allowing the two behind to close that gap. Again, defensive, goes Cresswell.
And the
Cole,
the floodgates are going to open now.
They are indeed.
Cresswell was defending into that first corner, and here comes Harvey and Higgins.
Yep. Super close, and now they know they're going to see the last lap board this time around, and now a group of 2 became a group of 4, and again trying to pull out the slipstream and going around the outside. Is he going to try for the switch back here? Is Harvey Cole, can't quite do it now, and that's going to allow the number 3 to go down the inside, and that was a well calculated move there from Louis Harvey as they go across the line now. It's still 3 wide, 2 wide now as they go into the braking zone. Everyone on that inside line, who's going to brake latest? And it's going to be still the 33, so it's still Cresswell from Cole, from Harvey, from Higgins as they go through, and now it was a 4-car group, it's now a 6-car group.
On to the Amitsu straight for the final time. Cresswell defending, Harvey right behind him, then it's Cole, Roberts, followed by Barty going around the outside of Higgins for 5th position. Now, Alistair Creswell, he's been defending very nicely the last lap and a half. He's going to have to do the monster of all defences now from Louis Harvey coming onto the TKM straight. 6 karts in a line. Make that 7 karts almost in a line. At the back of the group there, the number 36 of Harvey Roth. But it's Tim Wilson's Motorsports. Cresswell leads, hugging that white line, going into Kimbolton corner. Harvey gets a good run. Side by side, it's a drag race to the line. It's going to be Cresswell. And Harvey Cole grabbed second on the run to the line as well. So Louis Harvey got his nose in front briefly halfway around Kimbolton corner, but because he was then on the outside line for the run onto the main straight, he went from the inside line to the outside line, just that's the nature of the circuit, and Cole was able to squeeze back in front. But Alistair Creswell, Tim Wilson Motorsport, number 33, takes the race win in the pre-final. Again, lots of back-patting going on between the two drivers coming into Parc Fermé there. Cresswell and Cole saying well done to each other. So Cole has to settle for second. Harvey, though, third. And I can't wait to see this screen, which that shows the results. And look at that, the top 7, 0.48 of a second. Thank you very much.
Nicely done. Nicely done between those top drivers. So close in that top field. And, you know, it was going to happen at some point in the race where that battle was just going to open up. Everyone was going to close into each other. And, yeah, we saw it. And that's what we like from TKM racing. That's what we like from all racing, to be fair.
Yeah, and look at that there. 19th place, Olivia Jackins. 12.5 seconds off the race lead. The only driver to have a problem in that was Freddie Hull. He finished 20th, but the rest of the 19 drivers, 12 seconds, and the final itself is an extra 3 minutes on top of that. So that was a very, very good race, and well done to your race winner, Alistair Creswell. There lies the empty crash helmet of Joe Reeves-Smith as we get ready to start the TKM Extreme pre-final. 27 drivers set to do battle over 12 minutes. Pole position will be double heat winner. Number 31, Joe Fowler on the ARC chassis for the Class and Motorsport team. Fowler deep in thought. He was deep in thought, but then very sportingly, the O-plate Adam Sparrow comes over and says good luck and gives him the fist pump. Alongside Joe on the front row of the grid, number 33, privateer driver Chris Whitton on the Talco chassis. And there is your defending British champion, James Pashley, privateer driver on the Birrell ART kart. And a very, very spangly, distinctive crash helmet. There is Adam Sparrow, the British Open champion, on another of the Talco karts. Sparrow on row number 2. Row 3, we see Reeves-Smith now with crash helmet adorned. And the Litchfield Motorsport kart of Reeves-Smith will start P5. Joining Reeves-Smith on the outside of the third row, that would be the number 60 kart of Theo Hesketh. Well, he's just seen his Tim Wilson Motorsport teammate Alistair Creswell win the junior race. Now he will go to see if he can win the senior race. That's the top 3 rows. Who's next?
It's number 3.
Number 3 of Lee Whittingham.
It is indeed.
So Lee Whittingham, another privateer driver on the Talco kart. And he is joined by the number 97 of Kai Springfield. That's a Jade. There we are. So the Jade kart still represented on the TKM Extreme grid.
Looking a little cold.
He just looked a bit shivery. You want to go give him a cutch. Yes. Waving. Oh, bravo, bravo. Yes. Very sporting there. Focus on your racing now, son. Come on. That's Matthew Walnut in kart number 4, getting loose in the wheel, in the seat there. And there's number 95 kart of Ben Watson for Class and Motorsport. He is up next. There's the number 13 driver, Archie Strong. I forgot what row we're on now. We're on about the 6th or 7th row now. So midfield on the grid, mid-pack, alongside Lewis Wadley in the Precision Racing number 9. There's number 44 of Aaron Lask.
We're going to get going now, so...
Yeah, so well done to Mr. Cameraman for taking us through the first half of the grid. And again, some of these TKM karts haven't got clutches. That's why you see the drivers sort of standing
getting
there.
a little push.
Yes, getting a little push, and it's half the skill is you know, just sort of picking the back of the kart up, running the front wheels along the ground, waiting for the engine to bite, and then jumping in before the engine goes ring.
Yes.
And you go bottom over breast, I think is the the correct way to phrase that.
Bottoms up.
Oliver Bocock wants to say his name. Nope, sorry, not going to. Ben Cox, is that Paul Cox there showing a good race there for Ben, and Oliver Bocock has been listening before, because he knows that if he talks about what he's having for dinner, we're not going to mention his name, which I haven't. That's twice now. I haven't mentioned Oliver Bocock's name.
3 times now.
Yeah, 3 times. Here we go then, pre-final time. Smoke in the air, lights are green. We are off and racing in TKM Extreme from pole position, Joe Fowler. But look at that from the James Pashley. He almost forgot where the brake pedal was. The front row drivers, there's a gap between them. Pashley made it 3 wide, steaming up the middle, and then forgot. Oh, there's a corner there. As somebody goes off the track. Oh, somebody goes right off the track. That's through the second chicane. But Pashley, he went into the corner first, came out about 7th. But he went into the corner 25 miles an hour faster than everybody else, and somehow got it round in some shape or form. But it is Fowler back in the lead, and Fowler, Reeves-Smith into second place in the number 90 kart, and that's the number 33 of Chris Whitton into P3 as they complete lap number 1.
A great first lap then from all the drivers as they go through, and here we go then, 11 minutes left on the clock. 1 lap down, many to go as the rest of the field plough through turn 1 once more as we go through. Fowler leading the way from Reeves-Smith. Whitton in 3rd, Sparrow in that O-plate holding on to 4th place at the moment. The number 1 plate, Pasha, as you say, with his exuberant outbreaking of himself, Yeah, he's dropped down into 8th place at the moment, 5 positions down from where he originally qualified. But here, the number 5 and the 44 having a good little scrap as well. This is down in 16th place that we're looking at. Matthew Taylor and Aaron Lass.
Yeah, there goes Adam Sparrow up into 3rd place at the expense of Chris Whitten. So I'm not quite sure what happened to Adam in qualifying. Obviously he didn't qualify as well as he wanted to. He actually qualified down in 20th position, so he spent both heat races starting on the 10th row of the grid, but we saw him coming through the pack there very successfully this morning, and now he's up near the front. He's showing that he's got the British Open plate on that kart for a reason, as he chases Reeve Smith and having a little look coming out of Derrick's, going into Weldon. Think that it's not going to be long before Adam Sparrow is into P2, I have to say, and he needs to get a shuffle on though, because Joe Fowler is 3/4 of a second up the road.
Yeah, that's quite a way, and there we go. There's the O plate and the 33 diving down the inside of the 90. So Reeve Smith dropping 2 positions there. Sparrow and Whitten moving up, and it's good to see these drivers still battling fierce so early on in this race. They want to get into their comfortable positions, work together and try and close that gap, because as you say, Fowler leading the way now by just under a second.
Lewis Wadley, who is down in 12th place, sets the fastest lap of the race. That's just, again, another example of how competitive this field is, that a driver in 12th, and again, he's picking up the slipstream. You'll just see Wadley behind the number 13 kart of Archie Strong. He's in clean air as Lewis Wadley, and he is now trying to take full advantage of it. James Pashley trying to come back into play there, but it's Fowler leading, Sparrow second, Whitten in 3rd. Now, Adam Sparrow's chances of victory lay squarely in the hands of Chris Whitten. Why is that, do you think? Well, look at the gap. Fowler is a second up the road, and he's not making mistakes. Now, Sparrow probably can't gain a second all on his own. He's going to need Whitten's help to get there. I know there's nearly 9 minutes plus a lap remaining, but actually though, he's about to prove me completely wrong. He's probably saying to himself, "Shut up, Henry, what are you talking about? I'm going to gain on Joe Fowler and catch him all on my Todd."
Well, let's see if he does.
Yes,
he's going through and he's looking smooth out there. There's the 97 going down the inside, so that's Kai Springfield on the inside of Chris Whitten. He now moves up into P3, so a great little move there. He's up 5 positions from his original qualifying spot, so a great start to his race for Kai. Now, 8 minutes left on the clock. Of course, with those two squabbling, that's now allow Adam to kind of open up his own gap now. So the two, first and second, they're in a bit of clear air all by themselves. So those gaps probably themselves aren't going to close. So now it all lands down to the 97 of Kai Springfield, Chris Whitten in 4th, and Joseph Reeves Smith in 5th place. They need to work together to push these guys forward and get that job done. And of course, 7 minutes left to go, or 7.5 minutes left to go. Plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, as there goes Archie Strong up into 7th place at the expense of Lee Whittingham in the number 3 kart. So Whittingham in the number 3 drops back to 8th position. Theo Hesketh in the number 60 is 9th. Lewis Wadley still with the fastest lap of the race. He runs in 10th position. Sam Fowler is 11th. Then it is Matthew Taylor in 12th. And then the number 4 kart of Matthew Allnut in 13th position. Aaron Lask is 14th. Then it's the number 18 kart of... 13 kart, no, it's Archie Strong. I was looking at, I got my numbers wrong there. It's number 18 kart of Joe Stockford. I do apologise, Joe. He's in 14th. Just now he's passing Lask. Then the number 48 kart is next, Ryan Cole, followed by Jake Campbell Mills, Alexander Page, and the number 40 kart of Isaac Marsh in 19th place, with Megan Lawson 20th, the number 24 of Matthew Horton 21st, and the number 20 and the number 56 kart of Harrison Williams running in 22nd position. The leaders, though, on lap number 8, as we see them flowing through the willows there.
Great little shot there, and I think the temperature's gone up a bit throughout today. The clouds, there was a bit of cloud earlier on this morning.
Look at that, as if by magic, the weather appears. It is 22.8 degrees, the temperature has risen.
That's the temperature outside. In this commentary box, however,
with the hot air that I'm blowing is, and especially after that curry last night, it's far hotter indeed.
It is, yes. It's quite warm up here. We would crack a window open, but we wouldn't hear ourselves.
No. I mean, and that would be a blessing for everyone in the paddock. If we
yes.
But no, we do need to hear what we're saying, so we can make some semblance of sense. Now, look at the gap between. Kai Springfield has just set the fast lap of the race, and he has just passed Sparrow for second position. So Kai Springfield now into P2, but he is a second. These two karts on your screen now, coming around Weldon Corner, the 97 of Springfield and the O-plate of Sparrow, are nearly a full second behind Joe Fowler. So Fowler, well, he's like the dog that has stolen the butcher's sausages at the moment. He is trying his best to sprint away and keep out of harm's way. And harm is in the form of the number 97 of the O-plate. Reeve Smith in fourth place is about 3/4 of a second behind Sparrow, and he has got Pashley bearing down on him. Then it's Witten, Strong, Hesketh and Whittingham, with Wadley rounding out the top 10, but gaps now appearing. Springfield again at 43.17 seconds. Last time around, Fowler did a 43.34, so Springfield on your screens now, that blue and white number 97, driving the black crash helmet, is 0.2 of a second per lap faster than our race leader. Less than 5 minutes remaining here in TKM Extreme at Kimbolton.
Yep, he's pulling along Adam Sparrow as well. His last time lap was a 43.18, so 1/100th of a second slower. So no time between them whatsoever as they go through. 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and again a new fastest lap from Kai Springfield, 43.02, almost into the 42 seconds. And of course, Adam Sparrow right behind, he also did a 43.05. So again, still nothing between the times. They're pulling each other along. So that gap now is down to 0.4 of a second, and I'm sure when it sees it on our screen and I'm looking out the window, it's visibly closer, and you can see it up there in front. Yep. It was he was on his own. Was Joe Fowler. Is closed completely up now. It's a group of 3, so we've got 2 threes. We've got first, second, third, and then fourth, fifth, and sixth.
And again, and Joe Stockford gets a 5-second penalty. That's a start line infringement, so Stockford in number 18, but he's 15th at the moment, and that is going to push him outside the top 20 easily. But Fowler, well, if the, it's like that signal in your head, that sort of, not in your head, it's come in Fowler, your time is up, because his time at the lead, for now at least, is over. Springfield takes the point into Dan Weldon Corner on lap number 12. It is now Springfield, Fowler and Sparrow, the top 3. And you can see Reeve Smith, Pashley and Chris Witten, they're working together because they can see the moment the gap between the top 3 is 1.3 seconds. But as Sparrow now puts Fowler down to third position, that gap will shrink from 1.3 seconds between third and fourth, and it will come down. The more they battle, the closer fourth, fifth and sixth will get. Through the Willows on lap number 13, 3 minutes to go.
Yep. 3 minutes to go on the clock, as you say. But yeah, Kai Springfield leading the way from Adam Sparrow, Joe Fowler, the 3 working together now to try and keep that gap open, I would suspect. It's still quite a fair chunk of air between the top 3 and the second group of 3. These two are 0.3 between these two. Then it's 1.6 seconds back. So, there's still a large chunk of air between the two of them. So to see if these start scrabbling and lose that time, it's quite a lot of time that they're going to need to lose.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest with you, I was expecting Reeve Smith, Pashley and Witten to close in, but they haven't. In fact, the opposite has happened. They're beginning to drop away.
Yeah.
A little bit further down the order, you can see now how we started this race with 27 karts, and we still, we've just lost Ben Watson in kart number 95, so I'm not quite sure what happened to Ben Watson there. We started with 27 drivers actually, so somebody else has there. Now Ethan Newsham, is he out there? I'm not quite sure, but we've got 25 karts left running, and there is Sparrow now really turning the screws on the race leader Kai Springfield as they come out of Kimbolton Corner onto the Hines Straight, past the start-finish line and down towards Stowe Corner again. It's still Reeve Smith being pushed along by Pashley in 4th and 5th position, but again, that gap between the top 3 and 4th place continues to grow.
Yep, definitely, and with that time remaining, we're slowly getting to that start, that phase of the race where these battles are going to become a lot fierce, and we saw it previously in some of the other races. There was large gaps between the top 2 and that one, and then it ended up with 7 karts all battling in for that first place spot going into the final couple of corners. I suspect we're probably going to see something along the same lines now, as they're going to see that timer counting down. It's just over a minute to go, so they know that the last lap board is going to be coming out in the next lap or so, and that's where it's all going to start going. Defensive driving, holding that inside line. In fact, we're already seeing it into on the start-finish straight. as we cut to the other camera in just a moment, I would hope. There we go. As we go through, and yeah, you can just see defensive lines.
Sparrow
has moved up, yeah.
Yes, so Sparrow into top spot for the first time all weekend. So it just goes to show how critical qualifying is. He qualified 20th. He is potentially one of, if not the fastest kart on circuit, although Joe Fowler will remonstrate with me over that little statement. But I mean, it's taken Sparrow 2 heats and the first 15 lap of the final to recover from a poor qualifying session.
Yeah, and as that timer clocks over now, 20 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board will be out this time. Drivers know that now as they go through. It's going to be very close as they go through the chicane here onto the infield straight. And again, I can see there the 97 of Kai Springfield getting very, very close under braking as they go into Derek's corner and out the window as we have a look at this chicane here. So having a quick glance out the window to see what can happen here as we cut back. The time was clicked over to 0. Last lap board's out this time.
And just as the last lap board clicks to 0, look at how close Joe Reeve-Smith and everyone has got. The gap has come down from 1.5 seconds to half a second now as they start the final lap. So again, have Reeve-Smith, Pashley, Witten and Theo Hesketh got any time to make any impact on the leaders? They go through the Willows for the final time rather. It's still Sparrow from Springfield. Defensive driving down towards the Imitsu corner. Oh, Sparrow on the inside. He just about gets the kart slowed down onto the apex. Now, will Kai Springfield get a run off Derek's corner into Weldon's? Fowler there in third position. Springfield looks to the inside. Sparrow takes a wider line in, missed the first apex, hits the second apex spot on. He's got a good run down the straight. Here comes Reeve-Smith now up into fourth place, trying to wrestle third away from long-time race leader and pole sitter Joe Fowler. One corner to go. Adam Sparrow has timed it to perfection, and he takes the race win as they cross the line. It's Sparrow from Springfield by 0.2 of a second. Fowler is third, Reeve-Smith in fourth, Pashley comes home in fifth position, sixth for Theo Hesketh, seventh for Chris Witten, and there is a view of the exit of the final corner as the tail enders come home. But again, you know, Adam Sparrow having to defend, and when the results come up on your screen, you will see once again how close that top 7 were. So just like we saw in Junior TKM, where the top 3 becoming a top 7 in the final lap, in TKM Extreme, exactly the same thing happened. The top 3 became the final 7, and the top 7 separated by 1.6 seconds. Sparrow, Springfield, Fowler, Reeve-Smith, Pashley, Hesketh and Witten. Archie Strong comes home in 8th, Lewis Wadley 9th, and Lee Whittingham rounds out the top 10. There's a look at the second dozen drivers across the line. And again, 24th place home, Michael Cornell, just 12 seconds behind the race leader, and a lot of big names on that second page of the result sheet there. Drivers, just shows how competitive things are. And there's 1 or 2 drivers at the end of it. That was Michael Cornell in the blue race suit, just putting his point across over some sort of incident that we didn't quite see on the race action there. But of course, it's you need about 27,000 cameras to capture everything here, and we don't have that just yet. And there are the top 3. There's Springfield and Sparrow and Fowler. You know, fist bumps there for this Pashley. And I think that James Pashley goes, yeah, do you see me at the start? I forgot to brake. Look at that, there was a gap. And then I went for it, and I was behind him, and then I wasn't behind him, and I thought, oh no, I'm going to go in the tyres. And I nearly crashed, but I didn't, and it's all right. So there we go. That's TKM Extreme, the pre-final over. Next up is Junior X30. So Junior X30 now, a capacity grid. So 2 pre-finals to go, and the 2 biggest fields of the day. Junior X30 starts 34 drivers. And I have to say, looking at that, you can see the Motorsport UK flags, you can see the British Kart Championship flags, the American flag, the English flag, the Hunt's Kart Club flag. The breeze has picked up slightly.
It has, hasn't it?
And here is the Junior X30 dummy grid. And watching. Now, we're not going to get through all 34 drivers. What I'm going to do, Anthony, is I'm going to run downstairs at the end of the next race to get the grids for the finals as they're produced. The eagle-eyed viewers will think, what's missing today? What's missing? Well, I mean, any sort of quality from the commentary box is missing, but that goes without saying.
Yeah,
but there's no break today.
No.
We are going straight through. We're hardcore here. No lunch break for us. There is Freddie Spindlow, Fast Freddie, on the front row of the grid alongside championship leader number 10, McBarrett Racing's Josh Rowledge. On the outside, on the second row there is the GP plate of Aaron Walker. And look at that, Alex Ferris, very kind. He's brought a bottle of water for Aaron to the dummy grid, although it probably isn't for him. Harry Burgoyne Jr., Scotland's finest. Harry Burgoyne Jr. in kart number 68 on row 2. Row 3, Bart Harrison. He's got the St George's cross on the top of his crash helmet. There's Bart, and joining Bart on row number 3 is the number 17, Oliver Stewart. For the Jade Racing team, good, strong performance so far for Oliver Stewart, deep in thought there. Row number 4, we have the Cato Motorsport number 37 of Luke Watts. And now James Beans let himself down there with that. I mean, he had the apron or everything, but he didn't have the sunglasses.
No.
Sam Shaw for Premium Karting. Very, very quick. We saw Sam lead his final race at the early stages, then fade a little bit. He starts on row 4. Row 5, there is Sam Heading in the number 57 Comp Kart chassis for the Mark Litchfield Racing team. And alongside Sam on the 5th row of the grid is number 91, Archie Walker, a winner in the junior Rotax class at Lyd last time out, starting in the top 10 here in junior X30. Then the number 90 kart, Connor Clifford for the KR Sport team. So we've got a KR Sport kart on pole, and then a KR Sport kart at the end of the top 10. Oh dear, well, we can tell his underwear come from Calvin Klein. That's unfortunate. That's Ollie Walker there, mechanicking for the number 22 kart of Alicia Barrett. Please don't show his underwear again. It's quite embarrassing.
There we go.
Number 48 is up next. Aidan Lynn for Litchfield Motorsport. Good weekend so far for Aidan. He struggled badly at Rower, had a couple of incidents, but he is there at the top half of it. And there is Rashan Chigarimbo in the number 92 kart for Fusion Motorsport. And now our camera, obviously the signal was given to it dives out of the way there before Mr. Rippin nearly runs him over. And the rest of the 34 strong grid heads out onto the circuit for the start of what will be very exciting 12 minute plus 1 lap pre-final for Junior X30 here at Kimbolton. And well, Freddie Spindlow in his 2 heat races. At the rest of the field. Now, at the back there, I saw a couple of drivers. The number 59 kart, Oscar Hoole, is in this race. So is Jack Sherwood. They finished 7th and 8th in the reperage. So 2 drivers from the reperage obviously fell foul of scrutineering at some reason and didn't make it through. We've got a false start.
I think that was a false start, wasn't it?
Yes. Now I'm going to have a little look down at the... So, Matthew Higgins, Brandon Templeton, Josh Agambar and Alex Moody, they all qualified from the reperage. Out of the dim and distant corner of my very small mind, Macy Hitter didn't go through. So Macy Hitter finished in the top 6 but then didn't qualify. And I can't remember who the other one was.
I thought it was Oscar Joyce who didn't qualify.
No, Oscar Joyce missed out by a 10th. He was 7th. And Jack Sherwood was 8th. So 2 at the top 6 in... we'll think about it, but well, they would have started at the back. They don't matter. It's the people at the front that matter now, and that is Freddie Spindlow and Josh Rowledge. But yeah, Joyce and Sherwood, they got the last 2 tickets in by virtue of finishing 7th and 8th in the reperage. I know that Macy Hitter was one of the drivers that didn't go through. I can't remember who the other one was. It matters not now.
Oh, dear me.
Oh, Now, Brandon Templeton did all that work to finish second in the reperage, and then he spoils it by running up over the back bumper of somebody going into the last corner of the rolling lap. Now, hopefully he's been able to carry on without too much damage, but dearie me, Brandon, he was getting a little bit overexcited early on. We're all through the first corner cleanly. Rowledge leads from Spindlow, and Walker, the GP plate holder, is third, with Bart Harrison in fourth place.
It's definitely a sub-optimal start there at the back of the grid, so yeah, not ideal for this one. 11.5 minutes left on the clock then as the rest of the field piled through. Warning flag going out to the number 10, and that is, of course, Joshua Rowledge. So he's going to have to keep an eye out for the rest of this race, and there's a long race left to go as the rest of the field go through, and it looks like a little bit of contact there. It looked like one of the Tony karts got a little bit of love tap there in the mid-pack.
Yes.
Across the line though, under braking, the number 10, absolutely sideways. Our race leader. Again, warning flag going out to the 23. And in Templeton, that was of course B for the start at the beginning of that one.
Well, it wasn't even the start. He waits for the start before he started smashing other people around. Now, Ollie Greenall, 15th position. Ollie yesterday, in one of the heat races that we didn't cover, was leading the race, then retired the number 64 Fusion kart from the lead of a race. He starts back in 15th position. Oh, he's now running in 15th place. He's already gained 5 places. So he started 20th, so he is en route to the front. And there is the number 37 of Luke Watts there, moving past Oliver Stewart. And Alicia Barrett was in that battle as well, but it's Rowledge, Walker, Harrison, Harry Burgoyne Jr., the top four, and then running wide in 5th position is the Argentine Motorsport number 91 of Archie Walker. Freddie Spindlow, the pole man, has slipped all the way back to 7th place. Not a good start for Fast Freddie.
Yeah, I saw your head bob there, so I know why that pause came in.
That was too much fizzy orange drink this morning. Oh dear.
There we go. Under 10 minutes left to go. Warning flags coming out left, right, and centre.
Yes.
That was another one
Mr.
going out for Mackie.
Lewis Mackie.
Yeah. So not ideal so early on in this race as the rest of the field go through, but leading the way. On to lap number 4 is Joshua Rowledge. Then it's Aaron Walker, Bart Harrison, Harry Burgoyne Jr. in 4th place, then Archie Walker, Sam Shaw, Freddie Spindlow in 7th, Connor Clifford in 8th, Luke Watts in 9th, and Sam Heading rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Archie Walker in the number 91, fastest lap of the race, in 5th place at the moment, up from 10th.
Now, another driver we haven't mentioned so far that we saw win earlier on is Darrell Taylor. Darrell Taylor, who is currently in 12th position, so he didn't have a good first heat, so he started 15th despite that victory earlier on today. So again, Taylor in 12th, Greenall now in 14th place. They are two, and Jessica Edgar, who we saw lead her second race this morning. 3 drivers winning potential, currently outside the top 10. But look at Matthew Higgins, the reperage winner in number 75 of Dan Holland Racing. He's already come from 29th to 19th inside 4 laps.
If he can keep that momentum up, he'll be at the front in no time.
He will be, but he's got to get past a lot of drivers yet, one of them being Freddie Spindlow. And Spindlow, despite his poor start for the KR Sport number 60, has just set the fastest lap of the race as he begins to now march back up the order. That was a 42.41 second lap, I believe, for Spindlow. Here come the lead group across the line.
New fastest lap again, Spindlow, 42.26 across the line. No one else has got near that one yet. 8 minutes left on the clock as they go through. Large group now, 7 drivers in this pack at the front. Then it's a group of 3, then a group of 2 as they all head through now at the top end of the circuit now.
Yeah, the top 7 have definitely broken away here. Look at that, they come around down Weldon Corner. There's the gap back to 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. With 13th place is Oliver Stewart. They're trying to bridge that gap to the front of the second of the 2 lead groups at the moment. Here is the second group. There's Luke Watts going up the inside of number 90, Connor Clifford. So this battle there goes ripping through as well. And there's Higgins, you saw flash across the screen there. Kanato Lee in that second group. And so Matthew Higgins, he's up into 17th place, and he's in a pack of karts now that could get him as high as 14th. But here's the leader, number 10, Josh Rowledge for Mick Barrett Racing. Of course, Mick Barrett, who helped guide Alex Albon and Lando Norris through karting in their cadet days, but it's Rowledge from Walker, Harrison, Archie Walker in 4th place. Here comes Archie Walker up the inside for 3rd. Now again, we talk about how much a win can change a driver's mentality. Even though it was in a different class, it was in the Rotax classes, now we're back in the X30 IAME classes. Archie Walker was a winner last time out, and just look at the difference it's made him. His confidence absolutely sky high, making move after move up into 3rd position.
Yep, it's an excellent start, and of course with just under 7 minutes remaining, still plenty of time for these gaps to close up. It looks like they're opening up now slightly between the top group of 7. Of course, any position change, any battle that we may see closes that gap back up, but again, just don't think that we're going to see it. But here they go. Here's the group of 7 as they go through. The number 10 still leading the way. Rollage from Walker. Then it's the other Walker. So it's it's Aaron, then Archie, then Bart Harrison, Harry Burgoyne Jr. in 5th place still as they cross the line. Freddie Sprindlow still there in 6th place, and then Sam Shaw in 7th. Position change at the back. Darryl Taylor moving up into 9th place now. Luke Watts down into 10th, as well as Matthew Higgins moving up now into 14th. 15th position gained so far in this race.
Yeah, behind Higgins is Rashan Chikarimbo in P15. Then it's Alicia Barrett, Jessica Edgar. It was Mackie. Oliver Greenall slipped back to 19th place. Now Greenall, he's got race leading pace. We know that because he was leading a race yesterday.
And he's just set a faster time.
Yeah, but he's now trapped in a pack of karts that are almost as quick as him. So making moves, and of course if you make a move, then you have to defend, and you get sucked into these battles, and it stops your momentum going forward. And that is what is potentially happening to him now. Kanato Lee rounding out the top 20 with the number 19 kart of Jack Cox for Coles Racing, 21st, and Harvey Ryby 22nd. But even though we're not seeing a huge amount of overtaking amongst this front group, we are seeing a very, very competitive race indeed. And one driver that I'm particularly impressed with, he is Harry Burgoyne Jr. Last year he was in Cadet, so he's missed out the step from Cadet to Mini X30. He's jumped straight into Juniors, and he is doing an excellent job. Took a win yesterday in the heats, and is now looking very comfortable in this lead group. And the lead group contains both A Walkers. One of them, Aaron Walker, takes the race lead, and Archie Walker tried to take second. It was A Walker leading, A Walker second.
Yep.
Skywalker third. No, it's Rowley third. Hey.
Very good.
Oh dear.
It's actually Rowlage second.
Yeah, so I wasn't even right in my initial pun. I was wrong.
It was wrong from the word go. You should be ashamed. Get out of the commentary box. No,
yes, thank you.
Stay there. 4.5 minutes left to go. And then, as you say, Aaron Walker leading the way from Joshua Rowlage. Archie Walker in 3rd place. Bart Harrison still in 4th place again. He's just waiting, isn't he? He's waiting for a spot because we know Archie's quick and we know Bart's quick in the 77. Again, he's just waiting for a little time to strike, I would say.
Waiting for somebody to open the door, not fully, but just leave a crack open, and he can sort of barge through.
Yes, exactly that. 4 minutes left on the clock as they cross the line. Leader goes defensive. Joshua Rowlage to the outside and tries to go the long way round. Can't quite do it, and that allowed the 91 of Archie Walker to have a look down the inside. Also, couldn't quite do it. So positions stay the same, but of course, the only thing that's changed now is that gap between themselves and the group behind.
Yep, and already the lead 7 have become a lead 8 because Sam Heading in kart number 57 has caught them, and he's right there. The yellow flicks on the rear of his bumper. That's Sam Heading there, and again, now in 9th place, Darryl Taylor, Luke Watts, Oliver Stewart, Connor Clifford, Charlie Rippin and Oliver Greenall. Well, no, Charlie Rippin in 13th place. He is now in with a sniff of at least the top 10. Oliver Greenall is up to 14th. He's 2.6 seconds behind Rippin, and he's got Rashan Chikarimbo, Matthew Higgins, Lewis Mackey right behind him. But it's Aaron Walker, the GP plate holder for Strawberry Racing, holding a defensive line. We've got 3 minutes to go. I think it is now elbows out time for the remaining 3 minutes of this race. Harrison there's fourth, and here comes Archie Walker.
That was a very late lunge there.
Oh dear, they're going to slow each other down.
Yeah, it was a late lunge over the curbs as well, and that's massively hampered their speed, and that has allowed Aaron Walker to absolutely disappear with this one at the front. Now, is that a good or a bad thing? Well, there's still 3 minutes left on the clock. There's still a lot of laps left in this race, so that gap can easily close up, especially if these two work together, which, well, I suspect with the lunges that we've just seen may not happen, but we're yet to be seen. But 2.5 minutes left on the clock now, and Aaron Walker, I feel, is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and because you talked a lap ago about how Bart Harrison was just waiting for like the door to sort of open a little bit, but I mean, to be fair, Rowlage and Archie Walker, they opened it completely for him, and that's allowed Harrison, the number 77 kart, to stroll into 2nd place without really making much of an effort. and that's good for him. So he hasn't used his tyres up, he hasn't sort of got involved, he hasn't lost any momentum, but he now finds himself in P2. Okay, he's got half a second to make up, but that shouldn't be a problem because he's within the slipstream range. We've got 3 pretty long, decent straights here at Kimbolton. That's ideal opportunity to get in the draft and the slipstream. And Josh Rowledge suddenly finds himself back in 4th place with Sam Shaw right behind him. Harry Burgoyne Jr. is 6th, but he's about to be passed by Sam Heading in the number 57. So Heading in 57 moves into 6th position, Burgoyne back to 7th, Watts is 8th, Stewart 9th, Spindlow 10th, then it's Rippin 11th, Taylor 12th, Clifford 13th, Greenall 14th, Chigarimbo and Higgins round out the top 16 of this Junior X30 pre-final at Kimbolton. 90 seconds to go.
That gap disappeared at the front already. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock, and it is now a group of 3 at the front. A little bit of breathing space to the drivers in 4th and 5th, but at the front, Walker, Harrison, then another Walker, Aaron, Bart, then Archie, then it's Joshua Rowledge, then it's Sam Shaw. Sam Heading, as you say, he moved up into 6th place there as they go into the braking zone. They're going so quick, the camera can't keep up as they come out of the corner there.
Yep.
Still staying in a file, but I think, was that Archie Walker moving up there from Bart Harrison?
Yeah, it was indeed. So now we have A Walker leading A Walker, and then B Harrison in 3rd position now. Looking at the thing there, well, Nanny June has tuned in. Nanny June's listening, so Lewis Mackey's grandmother. Won't tell her that he had a penalty flag earlier for being a naughty boy, for barging someone off the track. But he's out there, is Lewis Mackey in 18th place. Nanny June's watching. We won't tell her that he had a caution flag for nerfing someone.
Yes.
And game on for 30 seconds to go. Look at the defence going on now into that first corner from Aaron Walker. So it's Aaron Walker leading Archie Walker. And again, that confidence that Archie Walker got from, I mean, Aaron Walker's got the GP plate. He's the British Grand Prix winner. Archie Walker, he was in this race at Kart Masters. He didn't go out for the final because he had an accident in the pre-final. There is speaking of accidents, there's a Coles Racing driver having an accident at the first corner, but getting themselves out of the tyres. Not one of the leaders, however. Clock strike 0. Last lap board is about to go out, and playing themselves well in here with the 5th position is now Sam Heading. That's the highest he's been. But as we start the last lap, it is Aaron Walker leading Archie Walker, Josh Rowledge and Bart Harrison, your top 4. And Harrison looking to the inside on his teammate for 3rd place. Doesn't happen. Heading is 5th. Burgoyne is 6th. Shaw is 7th. And that looks like Luke Watts in 8th place is now right with them as well.
Yep.
Out of Derek's corner, it's which A Walker is going to win.
Well, it's a close one. Archie looks like he's ready for an overtake, but Aaron's defensive positioning is absolutely next level as they go into the penultimate corners here at Kimbolton. One more corner to go. They hold that inside line. He can't quite do anything this time, but Archie Walker there is going to stay in 2nd place. So Aaron Walker takes the win there from Archie Walker, and Joshua Rowledge crosses the line in P3. Bart Harrison crosses in 4th place with Sam Heading, Sam Shaw, then it's Harry Burgoyne Jr., Luke Watts, Darrell Taylor and Oliver Stewart rounding out your top 10.
Great race there, and that's only sort of like that's only the pre-final, so that is just to decide who starts where for the main event. And they weren't holding back there. Charlie Rippin in 11th place, good result for Charlie, the MLC driver. Then it's Rashan Chigarimbo. Freddie Spindlow dropped back there again. I didn't see what happened. I think once Freddie sort of got involved in a couple of tussles, his head might have gone and he sort of faded back, or else something might have gone wrong with the kart. And look at that, the top 8, 1.4 seconds separates the top 8 at the end of 18 laps of racing. And it's Aaron Walker for Strawberry Racing, Archie Walker for Argenti Motorsport, then the 2 Mick Barrett Racing karts 3rd and 4th, and the Mark Litchfield number 57 of Sam Heading next. Again, potential race winners on the second set page of the results screen there. Alicia Barrett 20th, Matthew Higgins 15th, Oliver Greenall 14th, Kanato Lee in 17th place. We didn't talk about Mitchell Gibbons much. He finished at 21st, and all 34 drivers, including Jack Cox, who had that incident on the last lap, finished the race, well, with 16 seconds, covering the top 33 of them. Good to see that, Brandon Carr on the red speed kart, he finished down in 26th position. Brandon Templeton, he did finish in 27th. So, that was the penultimate pre-final, and now we're into the final pre-final.
It is the final pre-final before the final.
Exactly. Well, yes, I was just about there.
karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
Our Senior X30 ready then on the dummy grid. Let's have a quick look at who we've got out there at the moment. Here's your pole man starting this one. Danny Curl in the number 1 Birrell ART kart there on row 1. Looking absolutely fabulous in that red and white livery there. Joining him on the front row here we've got the 46. The 46. Who are you? You're Morgan Porter. Morgan Porter in second place there. Striking livery there in the Argenti team kart there. Looking fabulous. Third place on second row on the grid. The number 5 of Rory Hudson. Again, sporting the blue colours. Blue is my favourite colour. So I'm liking the blue karts out here. There's lots of blue action. Here's one of the Fusion team, the number 14. Harry Platten there. Starting one of the front runners here for the Argenti, or the Fusion team out there. Well, he's not in a Fusion kart at all. I get that completely wrong. Here, though, the number 4, Gus Lawrence. Again, absolutely fantastic livery there on that kart. Looking forward, ready to another fantastic race. The 17, KR Sport. Clayton Ravenscroft there, looking poised, ready to go on row 3. Row 4, and the number 65. Caleb Marshall there for Dan Holland Racing, looking ready to go. The 73 as well, Thomas Fleming, getting ready and poised there near the front. 12 minutes, of course, this race. Here's the 57, another KR Sport. Sean Butcher, looking ready to go. The number 35, I believe that is. Am I right in saying that was 35?
It looks like Connor Jupp. Yes, it is. Connor Jupp.
35.
Now, I want to talk, as we're looking at these carts here, we've got a few more to go through. There's the number 37 of Tyler Reid, the Argenti team, and alongside him should be the O-plate of Thomas Turner. Right on cue. There is Thomas, British Open champion. Now, as the carts are getting underway, I want to talk things that I put in my mouth lately. Now, producer James has got some bourbons, but I believe you have some ginger nuts.
I've got ginger nuts right next to me. I've been slightly munching on them all the way through today.
And before long, because we haven't got a lunch break here, I might want to put one of your ginger nuts in my mouth. Hey!
Please don't ever say that to me ever again.
Oh, look at that. We're talking biscuits, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Have a bit of culture.
Yes, my goodness me.
Bit of decorum.
Yes, bit of decorum here. Ooh, let's have a look. Let's test this now. I mean, I feel like Greg off MasterChef here. A nice crispy ginger nut. Thank you.
Just make sure the mic isn't near your mouth when you eat it.
Senior X30 pre-final. 34 drivers. Looking down at the back of the grid there, the 6 drivers. Yep, Dan McEwen, he was the 6 drivers. So all 6 drivers in the reperage safely made it through. Danny Curl leads them across the line into turn number 1. Morgan Porter on the outside gets squeezed by Rory Hudson in kart number 5. So Hudson moves through now after the championship standings coming into this event. Curl, Platten, Hudson. Nope, that was the results of heat number 2. What am I talking about, Henry? The championship standings coming into this meeting was Callum Bradshaw, Danny Curl, Oliver Hodgson, Connor Jupp, Sean Butcher, the top 5. Well, 2 of those 5 aren't here this weekend, so it gives plenty of other people, like Morgan Porter, like Rory Hudson, a chance to make inroads. Hudson is 12th in the point standings at the start of this meeting. And of course, Clayton Ravenscroft, having missed the first round when he was off racing for the Birrell ART factory team in Europe, is back with KR Sport, his former home. Clayton Ravenscroft in kart number 17. Look for him. Potential, well, he was almost on course for a world title win in the Rotax Grand Finals last year. Finished in the top 5. Very, very, very quick driver indeed is Ravy. But there is Rory Hudson leading Harry Platten as they come through. Derrick's into Dan Weldon corner, still on the second lap now. But Danny Curl and Morgan Porter trying to drive away at the front now. I mean, far be it from me to predict things, because my predictions usually go horribly wrong straight away. But as Platten makes a move on Hudson for what is 3rd position. But Morgan, if you're going to get a driver that's going to be content to sit behind Danny Curl for vast swathes of this race, it's going to be Morgan Porter. Porter is not going to want to drag Curl into a scrap and have like a 7 or 8 kart battle like we've seen in previous races. He's going to want to work with Danny Curl so he can have him all to himself later on.
Yes, indeed. 10 minutes to go then as these drivers go through. The number 14 that we're seeing there, just going through, Harry Platten. Under slight pressure, I would say, from the 57 of Sean Butcher as they go through. There is Danny Curl, though, still leading comfortably at the front. Got a gap of about 0.4 of a second, which doesn't seem like a lot, but in motorsport, it's a million miles.
Yes, it's a million miles, but it can take you an hour to get that 0.4 of a second gap, but it can also take you 1 corner to lose it.
Yes, it's very easy to lose it and more to gain it. So, yeah, just under 10 minutes to go then as they go through. The front 2 breaking away. Again, they've got that open air, then it's a kind of a group of 4 that we see, then another, someone on their lonesome.
Yeah, and Danny Curl has just set the fastest lap of the race, which is not good news for his pursuers. He is the pursuant, and Porter leads his pursuers. Platten in 3rd, Hudson 4th, Jupp 5th, and it's Butcher, Lawrence, Ravenscroft, Caleb Marshall up into the top 10 in 9th place, Thomas Turner in 10th place, and it's Fleming, Ewan Wilson, Tyler Reid, Gary Edwards, kart number 87. Well, we can't give out an official driver of the day, but so far, my driver of the weekend would be Gary Edwards, because he had a terrible time even trying to get into the main event at Rowra. I think he missed out on both days, if I recall, of getting into the final. But here he is at Kimbolton, running in the top half of the pre-final, 14th place, ahead of Matt Armstrong, Alessandro Serenetti, Archie Tillett, Brad Pennell, Caden McQueen, and somebody has just gone past our commentary box, sounding very poorly indeed. Yeah. I think it might be the number 18 kart of S8 Racing's Josh Agenbar.
I think it was the 75 of Dan McKeown.
Oh, let's see who's right. We'll soon find out.
We will soon find it out when the rest of the karts cross the line. 8.5 minutes left on the clock as they go through, and we're yet to see who that was who retired, but the rest of the field looking still very strong out there as they go back. And I think,
yes, it was somebody who retired, because that poorly sounding engine is no longer circulating. But there we go, it's at the back of the field, and one of the tail enders there is the number 57 kart of Sean Butcher, now trying to close in on the number 5 kart of Rory Hudson. So the Dan Holland Racing number 5 and the KR Sport Racing, the KR Sport number 57, Hudson and Butcher battling together. Jupp was in 6th position, but he's now lost a place to Gus Lawrence, and he's lost another place to Clayton Ravenscroft. So Lawrence in the number 4 PF International run kart, he is there in 6th position. Ravenscroft 7th, Jupp 8th, Turner 9th, and Ewan Wilson rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, still very close here at the front. Rory Hudson, fastest lap of the race, 41.590. Doing very well. The number 5 currently in 4th place at the moment, so one to keep an eye on as we head through for the rest of this race. Danny Curl, though, still leading the way. Half a second gap that he's got from Morgan Porter in 2nd place. Then they've got, I'd say, quite a substantial gap between second there as well.
There's a move. That was Sean Butcher moving past Rory Hudson into 4th position. So you've got a Birrell ART for the Jade Racing team for Danny Curl leading the race. Then a Kart Republic chassis for the Argenti Motorsport team of Morgan Porter in 2nd. A Zenon chassis for Harry Platten. And in the BMR team in 3rd position. Then you've got the Cosmic chassis for the KR Sport team of Sean Butcher in 4th. And a Alonso chassis for the Dan Holland Racing team in 5th. So 5 different teams, 5 different chassis in the top 5 positions. Who says variety is not the spice of life?
Exactly that. Everyone likes a bit of variety. That's why I go to the shop. Good variety of that. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, though, and still looking like this gap is slightly closing in.
Yeah,
now.
Porter had a good run, and actually Danny Curl there. Danny Curl didn't really decide what line he wanted to take into that first corner, so he sort of went in the middle of the track, and that's cost him. That's cost him several tenths of a second. Most un-Danny Curl-like was that mistake by Danny Curl, and Morgan Porter is going to sort of pounce on that like a cat who spots a mouse running towards the cheese.
You were trying to think of something witty there.
Yeah, and came out with just complete gubbins instead.
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind. I'll try again later on.
Yeah, give it another go. But yeah, that gap has massively closed down. It was 3 tenths when they last crossed the line. It was half a second before. He lost 2 tenths that time around. They crossed the line. The gap is still identical. It's still 3 tenths of a second as they cross the line. But it doesn't look like 3 tenths of a second,
and
does
again,
it?
Danny Curl missed the apex of that first corner, and that's costing him. So Curl has got good straight line speed. He just can't scrub it off and get the kart turned in for that very first corner. And I think you can see him taking a wide line into the turns, and a lot of the time you're thinking to yourself, oh, well, that's just Danny's line, and that's the way he's working around. But I think that the kart, it actually isn't performing as well in this stage of the race as Morgan Porter's is. If you look at Porter is able to get the kart, brake late, turn in, and get the front wheel on the apex of the corner which is going. And Danny Curl isn't able to do that. So Porter, we'll have a good run. We'll have a good view of this coming into the first corner again. Here we go. Now, will Danny Curl get to the apex of that corner again? No, he doesn't. Porter is a little bit closer to the apex than Curl was, and it's costing Curl time. Porter's now already caught him, and Harry Platten is not far behind in third place as well. So Danny Curl's last lap time was a 41.64. Both Porter and Platten did a 41.5. It's only a tenth of a second, but tenth of a second in karting is massive. And Porter is with Danny Curl at a 5-second penalty for breaking start formation for the O plate of Thomas Turner. He's in 9th at the moment, and that is going to cost Thomas a top 10 run.
Yeah, that's a massive shame, and there's a move for the lead straight away. It was looking like it was going to happen soon, and Morgan Porter in the 46 crosses the line and takes first place. Here's how it happened. Again, it looked like Danny Curl just switched to the outside, tried to get the optimal line onto the start-finish rate, didn't expect Morgan Porter to be so close, but like you say, after a couple of those little mistakes, or potentially his racing line there, just a little wide, missing the apex at turn 1, has cost him that spot.
Yep, now Porter will try and pull away, and I think that he has got the cut, but then Porter takes that wider line, like we saw Caden McQueen talking about the on the track walk earlier. And speaking of Caden, he is in 19th place at the moment, so he's not having a great day at the moment on the Crop Promotions Mad Crop kart. There comes Ravenscroft up on Rory Hudson. So Ravenscroft moves into 5th position rather, and he's now got his teammate in front of him. And Harry Platten continues to close on the 2 leaders. And I think that Porter has got the potential here to keep Danny Curl at bay, but Curl now is in the... So he's not in the driving seat, obviously he's not leading the race anymore, but he's close enough to Porter to keep him under pressure. And as long as Danny is happy with the kart, but I think that for a couple of laps he was struggling there, I have to say. He's looking over his shoulder to see where Harry Platten is. That, to me, is a sign that Danny Curl, all is not well with that number 1 plate kart, or all is not as well as it can be. Because normally you don't see Danny Curl looking over his shoulder, because he's thinking about, I've lost 1 place, could I lose a few more?
Yeah, I think you've got hit the money on the head there, or hit the nail on the head, I should say.
Well, I've sort of batted round the nail, but eventually one of my points is probably hit the nail on the
I
head.
think it's probably a good point there, and maybe it is down to tyres. You know, Danny Curl's been fighting fierce today, and you know, it's the 1 set of tyres throughout the entire race weekend.
He's used a lot of those tyres.
He has indeed. So yeah, it could be something along those lines that could be affecting it at the moment. But again, yet to see. Holding on to those, cooling down. So the temperature is still hot out there, no cloud in the sky. We've got a lovely, beautiful day here again, the same as what we had yesterday, which of course wasn't live streamed for the first rounds of the heat. But 2 minutes left on the clock, and again, still very close between these top 3. But it looks like, as you say, Danny Curl struggling. 5-second penalty going out to the number 62.
Thomas Wood.
It is indeed Thomas Wood for ST Racing, and seems race control are very hot on it, aren't they?
Well, yeah, we've got the tram lines at the start, and of course you've got the Motorsport timing sort of camera cells that are showing the start formation. And again, oh my word, at one point none of the top 3 were actually looking forward. They all turned round at the same time, and these cars are going over 70 miles an hour, and they're all turning around behind them as they're doing it. Incredible stuff to watch there, well captured there by our Alpha team out on the circuit. But now Curl is sort of drawing back into, he's within lunge range of Morgan Porter. 90 seconds to go. Platten is right there in third position. So Platten has got a position. So if Danny Curl moves offline to make a move on Morgan Porter, to set Morgan Porter up for a move, then Platten can get up the inside. All depends on when does Morgan Porter begin to defend. There he goes, looks over his shoulder again, you know, just to see where they are. And he knows he doesn't have to defend into Castrol corner. Now he doesn't have to defend into Kimbolton corner. Well, maybe we'll see another little brief look over the shoulder from Danny Curl there. Oh, there we go.
I don't think Porter's going to defend. I think Porter's going to stick to his line all the way through because I feel like he's got this under control.
Yeah, and he's also thinking, because in driver of his experience, he's thinking, well, if I get passed by both of them, then I'll be starting third for the final, which is on the inside line. And that, I mean, here at Kimbolton, starting second, unless you time the start absolutely perfectly, and of course, if you jump the start, you get a time penalty. So you've got to time the start perfectly because you've got such a sharp right-hand turn for turn number 1. Starting on the left-hand side of the grid is not what you want at all. Starting third is better than starting second in many respects.
Yes.
10 seconds to go. Porter, again, he hasn't started defending yet. Now he does.
Yes.
There we go. And so Danny Curl has got to try and get the run through the willows, and Platten is right there. Now, Harry Platten, what can he do? Can he do anything? Curl, again, checking over his shoulder. So does Platten. Platten now knows there's no one behind him. So Platten, he can move offline. He can, take a really wide line into a corner to get a better run out of it because there's no fear of him getting caught from behind. Danny Curl and Morgan Porter do not have that luxury.
No, they don't. They're under some severe pressure there at the front. But Porter still leading this way from Curl, from Platten. Again, Platten, you can see there, going for the wider line, trying to get the switch back there. Warning flag going out to Curl in the number 1, so he's got to be careful in this last lap of what he does. Not sure what that was for, but the 14 again of Platten going to the outside, trying to get the switch back here. Again, can't quite do it. Slots back into position. Again, still very close here at the top 3.
Yep, onto the Amitsu straight. In 4th position is Sean Butcher, and then it's Ravenscroft, Hudson, Lawrence, Jupp, Turner and Brad Pennell, the top 3, out of Derricks into Dan Weldon corner now. So Danny Curl has got 2 opportunities left. They're at the end of this straight here that they're on now, and then they approach the final corner. Which one, if any, is he going to take? Well, he didn't take the first option. It's 1 corner to go, and it's Porter covering his line well. Curl's going to try and get a run. He's not going to have enough room. Willie, he dives to the inside, side by side as they cross the line, but Morgan Porter hangs on by 0.05 of a second from Danny Curl. Harry Platten, a very, very mature drive in 3rd place for Harry. And they were 1.4 seconds ahead of Sean Butcher in 4th, Clayton Ravenscroft in 5th, and then Rory Hudson in 6th, then Gus Lawrence 7th, Thomas Turner in 8th, but with his penalty, he is going to drop back to about 15th position, sadly, for Thomas Turner. Connor Jupp is 9th, across the line, Brad Pennell rounding out the top 10 ahead of Ewan Wilson, Caleb Marshall, and Tyler Reid. We'll have a look at the gaps as there on your results screen. But again, a really good, we had 2 KR Sport karts and 2 PF International racing karts in the top 10, but there's Argenti, there's Jade, there's BMR, Dan Holland Racing, Mark Litchfield Racing, Fusion, S8 Racing, all up there. Very, very good to see. Alessandro Serenetti, the Italian driver, Italian driver from Banbury in Oxford, which is just to the west of Rome a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Gary Edwards, again, the Irishman, brilliant result. Top 15 for Gary so far. And here's some of the drivers that didn't do so well. Joseph Taylor down in 28th. Not where you'd expect to see Joseph at all, I have to say. He's struggling this weekend. Casper Scusa, Chris Bingham there in 33rd, and sadly Dan McEwen. All that hard work to get into the pre-final, and then retires on lap number 5. So that concludes the pre-finals for today. We are now into the finals themselves. The next race will start 5 minutes past 3 o'clock, which is in 4 minutes' time. So I am going to eat one of your ginger nuts.
Go for it.
the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
So this is an Alpha Live presentation, but we have to say a big thank you to Demon Tweeks for their support of the British Kart Championships this year and Motorsport UK for over 50 years. Demon Tweeks have been keeping competitors on track with their range of any racing products, be it in the car or out the car. And for more information or to place your order, please go to www.demon-tweeks.com. So we are now into the finals, and the first race is Mini X30. And that would be race number 23 on your programme. Pole position will be the number 87 Fusion Motorsport kart of current championship leader Vinnie Phillips. And alongside Vinnie on the front row, the number 10 Mad Croc Promotions entry of Gabriel Stilp. On row number 2, we have Leo Robinson, the Anglo-Algerian driver in kart number 37 for Fusion Motorsport, and Ella Stevens, another Fusion driver. On row number 3, the GP plate holder Ethan Simmons, and privateer driver on a Mad Croc kart, Rylan Eschberg.
Charlie Webb is going to be on the 4th row with Jack Hobson just alongside Hayden Eldridge. In the 5th row with Wesley Swain. Running at the end of the field, Freddie Allen, and then it's Joseph Rippin, Lewis Bird, and Anastasia Dean.
So these races, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. The Mini X30 racing so far has been absolutely superb, and I'm sure that has all just been a lead up to this, the main course. This is the entree. We've had the starters, we've had the little wine break after the starters to cleanse the palate.
Even the little bread with the butter.
Oh, we've buttered the bread in the pre-final, and now it's time to tuck in to a big juicy steak. Not quite yet, because do you know what? These Mini X30 drivers, I was in the rhythm there. My flow, my food analogy about the main course was timed to perfection as they crossed the start line, but then they were out of formation. And we're on another rolling lap, Anthony.
It was. The steak has gone back to the kitchen to be
spat on by the chef.
I really don't hope that doesn't happen.
Oh, hang on, sorry, I've just seen Jordan Baines running around because he heard the word steak over the loudspeaker. No, he's so the mechanics. The mechanics from all these karts, they go off the dummy grid. You see them all running to the back, and then they make it out to the grandstand here, so they can all stand there and watch and sort of point and shout at each other as their drivers go around for for 15 minutes. So here we go. For the second time of asking, Vinnie Phillips leads them to the line. Now lights are out, and now we are off and racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start around the outside of Gabriel Stilp. What a start by Gabriel Stilp. Like a greased up whippet, he went off there and went round the outside into the race lead. Now, how long can he hold on? So that's one lead change in one corner. Vinnie Phillips second, and that's Leo Robinson third. Ethan Simmons is a good start in fourth place. And, well, for the first time, Gabriel Stilp is not the only Mad Kart at the front of the field, because Rylan Ashberg in kart number 73 is there in 5th position.
Indeed, he is. So, like you say, 15 minutes these races, so the longest that we've seen all day, and of course the last race that these tyres are going to have to do as well. They've been abused all weekend, and now this is where we're going to see who's looked after them the most. Down the inside, there's another change for the lead, the 87.
Two changes of position. I'll keep count until I run out of fingers and toes.
Yeah, exactly. So we're 2 in. Vinnie Phillips now leads the way under pressure. Stilp again, the GP plate round the outside. Simmons tries to go for second place, can't quite do it this time. That's allowed the 2 at the front to break away. So it's Phillips from Stilp, then it's the GP plate of Simmons, Robinson, Etchberg, Webb, Stevens, Eldridge, Hobson and Swain. They're your top 10 as we go through. 13 minutes 14 seconds left on the clock, and there's goes Stilp down the inside, and it's 3 changes for the lead. The GP plate here, 3 wide as they go onto the start-finish straight. This is more like a final lap, not the first couple of laps.
I know, but here comes Vinnie Phillips. That's 4, back to the race lead. Still back to second place, but so at Rowra we had a 3-kart scrap virtually the whole day for the race lead. Things are getting even more competitive here at Kimbolton. We have got a lead group of virtually every driver in the field. In fact, there's 14 drivers in the field, and there's 14 drivers in this lead battle.
There is indeed, as they go through here. Great camera work there as the karts sweep through that final section as we go down the TKM straight now into this final complex of corners. As you see there, it's just staying in one single file, apart from some of the drivers at the back. The 37 looking a little bit racy there. Leo Robinson defending slightly from the driver behind of Rylan Etchberg. And as the rest of the field go through, there's 12.5 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time for some more overtakes.
Yes, exactly. So we've got Phillips, Stilp, Simeon. It's Ethan Simmons. I keep wanting to call him Ethan Simeons. But it's Ethan Simmons in third, the GP plate holder. Then it is Leo Robinson, Ashberg, Webb up into 6th position. Good drive so far from Charlie Webb. Ella Stevens down to 7th. Jack Hobson in 8th. Then it's Eldridge 9th, Swain 10th, Rippin 11th, Bird 12th, Allen 13th, and Dean in 14th place. Good to see that Anastasia Dean's kart is out there again, because that took an awful knock in the pre-final going over the tyres at turn number 1. Luckily there was a second barrier there before you got into the paddock, but now through Stowe Corner, start of lap number 5, and it's still championship leader Vinnie Phillips with the race lead. And now this is where we're going to have maybe a little bit of a period of relative calm as we sort of whittle down that lead group. From at the moment, there's 11, I'd say 11 or 12 karts. No, 12 karts in that league. Let's count the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 12 karts in this lead group as Leo Robinson gets a warning flag. Before we get, there's a couple of gaps there towards the back of the field. If we have a couple of laps of calm now, that number from 12 will sort of gradually get sort of siphoned down a little bit until the real players remain. At the moment, it's the 3 likely candidates from Rowra holding the top 3 positions, and Ethan Simmons in 4th place. He's been very, very quick in the heats. This is where he needs to be quick, and at the moment he hasn't got an answer for the top 3 as Robinson goes in on Stilp for second.
Yep, that's a great little move there from the inside as we look now, the 87, Vinnie Phillips opening up that gap ever so slightly. The top 3 still fairly close out there. Now, thinking this, Ella Stevens is down 2 positions, down into 6th place at the moment, and of course we know that Ella is quick out there and usually up at the sharp end, so to see Ellie down there, I suspect we'll get that back up even sorted in just a moment. But,
yeah, Charlie Webb there making a move in 7th position.
Yeah,
and that's a good move from Charlie Webb, but the problem is there was a good move from Charlie Webb on Jack Hobson, but they're 7th and 8th. And at the moment, okay, they're in the lead group. If they start overtaking each other because they're thinking, oh, I want to get there, they're going to fall away from that lead group. So the drivers at the back of this pack here, who aren't normally featured in the battles for wins, they've got to be very sensible now, because they can race themselves out of a chance of a podium, because Mini X30 this year, you just know that there is going to be an incredible battle for the race lead. Okay, Phillips, Robinson and Stilp, they're not battling side by side at the moment, but they will. And, you've seen, if you're within a couple of seconds of the leaders when they do start battling, you've got a chance for a win. If you're not, you don't.
No, exactly that. And we saw earlier on as well in the race that these two coming together, a bit of contact that we saw.
Oh yes, they might be out the same morning, but all bets are off.
Yes, well, like I say, I wonder if the team had a little bit of a chat with them to say, don't do that again.
I would think that there was probably a little bit of a reminder of how working together as your team and not defending and trying to make sudden moves is better. There goes Ella Stevens to the inside of Ethan Simmons for fourth position.
Yep, nice little move there. Still all on his own.
Yep,
third place
position, and he's just going to be hanging on. And I have to say, the two leaders, Phillips and Robinson, there's only a tenth of a second. There's only a tenth of a second between them, but they've now got 0.8 of a second over Gabriel and still looking over his shoulder. Now that is not through nerves or anything like that, or worrying about what's behind him. He's almost thinking, right, I need somebody to catch me so that we can work together, because on his own, 8 wheels working as one at the front is faster than 4 wheels working on their own.
Yeah, so if he can try and, he doesn't really want to close that gap to the guys behind, because then he's far too far behind. And, yes, it's a bigger group, but then you've just got that pressure of them trying to go for a move. So, yeah, he's in a bit of a no man's land at the moment.
Between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
But what he's going to be hoping, he's going to be saying, come on behind, come on Simmons, work with Ella to get up to the front. Hobson is right there, so Jack Hobson having a very strong run in kart number 14. Rylan Eschberg in the number 73 is still there in 7th place, and it's Charlie Webb in 8th. Wes Swain is 9th, so we're down to 8 now, effectively, because there's a gap behind Webb in the number 24 car in 8th, and Swain in the number 92 car in 9th. And then there's a gap to Lewis Bird in 10th. So we started off with 12 in this sort of lead group, potential winners. Now we're down to 8 on lap number 10. So the onus is on Webb and Eschberg. There they are, they're nose-tail. Then you've got the Wes Swain kart in 92, sort of hanging on a little bit, but the onus is on Webb and Eschberg to work together to keep themselves in touch with this group, because this group are trying to catch the leaders. I have to say, the leaders are now 1.5 seconds up the road. The two Fusion drivers have, they've stolen a march on the rest of the field, and Robinson in 2nd place sets a new fastest lap. And because Robinson is pushing his teammates along, guarantee that Vinnie Phillips' lap time is almost identical to Robinson, because Robinson is physically pushing him along.
Well, Robinson is slightly faster. Robinson's done a 43.19. Phillips last time around 43.25. So not a lot still, barely anything, but there is still a difference between the two times.
And the significant thing is Stilp is doing a 43.6.
Yes.
0.4 of a second slower, with no slipstream to work with and no one pushing him on behind.
Right. Ella Stevens behind those doing a 43.3, so that gap.
Help is en route.
Help is on the way in the form of a rival team.
Yes, but friends, they can be the best of frenemies for the that's a good word, the best of frenemies with 6 minutes to go. It doesn't matter what colour the karts are, you can work together. And I think that Stilp, there he goes, he's about to receive a little nudge from behind and say, right, the cavalry have arrived, let's get our heads down and go. But there's a 2-second gap to bridge before you get to Phillips and Robinson. And you can see Phillips looking over his shoulder. Now Robinson, how long will Leo Robinson want to stay there? We're on lap number 13 now, 6 minutes to go, so we're just past the halfway point. It's taken a half the race to get a 2-second lead over everybody else. Here comes Stevens with Simmons right behind her, and Stilp sort of moves back to 5th position. Oh, now has Stilp got a problem there? That's a bit of a strange one, actually, for Gabriel Stilp, because he wasn't going to defend, because that'll hold him up, but he's still there in. Now he's going to get passed by Hobson. Well, Gabriel Stilp doesn't want to drop too far back. He wants really to be right on the rear bumper of the GP plate, so that the three of them, Stevens, Simmons and himself, can work together, but he's actually dropped back quite a way. I wonder if there's a problem with that number 10 kart.
Well, he's still going strong there. Still got the main pack just behind him.
Well, he's let Rylan Ashburg through
Oh,
as
no,
well,
actually,
and Charlie
yeah.
Webb.
Yeah, he has dropped back quite a way, actually.
Looking as they go down the Amitsu straight, I'm not convinced that number 10 kart can get up to full speed. I think that when through the corners he's okay. Let's have a little look now as a visual as they come onto the straight. He's right behind Ashburg as he comes onto the straight. Let's see, and he's fiddling around with the restriction there. Maybe there's a spark plug coming loose. No, he's all right down that straight. Maybe that was just he was having a little lap off.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Which of course you can't do.
No, you
the
can't
problem.
do.
No, but now he's trying to make the moves again. So he's dropped back from third. He's signalling to the pits as he went past there, as though all is not well. So we'll see what happens. But the leaders, the two leaders, 2.7 seconds in front of Ella Stevens and Ethan Simmons.
Now, Ethan Simmons has actually received 2 warning flags so far in this race, so he's on very thin ice with the stewards at the moment. So to be very careful at the moment. 4.5 minutes left on the clock then. The front 2 here, Vinnie Phillips, Leo Robinson, absolutely nose to tail, leaving the main pack behind. And then you've got the 2 behind as well, Ella Stevens and Ethan Simmons. Of course, Ethan, like we say, on those 2 warnings at the moment. And then we've got this big group of karts as they swoop through. Jack Hobson, Charlie Webb.
And if you look here now as we go through, there's the gap between the 73, the second of the Mad Croc karting screen, and Gabriel Stilp in the number 10 kart. So Stilp cannot even stay on pace with the 2 drivers running in 6th and 7th place. So Stilp is back to 8th. He's about to be caught by Wes Swain in number 92 in 9th position. So I surmise that, I'm not saying that croc needs to be put down, but it certainly needs a bit of medication.
I think you are right there. Yeah, it looks like a poorly croc at the moment, doesn't it? So needs to go see the dentist.
He's not a bad croc, he's a bad croc.
No.
Yes, he needs the dentist, yes indeed. But hopefully not for an extraction.
Yes.
Maybe just a filling.
Yes. 3 minutes left though.
3 minutes to go. I think it's safe to say that the top 2 have had that breakaway. So it's not a walkover by any stretch, because Phillips and Robinson are nose to tail. Stevens and Simmons are working together still. They're pushing on as much as they can, living in hope rather than expectation now that they can catch the 2 leaders. It all depends when Robinson makes his move.
I suspect it's when Phillips and Robinson start to battle. The 2 behind, Ella Stevens and Ethan Simmons, they won't start battling when they see that. They will still keep working together. They'll close that gap, and then they'll pounce, and then we'll have a 4-way battle, he says.
Yeah, well, yeah, in theory, that's hopefully good. But of course, if Robinson waits to the last corner, then their goose is cooked.
It is.
But I got a feeling that Robinson, we had 4 changes of lead inside the first 2 laps. And then it has been Vinnie Phillips all the way since then. We're now on lap number 18, out of Derricks, into Dan Weldon corner. Go, the 28th of Stevens, the GP plate of Simmons, Coles Racing GP plate, Tony Kart chassis of Ethan Simmons, chasing the Spirit chassis of Ella Stevens. Here are your 2 leaders. They complete lap number 19.
Now you could see there, Phillips actually went defensive for a brief moment, looked behind the shoulder and saw that he wasn't attacking.
And the gap is 3.16 seconds. Let's remember that number.
Yeah.
That's like 3:16. Austin 3:16 says, if I get there, I'm going to whoop you know what.
Yes.
Bottom. Paraphrased.
Yes.
Yes.
1.5 minutes left on the clock.
1.5 minutes to go. 3.14 seconds. No, I'm trying to cut off the Steve Austin references there.
Yes.
Oh dear. But we haven't seen Phillips defend again this lap.
No.
So it was maybe just sort of like a semi-defence into the first corner. Will we see that again?
Well, again, look over the shoulder.
Yep, there it is.
Seeing where it is.
And again.
He has gone defensive.
Yep.
He's kind of placed that car in the middle of the track there, hasn't he? So, again, let's see what it was there.
It hasn't, 3.38 seconds. So while this is going on, Stevens and Simmons are starting to squabble, but...
oh, it's 3.1 now.
Oh, we're closing back in here. Webb is behind these 2. There is Webb in the number 24 car in 5th place. Hobson in 6th. Ashburg in 7th. Bird 8th. Swain 9th. Aldridge 10th. Stilp out there in 11th place, but with a sick kart. And then Rippin in 12th. Allam in 13th, and Anastasia Dean in 14th place. So you can see Simmons still pushing Stevens along, and they lose a bit more ground. The gap is, they gain it again. 25 seconds to go. The gap 2.8 seconds. Phillips defends a bit more.
Yeah, very close up between these two. The last lap board will be out this time. They will know it. This is where we start to see defensive moves. There you go.
Game on.
It is. Ring the bell. Here we go.
Yes.
Now, 6 seconds left. The timer will clock to 0 this time. So, Vinnie Phillips leading the way from Leo Robinson as they go through onto the TKM straight. Big look over the shoulders to see where he is. Now you can see that sweeping back to the outside because you can see that Robinson was trying to go for that faster line. Again here, going to the faster line. Phillips going defensive, trying to get that switchback move, can't do it. The gap now less than 3 seconds. It was 2.7 this time as they cross the line, 2.8. So I can say the two behind.
It's going to be less than that because Phillips went very, very deep into the first corner.
He did.
And Robinson was on the outside line. Yeah, 2.8 at the moment. That's going to go as we get to the first split. Although Simmons has passed Stevens. That's why it's maintaining above 2 seconds, because Ethan Simmons has got the third place. It's still Phillips leads. The gap 2.3 seconds. Oh, I think they've timed it just about right. It's going to be between Phillips and Robinson as they come down the TKM straight for the last time.
Yep, I'm sure the teammates have had a brief word with. Don't take each other out, but again, you can still race. But into the final corner now. There we go, the 37. They did it again. The teammates.
Did it again.
They hit each other out of the final corner, but they still stay in position. They cross the line. Phillips will take the win from Robinson. Then it's Ethan Simmons cross the lines in third on the GP plate. Ella Stevens in fourth. Charlie Webb crosses the line in fifth. Then it's Jack Hobson, Rylan Etchberg and Lewis Bird, Wesley Swain and Hayden Eldridge are your top 10. Gabriel Stilt will cross the line in 11th place with, like I said, Paulie Kart. And then here is the replay of what happens. So the 37 sweeps to the outside, then changes his mind, goes to the inside and flicks that wheel. Now, is he potentially going to have...
I think that nose cone took a heck of a whack there on the 37 car. But again, it's what we saw in the first race. There we go. They do shake hands, and of course they're still there. I mean, Robinson had, that was Simmons shaking hands. They had to give it a go. But again, that was that late change in direction and that lunge from Robinson. It didn't work up at Derek's corner in the pre-final. It didn't work there, but from his point of view, he's saying, I got to go for it. I have to go for it. There was like half a kart length to the inside. I tried to squeeze my entire kart there. There they go through. Now, there's a bracket behind the nose cone that you can see on the camera that'll be checked as it goes through. I mean, the bracket went up, and I don't want to comment whether that bracket is broken or not because I haven't got the exact angle there, but it was very fortunate. But, you know, that's twice in 2 races now, the teammates, and again, it's just because they're so competitive. Luckily, on both occasions, both drivers were able to finish the race, and there's our technical commissioner, Ernie Salmon, there, casting a watchful over Robinson's car as they come through. You can see the Algerian flag and the Union flag from the UK on the back of Leo Robinson's helmet. Phillips takes the win, but whilst all this is going on the track, behind the scenes, there is plenty going on. Let's find out a little bit more about how you can get involved in motorsport behind the scenes.
My name's Danielle Short. I'm the Championship Coordinator for the British Kart Championships. I started racing when I was 8. I raced in IAME Cadet and TKM. I got involved through my father. My dad, he raced, so he took me to Woolwell Kart Circuit where I got hooked instantly. So yeah, it all started from there really. The overall administration of the entries, the preparing everything for the event, so liaising with the circuits and the clubs, the venues that we're attending, communicating with the drivers, the teams. Yeah, so basically the overall admin of the running of the events really. Yeah, so I think really the first thing to do would be to find their local club, their local venue, circuit, and to perhaps volunteer or go and spectate, volunteer, see kind of which role they'd want to fit into, whether it be a marshal or the admin, the office, judicial, and volunteer and just get some experience really in the role that they want to sort of slot into, and then see how they go, see if they enjoy it, and take it from there. Yeah, so the race meeting starts for me sort of weeks before with the build-up with the admin side, the paperwork, the organisation, timetables, communicating with the drivers and the teams and the parents, guardians. But actually, when we actually get to the meeting on the Saturday and Sunday while I'm at the venues, it's really, it's liaising with the drivers, the customers, issuing results, judicial paperwork, and just generally keeping the event running as smoothly as possible.
So that is a little insight into Championship Coordinator Danielle Short's job. And for more information about how you can get involved in motorsport, please visit www.motorsportuk.org. And what a fantastic panorama from our drone of the Kimbolton kart circuit. You can see the bit of tarmac off the track. That is the old World War II runways that we home for the US Bomber Command's 379 squadron. And yeah, if that tarmac could talk, it would tell some tales. So you're looking at, on the left, right-hand side of your screen, that is Kestrel Corner. On the foreground, you've got Laser Straight. But look at those, there's a bunch of yellow and white tyres there, because in the past, you've had drivers running very wide coming out of that corner, off track, completely off track, and then coming back on and gaining time. You cannot do that anymore. And then you've got off screen to the left, you've got the final corner, Kimbolton corner. You've got the run to the lines on the start-finish line, which is not a start-finish straight. It's a curve. You've got the two sets of white tram lines. Now, when drivers get a 5-second penalty during the races, it's because they deviate out of those tram lines before the lights change to green. IAME Cadet up next. 31 drivers led to the line by that man, championship leader number 9, Macaulay Bishop. The Paul Munn driver program driver, and he's there on the Synergy chassis alongside Macaulay on the front row of the grid. It's number 5, Ethan Jeff Hall, on the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart machine, and he starts on the outside of row number 1. Row 2, the GP plate holder, second in the championship. He won the second final at Rowra. That is Nathan Tye, and the British Grand Prix winner this year. And on the outside of row 2, it's Scotland's finest, Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian driver in Kart 20 for Fusion Motorsport.
Yep, on the outside as well. We've got Archie Clark, yes, starting with Strawberry Racing in the Tony Kart. Again, very nice little livery that we've got on there. Then it's the number 10 of Lewis Werrell in the Fusion Motorsport kart.
Lewis being mechanicked by Lando Norris's former kart mechanic, Andy Potter.
There we go.
Big man. Scary man.
Scary man. On the 4th row of the grid, Sebastian Mins for Fusion Motorsport as well on the Synergy chassis. Then we've got Zachary Knight, Oliver Rowland Motorsports as well, in the 36 there, looking very primed and ready.
Yep, nice reflective visor as well.
Iridium visor.
Ooh, iridium, that's a good word. I would have just, Noah Wolf is starting in 9th on the grid. Alongside Noah on row 5 will be Alfie Slater. Oh, good footwork there from the mechanic to jump out of the way as 31 drivers leave the dummy grid out onto the circuit. A quick rundown behind the top 10. You've got Will Murtaugh 11th, Jorge Edgar 12th. That Daniel Sofrenea and Roman Kamiab on row 7. Cathal Clark and Connor Duncan row 8. Eden Spanswick and Jesse Phillips row 9. Michael Walker and Morgan Moore row 10. William Antrobus and Joey Brown row 11. Ben Smith and Kit Bolofsky row 12. Jamie Ollier, Kanishki Rao on row 13. Will Knight and Cole Glover row 14. Eli Baden and Hardy Mamasi on row 15, and Cameron Pratt Thompson on row 16. There is a run down TKM straight from the drone cam into Kestrel Corner. And they all get themselves in the position. Now they're going around Kimbolton Corner. 15 minutes plus a lap for Cadet IAME to decide who will win the 3rd round of their British Championship. Lights are green, we're off and racing.
It's pretty.
Oh yes, a great start from Ethan Jeff Hall in kart number 5, and there's a little bit of bumping and boring going on into the first corner. Are they all going to get round cleanly? Yes-ish. Anyone going over the grass? No, through the willows. game on.
Well, there was one that went through the grass, the 77.
Oh, and that was
Sebastian Mins.
Yes, Sebastian Mins. But up front, it's Ethan Jeff Hall, followed by great start from Zach Drummond from 4th to 2nd. So I'm busy saying how the outside row is not optimal, and the drivers started 2nd and 4th, and now running 1-2 on the first lap. What do I know?
Well, yeah, cracking drone shot there. You can see how long that back straight is there as they head through this final complex here. Warning flag out to the 88.
Will Knight.
We go through 14 minutes left on the clock. Still the very early stages of this race as we complete lap 1.
And look who's in 3rd place. Nathan Tye now make it 2nd place. Macaulay Bishop, our pole man, is down to 4th position. So not great for Macaulay, but then it's Archie Clark next, followed by Alfie Slater. Good start from Alfie. Lewis Werrell 7th, then Roman Kamyab up into the top 10. So Roman's mechanic, Jessica Hawkins, will be pleased with her man's performance. So far, early stages yet. There's number 17 of Jorge Edgar. And there's number 45 kart flashing through. Daniel Sofronet, Hardy Mamasi. Ooh, the rear bumper on that number 44 kart looks slightly askew. But not dragging on the ground completely, but as you would say, Anthony, it is in a suboptimal position.
It's a suboptimal state of secureness.
Yes.
As they go through, here's side by side, the GP plate moves to the lead, also the number 5 dropping back another spot as well. So the GP plate and the 20 moving up. So Ethan Jeff Hall going into turn 1 was leading, coming out of it, it's down into 3rd.
Yep, so Tye has the race lead. Bishop looking to the inside there for 3rd place. Makes it so Ethan Jeff Hall from 1st to 4th inside half a lap. Zach Drummond looking particularly strong as well. A bit further down the order, Ethan Spanswick is already on the charge, and so is Hardy Massey up into 17th place from 30th on the grid. So the number 44 kart, we've got the Evolve, the privateer driver running with Chris Lamar's Evolve team, but he's running as a privateer with help from Chris. He is already up into the top 20 and going forward, but it's Nathan Tye, Zach Drummond, Macaulay Bishop to 2nd as they go through Stowe Corner on lap number 4, and Ethan Jeff Horse tries to squeeze through as well under the watchful eye of kartpicks.net's Chris Walker, who's the official photographer of the championship.
Alfie Slater goes fastest, the number 27. That's in 5th place at the moment. That's Alfie Slater. 48.85 at the moment, so quick time.
Yep, and he gets a warning.
Then he gets a warning flag.
Yeah, he gets a warning flag. So
track
maybe,
limits.
Yeah, track limits, or his nose cone encroached on the rear bumper in a way more forceful than was the satisfaction of the race director. As Macaulay Bishop takes the lead into Kimbolton Corner, and we complete lap number 4. Bishop now leads from the number 5 kart of Ethan Jeff Hall. Then it's Tye, and then it's the first of the fusion karts. It's number 27 of Alfie Slater, so he is on a bit of a mission, is Alfie, from 10th on the grid.
Yep, and he has just moved back up now into 3rd place, so the GP plate now down into 4th. So it is Bishop, Jeff Hall, then Slater, then Tye, then Zach Drummond.
Lewis Werrell.
Yeah, Lewis Werrell rounding out the top 6, who are, I think, in this little gaggle of karts that we've got here going around.
I have to say, this is the best start to a race I've seen from Lewis Werrell. All day, Werrell has been coming through the pack and getting stronger and stronger as each race goes on. But the problem he's had, he's been down in 11th, 12th, 13th position when his kart has suddenly kicked in. Now, he is already in the top 6, and hopefully, if that kart is still set up, if Andy Potter has got that kart set up, they're saying, oh, and a little bit of door handling there, Ethan Jeff Hall. That gives Bishop a little reminder that he's there going into turn number 1. But Werrell could be one to watch here, because his kart should get stronger and stronger as the race goes on, and he's already in the lead pack, and we've got still over 10 minutes to go.
Yep, Slater now up into 2nd place, as well as there's a little bit of contact further back between the 36 and the 20. Zachary Knight and Zach Drummond as well, the two Zachs going at it. 10 minutes left on the clock, so they're going to need to try and control themselves and get back to the front of the pack.
Be still my beating heart.
Yes, but Bishop's still leading the way from the 27 of Alfie Slater. And then it's then it's actually Nathan Tye, Jeff Hall down into 4th place now as the clock goes under 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that little battle going into Derek's corner in that last lap that you commented on look at the gap that's developed between third and fourth place. And again, Nathan Ty, so what wins championships? Well, just being in the right place at the right time. So when things kicked off and they lost ground, Ty was just in front of that scrap. So he's not lost as much ground as well. But Alfie Slater into P2. Now, a look at the championship points coming into this weekend. Slater was 12th in points, and he's certainly looking to move up here. Now, Connor Duncan, he was uncharacteristically off song in the heats, I think is the best way to describe it. He's moved into contention. He's running in 7th, ahead of Werrell in 8th. Cam Yab runs 9th. Eden Spanswick into the top 10. Then it's Cathal Clark. Archie Clark has fallen back from 5th on the grid. He's down to 12th position. Ahead of Sofronea, Bolofsky, Edgar, Mimasi, Mins, and Jesse Phillips, with William Antrobus and Will Knight rounding out the top 20.
Yep, still very close out there in that mid-pack section. Some faster sector times coming in the latter part of the lap, but of course, like I say, these tyres have been used and abused all race weekend. It's the one set of tyres, so now it's time to see who's looked after them the most. 8.5 minutes left on the timer as the front two break away. Third place on his own, but slightly falling back now to let 4th and 5th close up. So the GP plates, then the 36, then the 5. Ty, Jeff Hall and Knight all now working together. And also Zach Drummond as well is just latched onto the back of that pack. They're all going to need to work together to close up to the PMR driver program and the Fusion Motorsport drivers of Bishop and Slater.
Yeah, as the number 5 of Ethan Jeff Hall makes a move on Drummond there. It's cost him another couple of kart lengths. And again, Slater is going to, he hasn't finished at this high up in a British Championship event before. He is going to be working well. He's not going to want to potentially have an 8 or 9 kart battle. He's going to want to try and keep Bishop all to himself and work with Macaulay. But Ty, Jeff Hall and Drummond head down, line astern, steaming towards the front. Now, look at the back of the pack. We started with 31 karts, and we've still got 31 karts running down to Cameron Pratt-Thompson in 31st position. But as we complete lap number 9 and go on to lap number 10, the entire field is separated by just 12 seconds.
Yeah, still super close in this entire pack of cars. It's been probably the IAME Cadets have been their best here at Kimbolton.
Yes,
they've been absolutely nose to tail for most of it and provided some excellent racing all the way through today. And to see these drivers racing, Bishop and Slater, yeah, they've been giving us some great entertainment today.
Still 7 minutes for them to top what they have done so far, but it is going to be down to the cooperation now. It's like what's the difference between a fierce competition and close cooperation? It's like co-opetition or something like that. But that's what they're going to need. So that even though they're in competition with each other, they're going to need to cooperate now to get towards the front. Drummond in 5th. Then it's Knight, Duncan, Werrell, Camyab, and Spanswick, the top 6 into Stowe Corner. 6.5 minutes remaining. Bishop has been leading now for the last 7 or 8 laps, I'd have to say. A little bit further back, and again, the gap between Alfie Slater in 2nd and Nathan Ty in 3rd is 0.6 of a second. Let's monitor that gap now. At the start of this lap, it was 0.9 of a second. Now it's down to 0.6 of a second. And it looks as though, yep, you can see Ethan Jeff Hall's nose cone almost jacking the rear bumper of Ty's car off the ground. He was pushing him along so hard there. That is, well, not bump drafting, but that is certainly a helping hand, I think is the correct phrase. 6 minutes to go here in Cadet IAME.
Yep, not long left then on the timer, but still plenty of laps to go as they go through. Still very close here with the number 5 in the GP. Again, working together, closing that gap visibly. That gap has come down now. It is, what is it now? But still around 0.4 of a second, I would say.
You can start counting it in kart lengths now. It's about 8 kart lengths.
Yeah.
7 kart lengths, maybe even less than now as they go through Derricks. I think I know the Tour de France is going on, but this is like the breakaway. Oh, Zach Knight gets a 5-second penalty. Well spotted, Anthony. He's 6th at the moment. It's the number 36 kart, breaking start line formation, and that is going to cost him big time. I was about to do an analogy of the Tour de France about how you get a couple of breakaway drivers and riders, and then slowly but surely the peloton close in. Well, the peloton have caught the breakaway. Bishop and Slater, your time alone at the front is up. You are about to be joined by at least 3, possibly 8 or 9 of your friends.
Yes, it's going to get very cosy at the front.
Cosy and crowded.
social distancing measures will be excused for these drivers at the front of this pack as they start to battle. Now, that 2-meter gap, you're not allowed that anymore. Let's close that up. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left on the timer. You can, again, it's a group of 4 now as they come down the TKM straight. They are absolutely nose to tail as we go into the final complex of corners. Again, it's going to be all to play for. Now, drivers aren't going to start defending just yet. I suspect they're all still going to work together. Keep an eye, because of course they want to try and open that gap up to the drivers in fifth, sixth onwards. You know, they don't want to battle too far yet. So I say that.
Hey, there goes the lead change. Alfie Slater into top spot. And again, we're looking down there now. Roman Kamyab is the last kart in this lead group, so we've got potential 9.
There we go, straight away down the inside, Macaulay Bishop again, and the GP plate follows as well. So Nathan Ty moves up into second place. Alfie Slater, who got the lead going into turn 1, loses it straight away, and the GP plate straight down the inside of Macaulay Bishop as well. So it's Nathan Ty now leading from Bishop, now from Slater as well. And the number 5 of Ethan Jeff Hall is still in 4th place. No, he's not. He's up into 5th. He's up into 3rd now.
Any one of 9 have now got a shot at victory. Any one of 9 drivers. Roman Kamyab there at the back of the pack in 9th place. Here we go. Oh dear. There's about 9 different racing lines going up into the first corner. Oh, there was a little bit of shoving there going on. Ethan Jeff Hall 4 wide into the willows. Close your eyes. No, don't close your eyes, boys. We're closing our eyes in the commentary box. And they all come out. Yes, just about. And you can see, that's brilliant. Nathan Ty looks over his shoulder and Macaulay Bishop's right behind him, and instead of pointing forward to Nathan Ty, Bishop's got his thumb over his shoulder and look behind us, they're scrapping, let's go.
Yeah, exactly that. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock then, and these two have had a bit of a breakaway there as someone goes very wide. It looked like the 55 of Roman Kamyab in the background in 9th place. He ran slightly wide and has lost quite a lot of momentum onto the TKM straight.
Now into 3rd place is Zach Knight, but he's got a 5-second penalty. The kart in 3rd position at the moment on your screen, number 36, as it battle for the lead again. And as Wayne and Garth would say in Waynesboro, game on. 90s reference, got over your head. I'm too old. Oh dear. But so the driver in 3rd place has got a 5-second penalty. That is number 36, Zach Knight. So it's Lewis Werrell now in 4th place, who's potentially on the podium. I hate to say that, for once I almost know what I'm talking about, because I said watch for Werrell, that he's going to get stronger and stronger as this race progresses. 2 minutes to go, and he's on the podium, on the road, he's in 4th place, but after Slater, where did Slater go? Slater's down to 6th position. Bishop defends into Kestrel corner, down the laser straight. Here comes Zach Knight, and there goes Werrell into 3rd, 2nd on the road, but Ty gets him back on the exit, and here comes Ethan Jeff Hall into play.
Yep, still absolute pandemonium in this mid-pack here, with the timer dropping below 2 minutes as they go into the braking zone again. It looks like the GP looking down the inside. Nathan Ty getting back that 2nd place spot as they exit the first corner onto this infield straight now in towards Derek's corner.
Oh my word.
Someone round the outside. Who's that? The number 5 of Ethan Jeff Hall round the outside as someone takes to the grass as well. So someone's off the track. I couldn't quite see the number, but the number 9 of Macaulay Bishop still leading the way from the GP plate of Nathan Ty.
Then it's it was Zach Knight that ran wide. Well, at least so know we now. I mean, it's obviously bad luck for Zach Knight, but the drivers on your screen, the top 9 drivers on your screen, none of them have got a time penalty for jumping the start or anything like that. And at the back of this group, watch out for number 69, Eden Spanswick, in the 2nd of the Pullman racing cars. 50 seconds to go. Oh, Bishop standing on the anchors going through the first corner there to try and prevent himself from getting pushed wide, because Ty was on his bumper, Werrell was on the back of Ty, and behind on the back of Werrell was Drummond, and then it's the number 30 of Connor Duncan. So Duncan from 16th on the grid up into the top 5 as they come through. 30 seconds to go, and this lead group contains 10 drivers back to Spanswick. We've got Kamyab in 9th, Slater down to 8th, Cathal Clark is 7th, and then into top 6 of Bishop, Ty, Werrell, Drummond, Jeff Hall and Duncan. Through Kestrel corner. This is great stuff, Anthony, and you're right, the Cadet Army, they've been the star of the show so far today, and this is not disappointing.
No, the concertina took effect there for some of these corners where you can see them bumping up into each other as they go into the braking zone. Now, 5 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board's going to be out this time around. The drivers know that, and this is where we're going to see some fierce battling as we go through. Bishop still leads from Ty, from Werrell, Drummond, Duncan, Jeff Hall, Clark, Slater. They're the top 8 who are out there at the moment. A warning flag going out to the number 5 of Jeff Hall at the moment. So he's under pressure from the stewards as well. The timer clicks over to 0. It's still all to play for, though, at the front here. Everyone who wants to win is in this top pack here, and it's just who's going to take it to the flag now. Or is someone again running wide? It's the 55 once again of Roman Kamiab. He doesn't like the corner. But yeah, you can see these guys absolutely neck and neck, side by side, jostling for position. The two Fusion karts absolutely coming together, and that's allowed the number 9 of the GP to break away slightly, but it's all still to play for. Last lap board this time out.
11 karts at one start. They're so close you could flick a bogey over them as they go into the first corner. Anyone? There's Ty for the race lead. Ty, Nathan Ty takes it. Macaulay Bishop loses 2 places. Up in the second place goes Connor Duncan. So the GP plate holder. Then it's Scotland's Duncan. Then it's Bishop. And then it's the number 30 kart of... Oh, it's Drummond into second. It's the other Scotsman. It's Drummond second, Bishop third. Then it's Connor Duncan in 4th place. Ethan Jeff Hall in kart 5 runs in 5th. And he's going to get pushed wide by Alfie Slater. Has Nathan Ty done up? Oh, Slater and Duncan get together coming off Dan Weldon corner, and it's going to be Nathan Ty's done it. Nathan Ty has timed it to perfection. Who's going to be second? But Ty has got this one.
Yep, Ty's going to cross the line and take this one. It's all going to be down to Macaulay Bishop. He tried to go down the inside of the final corner, couldn't quite do it. Nathan Ty's going to take the win from Zach Drummond and Macaulay Bishop. Cathal Clark crosses the line in 4th place, up 11 spots on the number 11. Zachary Knight crosses in 5th, but with the 5-second time penalty. Lewis Werrell crosses in 6th, then it's Connor Duncan in 7th, Alfie Slater in 8th, Sebastian Mins in 9th, and Roman Kamiab in 10th place. They're the top 5. Now, when they get into the stewards, I suspect there's going to be a lot of front bumpers that need looking at.
Yeah, there's all right, I'm off for a lie down and to take a tablet after that one.
Yes.
I would, there we go. There is Nathan Tyne. You can see him looking down. That was, again, smart driving. We talk about this all the time. These cadets are aged between 8 and 12, and the amount of tactics that they had on that race was absolutely superb. I mean, Nathan Ty, to time that run, and we're looking down there, well, the top 12 on the road separated by 4 seconds at the end of a 20-lap race. There is Northern Ireland's Ben Smith in 15th place, Canada's Hardy Mamasi in 14th, Colt Glover 15th, and everybody made it to the finish. That is very good to see that all 31 starters were still there at the end. And there's the sign, and of course, yeah, there's Zach Knight, and he's, they're smiling and laughing to each other. Great results there. Number 1 for Nathan Ty. Yep, good celebration, Nathan, like that. And I think there's Mr. Knight there. He goes, oh, I got a 5-second penalty. But the problem is, though, so I just said that, a 5-second penalty in a race that close. Let's have a look. So 5.6 seconds down. That is going to drop into 16th place on the end. And now we're going to go over there, and there he is. He sees his mechanic, and his dad there, his mechanic there to say well done to Nathan Ty. Good stuff from Nathan indeed. And now I have to say, here's another problem with not having a lunch break. There's obviously no sort of relief for one's bladder per se up here in the commentary box. But I will say this now, if the burger van shuts before the end of the finals, then they're going to have to remove a Welshman from underneath the grill. Because myself and Jay, the camera crew, we're going to be, and you, Anthony, we're going to be having a cookout later on. Here we go. Let's see what's going on behind the scenes with another one of our Motorsport UK officials.
My name is Rod Taylor. I'm the Motorsport UK appointed steward of the meeting. My involvement started with my son racing way back in the mid to late 80s. So when he ceased driving to finish his university career, it was a question that I became a competitor. And I tried that once and said no thank you, so I thought I'd try to become an official. Okay, I received a letter from Motorsport UK appointing me to a meeting, and the steward's role is to see basically that the safety matters and guidelines of Motorsport UK are adhered to, that the meeting is being run according to that things like the track license are being adhered to, because that tells us where marshal's post should be and the number of competitors on the circuit at any one time. And then on the other side, it is chairing the panel of stewards for anything to do with judicial action. Yeah, I would say that they probably should get involved at the club to start with, becoming possibly a club steward, get hold of the Blue Book and start looking at regulations and seeing the whole idea of what the regulations are trying to do. And then obviously once they get a bit of experience of being a club steward, then apply for a license and go on to the modular training that the Motorsport UK provide. There are different levels. The steward's job at a club meeting tends to be less arduous than it is at the British Championship. British Championships, we're under a lot of pressure to get results of any judicial hearings that we have, so that they can carry on with creating grids. Obviously, when the finals are out, this is maybe sometimes our busiest times, and things may not come to us till maybe 20 minutes or so after the end of the race, in which case we have to gather the evidence that's been presented to us, gather the parties in that have been reported to us, and just have the drivers in and speak to them and find out what's been going on. The result of that will either depend on the report being dismissed or us imposing a sanction.
So, once again, thank you to Rod Taylor, one of the Motorsport UK stewards there, for giving us an insight into what his job is. And don't forget, if you want to know more about how you can get involved behind the scenes in the British Karting Championship or karting in general, please go to www.motorsportuk.org. Next point of order on the circuit, Anthony, would be Junior TKM.
It is indeed.
Now, I would normally say it'd be nice to have a nice stable race so we can calm down after that Cadet IAME affair.
That is not going to happen,
No,
and we
no,
all
no,
know
no,
that.
No, absolutely not. And nor do we want it to, because this has been a fantastic class, and this year the crop of talent in it looks very good indeed. Alistair Cresswell for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. I've got starting from pole position. Tim Wilson Motorsport, the only team in the paddock where Tim's dog actually runs the show. He's the the most important person in the team, and the one with the biggest brain as well. Harvey Cole starts alongside Alistair Cresswell. Louis Harvey in third for the Class and Motorsport team, and Dominic Roberts starts on the outside of row 2.
Row 3, that will be James Barty in the Precision Racing's Tyco chassis. Then it's Harvey Roth in the rounding out the third row. Ben Higgins on the fourth row with Alfie Garford, the number 88. Then it's
There's Ben. Look at that on the screen.
Yeah.
And the big thank you to Stu down on the semi-grid there. He's getting dizzy. There is Ben Cox, number 82. Now, there was a driver back a long time ago in the Hobart Champions, Landau International Raceway, who wore number 82 as well, and was just as successful as Ben Cox, honest. Yes.
Wasn't you, was it?
Well, I couldn't possibly comment. There's Jack Saunders, number 32. Oh, Jack. He starts on the outside of row 5. Reese Lomax for Class of Motorsport there on row number 6, alongside Dominic Kilminster, 8th in last year's championship, trying to go not 1 better, not 2, but 7 better this year.
Aidan Mitchell, one of the privateers, and the number 14 starting on the 7th row with Jake Almansor, in the 92. And then Leon Frost in the 59, starting on row 8 with Freya Woodall in the 99. Then Olivia Jenkins.
Olivia Jackins.
Jackins, sorry, Olivia Jackins. It's been a long day. It's quite warm in this commentary box.
Oh,
and the
yes.
number 48 in the 9th row.
Oh.
Charlie King in 26th.
Kyle Casabanti and Freddie Hull. Look
Rounding
at that
up.
view. That is what you want to see. Blue skies, green fields, karts on track. Lovely.
Oh.
Or one
All-
kart
all
not
but-
on track.
all but one.
That's Jake Almasawi having a few issues getting started. And will Jake get going, or will they sort of hold him at the exit of the demi-grid and then release him as the drivers take the start line? Or because the rest of the field are coming around Kestrel Corner now, up the laser straight. As our drone camera, look at the paddock here with all the big awnings and the teams. And have to remind everybody that, of course, you must wear a mask everywhere in the paddock. Lights are not out. Ooh.
False start this time around. So
I'm going to keep my eye on the exit of pit lane to
there
see
we
if
go.
Almasawi comes out.
You've got it on the screen now.
Oh, hello. No. Good camera. Oh, it looks as though the wagon will not roll.
No, that's a huge shame then for the 92 of Jake.
Yep. So we're down to 19 runners through the. You can see the various circuit layouts here they use at Kimbolton. There's Derek's corner. Now they're coming into Dan Weldon corner here, and of course, so Dan Weldon, his mum Sue used to be the lap scorer here at Hunt's Kart Racing Club for many years. It was the late Dan Weldon, and sadly the late Sue Weldon as well now. But the Weldon family, and again, Dan's son Sebastian Weldon was here practicing at the start of the year before the world turned on its head. And Caden McQueen was actually doing some driver coaching with Sebastian Weldon of the Croc team earlier this year, back in the winter. And so, you know, the Weldon name's synonymous with Kimbolton and the Hunt's Kart Club. Second time of asking, are we go this time? The answer is yes. It's a great start from Alistair Cresswell, who takes the lead going into turn number 1. Louis Harvey in kart number 3 follows him through into second place. So Harvey Cole on the outside of row 1 slots into third. Everybody safely through the first couple of corners together, and 19 cars who started this race all make their way down towards Derek's corner on the first lap, with Cresswell leading for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team.
Yep, great start then from the entire field. Second time around, of course. The first time, obviously, we did go around again, so very naughty, but here we go. Back again. It's always been the junior TKM that have done this today.
Well, yeah, they're all excitable. So
yeah, they are all excited.
They can't wait to get going.
Yes, they go before they're supposed to. But anyway, as they go now through the field, again, a nice close group of battle. We're already starting to see in a group of 5 starting to pull away at the front, then a group of 2, then it's the rest of the field that slot through. Lap 1 complete, and there we go. There's the order. It is on your screen. Cresswell, Harvey, Cole, Roberts, Saunders. Then it's Barty, Roth, Higgins. Then it's Garford, Lomax, and Kilminster. They're the top 11 at the moment, out on track. Less than 14 minutes left on the clock.
Yes, but look, the comments are still coming in thick and fast on the social media chat side of things. And Harvey Roth, the driver from West Sussex, the M2 Computing Limited sponsored driver from West Sussex, is getting a lot of love on our social media chat at the moment. But it's still Cresswell, and again now Ben Cox. Oh, here's first change the lead. Harvey Cole, the number 62 kart, takes the lead away, and Cresswell ran very wide going through Stowe Corner there. He was inches away from getting sucked into the tyre barriers. He's lost 3 or 4 places, and he's having to defend going into Derek's corner now because he was offline. He had his momentum spoiled. There's number 3 kart of Louis Harvey. Louis Harvey comes around there. He's in third place. It's a Litchfield Motorsport 1-2 at the moment with Harvey Cole and Dominic Roberts in the number 44 kart in P2. They come out of Kestrel Corner down towards Kimbolton Corner. Louis Harvey up into P2 for number 3 on lap 3. Now lap 4.
There we go.
Here we go. Luckily I can count from 1 to 5 because that ran off the lips seamlessly. That did.
Yeah, you did well there. 12.5 minutes left on the clock.
And somehow, despite all that battling, the top 5 have managed to get a breakaway.
They have, yes.
Top 4 even.
Here's the number 32 looking down the inside though and gets the job done. So that's Saunders moving up on Roberts for third place. Now that gives Cole and Harvey a little bit more breathing space as they go through Weldon Corner onto the TKM straight. As they break now again, swooping this fast left-hander, not running too wide, got to avoid those tyres.
Yep, out the corner now there, towards onto the high straight to complete another lap. 12 minutes to go. Cole signalling to Louis Harvey saying, let's go, let's push together, let's work together. Louis Harvey thinks, I'll have a bit of that, yeah. Because Louis Harvey will agree to that because he knows that Harvey Cole is quick enough to win races. Harvey Cole won both heat races, so it's not as though Louis Harvey's thinking to himself, oh, there's no way you've got the pace to lead. We're only going to get sucked back into a big battle. Harvey's thinking, yeah, no, you have got the pace. You've got winning pace, so let's see if we can work together and try and push away from the group behind. Saunders in third place in number 32. Then it's Roberts in the number 44 cart. Behind Roberts is the number 9 of Barty and then the number 36 of Harvey Roth. Then there's a gap back to 7th place. Ben Higgins in 7th. Cresswell, the poleman, early leader, down to 8th. Then it's Lomax 9th. Garfield is 10th and Ben Cox in 11th place. So again, not quite sure what's happened there because he was pole. He had bad luck. He went from 20th in the pre-final all the way up to 10th inside the first 3 laps. But then that's where it seems to where he has sort of evened himself out and can't get that next sort of bridge, that next gap up into the front runners. As I say that, there goes the number 82 cart, jumping outside from the back of the number 52 Reece Lomax to pick up a position. No, he doesn't. He stays 11th ahead of Kilminster, Frost, Casabante. Then it's Hull, Jakes, Mitchell, King, and Freya Woodall.
Yep, and then of course the one driver didn't make it to the circuit, the 92. Which again, huge shame.
Yeah,
Massive. I definitely don't want that before the final. So.
Yeah, Jake Almasawi sadly watching his teammates from the side of the circuit. But still, Louis Harvey content to follow the race leader.
Yes. 10 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time left. Still a long way to go. And you can see this group of 3 still battling away. Fastest lap, James Barty, 43.590.
And so also getting plenty of love on thing, Ben Cox and Jack Saunders. But so basically all the lead group really have got, supporters out there watching, and all these drivers have got family members because of course you're only allowed 2, there's a driver plus 2 people allowed at the circuit.
Yes.
So you've got a lot more family members and friends who would normally be here, extended family members, aunties, uncles, nans, granddads, brothers, sisters, and what have you, watching on the live stream at home. And thank you very much for joining us. Action's been great. I can only apologise about the commentary.
Yeah, it's been a long day today, hasn't it? Without a spot where we can rest and do that. Yeah, it's been a busy day of fun racing.
And I mean, the people in the paddock are loving the nice hot weather.
Yes.
But when you're in a glass encased box like we are, it is not so pleasant, shall we say, but we shall battle manfully on in the hope that at least the food wagon will be open at the end of the day so that we can sate our appetites before one of us passes out, because I'm wasting away here, back to the track, the action. 3 carts have got really good breakaway at the moment. The 62 of Cole, the 3 of Harvey, and the 32 of Saunders. Then it's a gap back to 4th place driver James Barty, and 5th place Harvey Roth, 6th is Dominic Roberts, and 7th on his own is Ben Higgins. Then it's Ben Cox now up to 8th place ahead of Alfie Garford and Dominic Kilminster, with Reece Lomax slipping to 11th and Leon Frost in that second group of carts, some 5 seconds behind the leaders in 12th place. Out of the final corner to complete lap number 9, 8.5 minutes to go.
Yep, this group of 3 here looking like the quickest out there at the moment as they head round Stoke corner. As we start lap 10 here at Kimbolton for the Junior TKM final. Race 25 of the day, and Jack Saunders, a new fastest lap of the race, 43.470 in the number 32, in 3rd place there on your screen. And again, wanting to get past, but again, not yet. There's still plenty of time. They've got a good gap. They could battle now. They've got the buffer for it, but do you want to?
Yeah,
probably not.
I mean, it's difficult now for Jack Saunders because obviously he's got the fastest lap of the race. If he is quicker, he stays behind these 2. He loses that little bit of momentum. But again, if he's happy that the 2 leaders are just as quick as him, he will sit behind. But again, you don't want to sort of get... It's easy when you catch a driver who's a little bit slower than you and you don't make that initial pass, you can sort of get sucked into running at their pace, when you can go quicker. But of course, you haven't got the track position, and you then get sort of sucked into a long, drawn-out battle. But he seems to be happy to sit, like you said, Anthony, just happy to sit and wait. He's looking down there just to sort of make a little adjustment there to maybe the jet, or not to the carb or the fuel mixture or something like that, the airflow into these TKM engines. remarkable what the drivers have to think about as well as they're driving.
Yes.
You know, they're going to keep their engines running as cleanly as possible, depending on what part of the race they're in, depending on what part of the track they're on, and depending on whether they're in clean air or whether they've got a kart in front of them. Because, of course, if you're sat right behind the kart, then you're not getting that fresh air into it, which means the kart gets warmer and warmer and warmer.
And there's not much to these TKM engines. I'm pretty much aware. I had a friend of mine a few years ago who used to race here at Kimbolton in the TKM class, and Kieran McDonald is a very quick driver who won many races, and yeah, he was saying that the engines of these, they're actually very simple. There's barely anything to them. It's a piston and away you go.
You've just got to keep them singing along, as it were. There was a shot of Ben Cox on the Gillard chassis. Now Ben is up at the 8th position, and he's chasing down the number 80, he's at the 9th position rather, he's chasing down the number 88 of Alfie Garford. Now, here we have the first break at the front. So, behind the leaders, in fact 2.3 seconds behind the leaders, Barty in 4th place, has got Harvey Roth in 5th right behind him. Then Dominic Roberts now in the number 44 kart is struggling to keep pace with the second group. He's in 6th position, and he has got Higgins behind him in 7th, and a big 2-second gap back to Garford in 8th, and Cox in 9th, with Kilminster down in 10th position, a further 8 seconds down there. Now Alistair Cresswell has fallen, so we saw there was a white flag on the track which signals a slow-moving vehicle.
Yes.
And sadly, very sadly, that slow-moving vehicle was Alistair Cresswell, who's obviously been off, got back on, because he's running out there at the moment he's in last place, 18th place, but his lap time last round was a 44.0, half a second off the leader's pace, so he's back up to speed, so he's obviously had a spin. So went from pole position, leading the race, to then getting muscle back to about 8th or 9th, and then overcooking things, trying to make up a place to get back into contention, spinning, and he's now last. That is not a good race, sadly, for Alistair Cresswell. Harvey Cole still leads. Here is the view out of the final corner. Cole, Harvey and Saunders. Yeah, Harvey Cole, Louis Harvey, and then Jack Saunders. They go through the willows. Now, only 2 drivers chasing them. That is Barty and Roth. Higgins has got past Roberts for 6th position, but they're over a second behind the 4th and 5th place karts. So, 4 minutes to go. Potentially just 3 for the win now.
Yeah, so those top 3, they have seriously opened up quite a large gap, haven't they? And the 2 behind them, of course, like you said, there's only 8 wheels behind. Much more up in front as well with the 3 of them. So the 62 leading the way. Harvey Cole, then Louis Harvey. Jack Saunders absolutely nose to tail as they go through turn 1 and make their way onto the infield straight. Again, absolutely bumper to bumper, a bit of contact between the first 2 as well. Got to be careful that they don't make too much contact though.
Yep, that's but that reminds you of the skill of these drivers. They've got that drop-down nose cone, the bracket there, but they still are aware of just how much pressure they can apply to the kart in front to work both their karts' advantages, And of course, this is happening at these junior TKM karts are doing over 60 miles an hour. Their lap times 43 seconds, so the 44 seconds per lap, 3 minutes to go, still no change up front. Cole, Harvey and Saunders in that order. So it's the Lichfield Motorsport Tony kart of Harvey Cole, the Classen Motorsport ARC kart of Louis Harvey, and then the privateer driver Talco chassis, Saunders in first. So 3 different operations, 3 different chassis in the top 3 positions. There's Barty in 4th in the number 9 kart with Roth behind him, and Higgins has closed in kart number 20. So Ben Higgins, again another Classen Motorsport driver, in 6th place, and he has caught them because at one point Barty and Roth had a bit of a break, but Higgins has caught them, and then it is Roberts in 7th place, and you can't see Ben Cox in 8th because Ben Cox is another 2+ seconds behind. 2.25 minutes remaining. Here are the leaders. Now, is that a green flag? That's a green flag waving at the entrance to Dan Weldon Corner because somebody has gone off on the exit of Derrick's, and the kart getting dragged out of the way.
Yes, very swiftly so by the...
that was Freddie Hull. So fast Freddie Hull out of the race. In the number 24 cart there is the Precision Racing Machine, sadly going no further. So we're down to 18 drivers. Alistair Cresswell still in 18th place, but he's 20 seconds behind the rest of the field at the moment after his spin. As Barty holding off now, a move there. Higgins up to 5th position, Roth down to 6th.
Yep.
And a change for the lead.
Yep, so that's the number 3 of Louis Harvey, who's managed to claw back up another position now into the lead. So now that time is getting to this 90-second spot remaining. This is where we're going to start to see the defensive moves come in. This is where we're going to see drivers start to attack. Now that gap is fairly extensive, 3.6 seconds. Just see what it is going to be like when these drivers cross the line. Is it going to have come down? Is it going to be going up? You see someone getting ploughing the back of the field there.
Farmer ploughing his field.
He is indeed.
On a Sunday afternoon.
I know. We've got perfect seat to watch this fantastic racing. Less than a minute then to go on the clock. 2 groups of 3.
Here we go. Harvey begins. Louis Harvey begins. Harvey defends from Harvey, but it's Louis Harvey defending from Harvey Cole. And yeah, now we'll see. So 3.3 seconds. Ben Higgins up into 4th place. He has got past Roth and he's got past Barty now. So Higgins, the number 20 cart, on a move. There he is in that second, leading the second pack of carts. The gap was over 3 seconds, but 30 seconds to go. We're not going to get the last lap board this time around, but Louis Harvey now is starting to defend. So how quickly can that gap come down? Across the start-finish line, into Stowe Corner we go. Saunders takes a really wide line into Stowe Corner. He's still on the outside line, but Harvey Cole cuts him back across, and through the willows we go. But we'll see defence after defence from now on.
Yep, Saunders there's no one behind him, so he's trying to take the quicker line through the corners to try and get momentum, to try and get his nose up at the inside here. Can't quite do it this time, that time. Alfie Garford in the 88, fastest time, 43.4. So he's pretty quick out there. Again, another quick look over the shoulder. He can nose now. He can go right to the outside here, swoop to the outside, try and get the switch back here, which has been the favourite move so far of the day. Into the final corner. Can't quite do anything here as they exit to the final corner onto the start-finish straight again. He pulls out the gap, looks to the outside here, goes for that wide line on the final lap. Here we go.
Yep, and the next group are not going to catch them, and there goes Saunders from 3rd, Saunders to 2nd, contact with Harvey, wheel to wheel, Harvey spears off the track, and now Saunders and Cole get together, and Louis Harvey gets back on the track in the lead. There was wheel to wheel contact there. Harvey had to go across the tarmac there, off the track. And I was going to say the pack behind are not going to catch them because they're having a tremendous scrap for 4th position. But Louis Harvey now under pressure from Jack Saunders. It was Saunders, an audacious move, almost got him the lead. Then there was wheel-to-wheel contact, and of course rear wheel hit rear wheel. Harvey then was jettisoned over the tarmac as they come to the line. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Louis Harvey by 0.04 of a second, and a handshake there from Jack Saunders. They were wheel-to-wheel going into the final corner. Oof, that was a very potentially dramatic moment. There's the rest of the field coming across the line, but Anthony, I have to say that that was almost the move of the day from Jack Saunders, almost.
It almost was, I have to agree. It was almost 2 positions that through the one corner, swooped right to the outside, got the best momentum through the corner and tried to switch back. A little bit of contact through the thing, through the exit of the corner. Now, all looking well now.
Shaking hands there, and there's a Harvey Roth or James Barty coming over to make have a little look there. But the top 5: Harvey, Saunders, Cole, Roth, Barty, your top 5. Robertson 6th, Higgins 7th, Garford 8th, Ben Cox 9th, Kilminster rounds out the top 10. Good run for Olivia Jackins there to come home in 11th place. Very good indeed. She started all the way back in 17th place. And there is a look at the rest of the finishers at the end of the Junior TKM final. We've still got TKM Extreme and then Junior and Senior X30 to go. There is your winner, Louis Harvey, pushing his cart back to the paddock area and goes over. Now he's going to go over and see, who's he going to find? Is he going to find Mum and Dad out there, or his mechanic? Well, I think Chris is mechanicking for him this weekend. But Louis Harvey, there's Chris, and again, you know, Chris and Charlene Harvey there, very supportive, as are all the parents here. There's no one else in the paddock can say, my mum and dad are bodybuilders. Yes, but very successful ones as well. very decorated both in the UK and abroad in various bodybuilding competitions. Myself and Anthony Jordan thought about doing some bodybuilding work, but then we thought, oh, but a bit of curry on a Saturday night is far better. A curry and a few beers on a Saturday night is far better than slaving away in a gym trying to look ripped.
The only body part I'm building is my belly.
Yes. Let's have a look at a little bit more about what goes on behind the kart scenes here at a kart race with one of our officials.
So I'm Ian Rogers, I'm the Chief Timekeeper for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. So approximately 20 years ago, I looked after a timing system for a very small club, and then that sort of developed over the years, getting into Motorsport UK clubs and ultimately to British Championship level. So for me, it's all about the results, making sure the customers are happy and get the right information, as much data as possible. And then after that, following that up with the championship tables and such like, working closely with the championship coordinator. I think for me, we offer training, some sort of taster days for people so they can come along, see what we do, understand it a bit better, and if they like it, then we can work them into a proper Motorsport UK programme of training and to get them accredited with the right licences. Yeah, so I think behind the scenes we probably start this event on the Friday here on circuit. We probably start on paper probably a week or so beforehand. Lots of preparation, making sure the equipment's all tested and working okay before we arrive at the event. And then there's all the data behind that, so championship data, driver data, make sure the information's correct. And then constantly talking to the customers if we've got any issues, potentially with a transponder number or their details, their race team, whatever it might be, make sure we get all that information right up front, which means when we get out the results, the information they get is much better and much more accurate. Okay, so firstly we set the race physically up on the system, ready to go. At that point, we leave it to Mr. Starter to start the race itself, so they control the lights for us. Thereafter, it's about making sure every time we see a kart cross the line, we make sure we've got the passings correct, make sure it's in the right order, obviously. So it's constantly double checking to make sure we're getting the right information, the right data, because once the customers see that data, it'll have every single lap. So it's really important we make sure that's the case. And then at the end of the race, clearly check a flag and make sure everyone's off circuit safely.
TKM Extreme up next for their final. Another 15 minutes of action ongoing. Whilst we're looking at that, so Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing there. If you want to get involved in karting in any official capacity behind the scenes, please go to www.motorsportuk.org. And again, thank you to Demon Tweeks for their support of the British Kart Championship this year. And Demon Tweeks represented on every driver's crash helmet here, not least our poleman for TKM Extreme, Adam Sparrow. Adam, the O-Plate privateer driver, British Open champion on a Talco chassis. He will start this race from pole position alongside Kai Springfield in the number 97 Jade kart. And there is Kai, a very distinctive blue and white Jade livery chassis. Then it is the Klassen Motorsport ARC chassis for Joe Fowler in kart number 31. And Joe Fowler will start alongside Joe Reeves-Smith in the number 90 Litchfield Motorsport Tony kart.
James Pashley, he'll start the third row in the number 1 Birrell ART chassis. Then it's Theo Hesketh in the number 60 on that grid. Chris Whitten on the 4th row alongside Archie Strong.
Yeah, Lewis Wadley is on row 5 alongside number 3 kart of Lee Whittingham. And on row 6, it's Matthew Taylor and Sam Fowler.
Row 7, Matthew Allnutt. And it's Ryan Cole alongside Alexander Page and Aaron Lask rounding out the 8th row. Jake Campbell-Mills in the 9th with Matthew Horton in the 24th.
And the 26 kart grid is rounded out by Megan Lawson, Jack Dan, Spencer Lane, Isaac Marsh, Joe Stockford, Michael Cornell, Harrison Williams and Ben Watson. 26 drivers, 15 minutes. Now, whilst we were watching some of those promos, I have to say, it's your ginger nuts have got rather sweaty. When I put that second one in my mouth, just in that short break, it still tasted lovely, but it's a little bit sweaty. We're talking biscuits, boys and girls. The only sustenance we have up here in the commentary box. Oh dear. Number 11, Spencer Lane, out of the race as we go racing with 25 drivers, led by Adam Sparrow, down towards turn number 1. And Joe Fowler, and here's Kai Springfield. Oh, Kai Springfield forgot to brake. Kai Springfield did a Joe Pashley. A James Pashley even. Went so quick I forgot the guy's name. But we saw Springfield, I thought, that looks good, that looks good, that looks bad, and there's bad as well for number 24. So that's Matthew Horton off track as well, and Horton's kart is out of the race by the looks of it. But Kai Springfield, you can see him now right at the back of the field in that number 97 machine. He went trying to go high, wide and handsome around the first corner and just got in way too deep, and that has ruined his chances of victory. But Joe Fowler in second place, chasing down the pole man, and race leader Adam Sparrow.
Yep, group of 3 here breaking away again. I say group of 3 breaking away. There's a lunge here from the 31 of Joe Fowler on Adam Sparrow. The O-plate going backwards here at Kimbolton for the TKM Extreme final. Race 26 of today. Now the number 1 of James Pashley is closing in now in that star-spangled helmet as they go through into the penultimate corner. Again, 13.5 minutes remaining on this race. We have only just started. We're completing lap 2 onto 3 now. And again, you can see the number 1 just going down to the engine, changing something to try and just keep that momentum up.
Yep, so into the Willows on lap number 3. The number 31 of Joe Fowler leads. And again, for those of you that are new to this sport, if you've got a single digit on your kart, well, the O plate stands for British Open Champion, which is a one-off race open to any TKM driver in the country, TKM Extreme driver in the country. That's the British Open, and so if you win it, you get the O plate. And then if you've got a single digit on your kart, that is where you finished last year's TKM Extreme British Championship. So last year's British champion in this class was James Pashley. That's why he's got the number 1 on his kart. But you will notice in this race, you've got the number 1, the number 9, the number 5, the number 4, the number 8, the number 3, as well as the Adam Sparrow. So you've got 6 or 7 of last year's top 10 drivers returning to the class this year. And of course, some drivers take a year out, other drivers retire, other drivers move classes, other drivers just decide I'm going to only race club stuff this year and not race the British Championship. But you've got 7 of the top 10 in last year's British Championship all out here, which is why it is so competitive. And it's why poor old Kai Springfield, now where is he? He is down in 21st place from, well, he led for a couple of metres at the start, but then forgot to break the turn number 1 and is now battling down the lower reaches of this field.
I do that a lot, forget to brake.
Yeah, the pity though, that's when you're driving your road car.
Yeah. So many claims.
So here we go. Well, making the only driver with 1 claim on the race lead at the moment is Joe Fowler, but he's under pressure from Sparrow, and there's defending is the number 13 kart of Archie Strong. That's 4th place, and so there's number 27 of Sam Fowler going through your screen. Number 33 right behind him is the privateer kart of Chris Whitten. So not a great start from Chris Whitten, who was right up there. He was on the 4th row of the grid, but he's been a contender all the way through the proceedings today. And the top 3 trying to pull away. So James Pashley with that purple crash helmet with the silver stars on it is sort of watching and waiting on that Birrell ART kart, but it's still Fowler from Sparrow, and a slight gap to Pashley, then a bigger gap back to the 4th place group, which is led by Theo Hesketh in kart number 60 with Archie Strong, Joe Reeves-Smith and Lee Whittingham in that group. Then it's Lewis Wadley in 8th, Sam Fowler is 9th, Aaron Lask rounds out the top 10 ahead of Whitten, Allnutt, Cole, Taylor and Megan Lawson in 15th.
Yep, still plenty of time on this race, just over 10 minutes to go. And that gap at the front doesn't seem right, 36 seconds. No, it sorts itself out now as the front runners still have got that slight advantage, but not by much. And say that second group led by Theo Hesketh at the moment. Still looking very daunting.
Yeah, they are closing in a little bit there,
They are.
actually. So the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 60 within about 3/4 of a second of third place driver. And looking back, there's a good battle a little bit further back in the back. And there's a move from the number 15 kart of Jake Campbell-Mills. The Flex Motorsport number 15 of Jake Campbell-Mills, holding off the number 95 kart of Ben Watson, the Classen Motorsport team.
Yep. So as you can see there, is there an invisible piece of string across that train? Just see all their heads just simultaneously.
Well, they all sort of like went over the same bump, and they know to get their head down to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency.
Yes. But remember to lift your head back up.
Yeah, but when you get to the bendy bits, lift your head back up.
Yeah. I'd be amazed if someone could do that without lifting their head up.
Yes, it'd be very good. Just looking down at the sea where the curbs are, and just
that would be good.
But look at Theo Hesketh. So that is a very strong run there from Theo, closing in on the top four, and he's doing it all on his own. He's actually put a gap between himself, Joe Reeve-Smith, Archie Strong, and Lee Whittingham, and he's catching the race leaders up on the curb coming out to the final corner. Not unsettling the kart too much, but just giving a little a bit of purchase. Oh, and a change over the front, 3 wide for the race lead. Sparrow gets it. Well, Fowler and Pashley were battling for the race lead, then Sparrow managed to get to the inside of him and has brought Theo Hesketh into play, and it won't be long before Reeve-Smith, Strong, Lewis Wadley and Lee Whittingham close that gap. So we could yet have an 8-kart battle for the lead. Well, we will have very shortly by the looks of it. We've still got 8 3/4 minutes to go. Down the TKM straight they go, led now by the O-plate Adam Sparrow.
Yep, absolutely flying out there. And again, another position change looking down the inside. And that is Joe Fowler trying to defend from the O-plate again. So position changing left, right and centre at this front. We did have a 3-kart battle. It's now a 4-kart battle, and that group of 4 behind is also closing in. So we could have an 8-kart battle in a moment. And there was me thinking maths. I almost said 9, even though 4 plus 4 is definitely 8.
Is it?
Is it?
Oh, okay. I learned something new today then.
Excellent.
Adam Sparrow back in the lead. Fowler took it briefly. Pashley there in 3rd position. Like I said, if you've some of the TKM Festival racing that I've seen here at Kimbolton is some of the best kart racing I've ever seen. I've seen a lot, because this track, this engine, these drivers, it's like a marriage made in karting heaven, and they're certainly not disappointing here as Hesketh goes to P3.
Nicely done there all the way through. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, and again a little bit of breathing space then for the O-plate of Adam Sparrow. At the front, Joe Fowler in 2nd place with Theo Hesketh up into 3rd, up 3 positions, started 6th, now in 3rd. James.
Oh, 2nd place now for Hesketh.
Yep, nice little move there down the inside. Is a man on a mission, is Hesketh. And it's just the O-plate of Adam Sparrow to go then, with 7 minutes left on the clock. But a bit of a gap to close up to him now. The number 1 looking down the inside, stays into position. And, who was that going down the inside? Was that the 90 of Reeve-Smith?
Possibly was. If it was green, orange and white, it was Joe Reeve-Smith.
I think it was, and yes it was. Up into 4th then for Joe.
No, down to 5th. Pashley gets him back.
Oh, excellent. There we go.
So these are like cadets on steroids, this lot are.
Yes.
Positions changing all the time. So now Hesketh has come from away back in 4th. He's up into 2nd. He's right behind the leader. Again, it's all about momentum. Does he continue to go? Oh dear, that is the number 40 kart of Isaac Marsh. So as one Tim Wilson Motorsport kart battles for the race lead, another of the Tim Wilson karts sadly exits stage left.
Yes, that is suboptimal.
And of course, now we're talking about momentum. Hesketh has made that move, and he's actually pushing Sparrow away from the chasing group. At the back of that group, Aaron Lask has now caught this. We've got 8 karts, 2, 4, 6, 8 battling for the lead, back to Aaron Lask. In fact, Aaron Lask is in 9th place.
Yeah, but it's the last thing that this group wants to do. They need to get into single file, close that gap up, and they're not doing that. They are squabbling a lot at the background there. Almost 3 wide as they went into Derek's corner. As they come back out now, back into single file. Did the positions change? I think they did. The 31 now in front of the 3.
Yep, that would be Joe Fowler. And again, so Joe Fowler was leading, has now been shuffled back and he was back to 7th place. He's now up into 6th position, ahead of Lee Whittingham again. There's Lewis Wadley coming into play, and it's almost like we talked about a cycling analogy, when that you've got the leader, and then the leader peels off and goes to the back, and then slowly works his way back to the front one by one, and every couple of corners the lead changes, and the driver that was in the lead finds himself now towards the back of that group. A couple of little gaps developing there, and behind the number 44, also thinking I've got a chance here, is number 33 kart of Chris Whitton and the number 27 kart of Sam Fowler, with the number 48 kart Ryan Cole in 11th position. Let's have a look. Now Kai Springfield up into 13th place. Now he's 13th. You might think, well, that's terrible, but he's 13th, but he's 6 seconds behind the race lead at the moment, and if he keeps going like that with 5 minutes to go, that 6 second gap to the lead could get shorter and shorter and shorter. Where's the number 97 kart as we run through the order on screen? Through the first corner, look for that blue and white Jade kart, the back of the camera shot. He was 22nd at the end of lap number 1, and he is now up into 13th place and gaining on the lead group as they continue to battle. But it's Sparrow and Hesketh trying to push away, with Pashley, Reeve-Smith and Wadley now 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, you can see the O-plate there really pushing hard to try and keep that momentum up, hitting those curbs just right, bouncing off them, but not slowing the kart down, not unsettling it. Again, fine line of getting it absolutely perfect and messing it completely up. 4 minutes left on the clock as these guys go through. Again, first two leading the way. Sparrow versus Hesketh. Then it's Pashley, Reeve-Smith, Wadley, Whittingham, Strong, Lask, Fowler, Whitton. That's your top 10 as they go through. And the 27 there falling down the order, Sam Fowler.
So Sam Fowler out of the race. They're sort of slowly, one by one, I'd say he's dropping like flies. They're wilting in the heat. We're down to 20. We started with 26 karts. Spencer Lane and Matthew Horton didn't make it around the opening lap. Alex Page has sadly had to retire, so is Isaac Marsh. Now Sam Fowler is out of the race as well, so we're down to 21.
Yep, so they are falling down the order as these guys battling away, and is that a flat tyre potentially for the 44? It would look like it was running very low. I don't think it was actually, no. So it looked like he ran wide.
Yeah, it might have been Aaron Lask. Let's have a little look where he comes out. Well, he is 7th at the moment. 2, 4, 5. Then a gap. So the gap has been between Wadley in 5th and Lee Whittingham in 6th position. In fact, there's a 1.7 second gap between the top 5 and 6th position. 3 minutes remaining, and that is because Theo Hesketh has made sure that he hasn't been battling with the race leader Anna Sparrow. He's been playing the waiting game. How much longer can he wait? Because time and tide wait for no man.
No.
That includes Theo Hesketh. He's going to have to make a move soon.
Time is slowly running out with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and that's where we start to see the defensive driving kick in. You can see it near here now. We've got a group of 2, the number 1 on his own, and then another group of 2. They're going to concertina up so quickly, and then we're going to have a group of 5 battling away. You can see the number 1 absolutely smacking those curbs. James Pashley there, harshly hitting the curbs.
Very good. It would be even better if his name was Pashley. It's Pashley. Pashley and Hashley. He doesn't get caught smoking any Hashley. Yeah. Not good.
Oh dear.
No, even producer James is getting involved. Yeah, he did make a bit of a hash of that. He made a hash of his start a couple of races ago, but now Pashley is closing in, and look at Theo Hesketh saying, "No, don't defend, don't defend." Oh, if you're going to defend, I'm going to have to overtake you.
Yep.
Because Pashley is now right there. And I was trying my best to think of something else at Ryan Pashley, but I failed. I had to just describe the action like he's now right there and trying to go round the outside, like the M&M song, into 2nd place.
Yep, nice move there, well timed. Obviously, he was seeing the 2 starting to defend, and then he thought this is an ample opportunity to try and get past, and now he says, right, let's go.
That's the best one. So yeah, that's Pucker, safe bruv, as he takes 2nd place. Hesketh down to 3rd.
Yep, nicely done. Less than 90 seconds left on the clock then. They cross the line to start lap 20. 19 laps completed. The 2 leaders breaking away now, but this is a very close group of 5 now, as defensive driving is going to be key. Who's going to break first as we go into Derek's corner? The O-plate of Adam Sparrow defends. The number 1 trying to carbon copy his move earlier on has failed to do it this time around. Stays behind in 2nd place, so it's Sparrow versus Pashley, Hesketh, Reeve-Smith, then it's Wadley. And this all group here, just so close under pressure. 35 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board will come out next time around as the number one again tries to go the long way round Kimbolton corner. Can't quite do it here as they're now side by side. Moves down the order now into 4th place. Now that's how close this racing is. Last lap board though will be out this time.
And again now Wadley at the inside of Pashley for 4th position, but no, James Pashley holds him off. Sparrow continues to lead again. James Pashley, he tried to go around the outside there at Kimbolton corner, and Sparrow just eased him wide, and that's the risk you run. I mean, if Pashley had got a nose ahead, Sparrow couldn't have eased him wide. But the fact is, he didn't quite get alongside. Pashley still had the line, and Sparrow still had the line, and it was his right to take the racing line. He took it, and that cost James Pashley 2 places. Theo Hesketh back into 2nd place, where he was a few laps ago. And here comes Joe Reeve-Smith. This is as high as Joe Reeve-Smith has been all race. And it's now as they start the final lap, into 2nd place, 3 wide, into turn number 1. Around the outside goes Theo Hesketh. Can he make it stick? Can he? No, not quite.
No, it's still the O-plate of Sparrow. Sparrow still leads from Hesketh. The number 1 has moved back up into 3rd place as well. So it's Reeve-Smith then. Oh, who is it actually? No, it is. It's still Hesketh. Reeve-Smith has managed to drop down a few positions, but final lap time, it's still on Sparrow or Hesketh as they go through. Can anything do, or can the number 1 do anything as they go into this final corner? I don't think so. It's still very close, nose to tail as they go into it. So the 0 plate holds that tighter line, tries to sweep round the outside, does the number 1, but it's going to stay in the position that it started this lap. Sparrow is going to take it from Hesketh, from Pashley. Reeve-Smith crosses the line in 4th place. Lewis Wadley crosses in 5th, up 4 positions, but a very, very close race from those drivers, but keeping it very clean.
Yep, and on the last lap, the top 5 were caught by Lee Whittingham, Aaron Lask, Archie Strong, and Chris Whitton. And there is a great, Adam Sparrow punching the air, big embrace there between all the top 3. And that is, that is TKM racing, what it's all about. The drivers go absolutely hammer and tongs in the race itself, but then as soon as the race is over, they can have a good chat about it, because again, that was a spotlessly clean race, I have to say. Sparrow, Hesketh, Pashley separated by 0.14 of a second at the end of 22 laps of racing. Reeve-Smith, Wadley, Whittingham, Lask, Strong, the top 8 separated by less than 2 seconds. Whitton is 9th, and here's some of the drivers that finished a bit further down the order and failed to finish as well. Joe Fowler there, a pole man, just once something went wrong on that kart halfway through the race there, because he lost the lead and then just tumbled down the order to eventually finish in 14th place. What a race. There is your provisional race winner coming into Parc Fermé. And we now have 2 races to go. And they are the Junior and Senior X30 finals, and they'll be coming up very shortly.
My name's Danielle Short. I'm the Championship Coordinator for the British Kart Championships. I started racing when I was 8. I raced in IAME Cadet and TKM. I got involved through my father. My dad, he raced, so he took me to Munwell Kart Circuit, where I got hooked instantly. So yeah, it all started from there really. The overall administration of the entries, the preparing everything for the event, so liaising with the circuits and the clubs, the venues that we're attending, communicating with the drivers, the teams. Yeah, so basically the overall admin of the running of the events really. Yeah, so I think really the first thing to do would be to find their local club, their local venue, circuit, and to perhaps volunteer or go and spectate, volunteer, see kind of which role they'd want to fit into, whether it be a marshal or the admin, the office, judicial, and volunteer and just get some experience really in the role that they want to sort of slot into, and then see how they go, see if they enjoy it, and take it from there. Yeah, so the race meeting starts for me sort of weeks before with the build-up with the admin side, the paperwork, the organisation, timetables, communicating with the drivers and the teams and the parents, guardians. But actually when we actually get to the meeting on the Saturday and Sunday while I'm at the venues, it's really it's liaising with the drivers, the customers, issuing results, judicial paperwork, and just generally keeping the event running as smoothly as possible.
Well, the junior X30s will be taking to the track in just a moment. Some very close racing airs, a nice shot there of the start-finish line. I'm trying to think where that camera is. It's on the other side of the world, that camera. It's just very zoomed in. Henry, you're rejoining me again? Oh,
yes.
I think no, I did unmute the correct...
yes.
I thought I unmuted the wrong one for a moment.
I return with news.
Oh, excellent. What news have you returned with?
Well, I mean, everybody here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club at Kimbolton works very, very hard to make this event happen. And again, if you want to, you saw Danielle Short, www.motorsportuk.org to find out more. But certainly Nigel Freeman here at Hunts Kart Racing Club is, you know, a very, very hard-working man. And he is going to see if he can persuade said food wagon that we have been musing over all day longingly as we've been trapped up here to potentially save some sustenance for us at the end of the racing. So that we don't sort of wither away to nothing.
Yes.
Potentially. He's going to have, he's having a word for a man. Producer James, the disembodied voice in our heads, has had an egg roll since about 8 o'clock this morning. That is how hard. I mean, a lot of work goes on behind the scenes to make this event happen, but I mean, obviously the Alpha Live crew there, the camera guys out on circuit have been out there all day, and up here in the booth, as it were, or the sauna, as we have been calling it most of the day. It's also been pretty non-stop. But now, disembodied voice in my head, are we going to go through the grid now? Yes, he says. Disembodied voice says yes. So the grid for the we haven't got a grid. Ian Rogers. There we go. Pole position. GP plate holder Aaron Walker for 15 minutes now. Aaron Walker and his mechanic Alex Ferris there. A quick check of Alex's kart mechanic attire. Sunglasses. Oh, not really a nice colour. Mask. Yes. Apron. Yes. Branded apron. Yes. Oh, no multicoloured shoes. Alex Ferris, you disappoint me. You are not a kart mechanic bingo winner today. He has got the earpiece in on the back of his head. There is Archie Walker in kart number 91, alongside Aaron Walker on the front of the grid. Bart Harrison in kart number 77 for Mick Barrett Racing, third on the grid. Fourth on the grid, number 57, Sam Heading. Really strong run so far this weekend for the Mark Litchfield Racing driver, Sam Heading, deep in thought there. Then it is the number 16, premium karting entry of Sam Shaw, starting there, and there is a look of focus in those eyes. Great camera work.
Sure does look.
Oh yes, very good, very good, Anthony. Harry Burgoyne Jr. for the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team. He starts 6th, and in 7th there is Luke Watts for the Cato Motorsport team. Quick check, James Bean, his mechanic. Yep, nope, there's not multicolored trainers, so he does not win. So a quick double check. No, he's let himself down again. He knows it. He knows it. He knows he's let himself down there, as James. There's Darryl Taylor in kart number 14 for the MLC Motorsport team. Darryl very, very fast. And again, Darryl's got an amazing amount of support. He's from the Philippines, or he's a Philippine family, Philippine-based family there. And oh dear, he's got Lewis Malin mechanicking for him. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Darryl, your chances have just died. Because I've spotted that Lewis Malin's your mechanic. No, Lewis Malin, a good lad, very good driver, and a semi-decent kart mechanic. But he's done well to get Darryl up at the front there. But Darryl, again, amazing. He's got Darryl for a Filipino family, so a lot of people from the Philippines tune in to watch Darryl racing from literally all over the world. But here we go then, the penultimate race of the day here at Kimbolton. It's your Junior X30 final, 15 minutes plus a lap, 34 drivers. Let's have a look. The GP plate holders. So A Walker and A Walker are on the front of the grid, and C Walker, Chris Walker, the photographer, taking their photo, I noticed as well. So there was some sort of symmetry there.
As you say, Skywalker nowhere to be seen.
No, Skywalker nowhere to be seen. So around Kimbolton corner we go. Ready to the line. Are we getting a start? First time of asking. No, we are not. Ken Potter, who one of the other officials that we've heard from today, says no. Go around again.
Now, from my view, that looked okay. So clearly,
it was a tad fast.
A tad fast.
Yes, because you're supposed to wait. Now, halfway down the grid on the circuit, there was a line, and that line, or as a marker, it's the yellow cone or yellow sort of large cone there. That is the acceleration line.
Right.
And what Mr. Walker and Mr. Walker did coming out the final corner, they went on the throttle very loudly, and they just gunned it coming out of the final corner, and they did not wait to the acceleration line to get going.
I see.
So they were, again, keen as mustard, they were.
Nice and slow.
Yes.
Let's try again.
Yes. Behave yourselves. Into Kimbolton corner. Now we're going to wait. They go to the line, and again, nope, too fast.
Yep, I did think straight away it was too fast. I could see it now that you've explained the cone situation,
yes.
The markers. Yeah, I could see that they really did go for it as soon as they exited that last corner, and yeah.
Now the question now is, as you can see, look, there's the marshal in orange, and again we'll talk about the marshals. The marshals, the most important people in all of motorsport. They've been out on post all day, unrelenting sunshine, so a lot of the marshals are now that their heads are the same colour as their jackets, because it is very warm, and they turned a nice shade of lobster, some of them. But again, it's the front row the two front row drivers. It's their responsibility to control the pace at the front. And they say the question remains is how long will Ken Potter's patience last before he brings them to a halt and removes Mr. Walker and Mr. Walker from the front row and puts them to the back, which is the punishment that they would get for repeated false starts.
Yes. Let's see if we can do it this time. Now we've got an extra marshal now keeping them slow before the line. Are we going?
Yes, we are. We're off and racing. Down towards turn number one. Good start from Aaron Walker. Archie Walker on the outside. Oh, there's a couple of drivers right at the inside. Bumping and boring. That is Josh Rowledge, who almost came together. At the back of the pack, there's three. There's the number 25 kart of Brandon Carr. It was one of them.
The 41 as well was there.
Oh, Hayden Chance. Oh, he's got no chance now. Oh, dear. Sorry. But again, all three drivers do get back in the race. And the other driver involved there was the number 19 Coles racing kart of Jack Cox.
Yep. So disaster at the front there for some of the mid-pack runners as they go through here. All guns are blazing though at the front with position changes left, right and centre. Lap one completed. As we go in, the karts are cleared, so no yellow flags to worry about as they go through. Again, lead change. As we go through, the GP plate moving down into second place. The 91 Archie Walker taking the lead at the moment, and the 77 as well. Bart Harrison looking very nosy with his nose cone down the inside there into Derek corner.
Yep, very indeed, and almost, but Aaron Walker went, don't! Nope.
Oh,
sorry, Bart. It's Archie Walker leading, and here goes another little nose at the inside from Bart Harrison, but again Aaron Walker says, if you do that one more time, son, I'm going to wipe it for you.
Warning flag going out to Templeton, and the number 23.
Yeah, he's been lively today, is Brandon Templeton. He had a warning flag before the start of the pre-final, which is a record in my book.
Yes.
You know, on the rolling lap, get a warning flag on the rolling lap. There we go, through Derek's corner. So it's now Harrison in third, Shaw in fourth, fifth is Heading, sixth is Taylor, and seventh is the number 68 kart of Harry Burgoyne Jr. Then it's Luke Watson, Canato Lee up into ninth place. Stevens is 10th, then it's Chigarimbo in 11th, Spindo in 12th, Mackie 13th, Jessica Edgar 14th, Josh Rowledge back to 15th place, ahead of Matt Higgins, then Harvey Ryby, Connor Clifford, Charlie Rippin, and that's your top 20 at the moment.
Yep.
I'll double check, all 34 karts still running. Yes, they are, although Jack Cox and Hayden Chance and Brandon Carr are right down at the back. Mitchell Gibbons is down in 31st place. Jack Sherwood is 30th. Reece Newburn, 22nd. Oscar Lynn as well down there, but it's Archie Walker who has top spot at the moment, ahead of Aaron Walker. There is Sam Heading going through your screens in the number 57 car. He's about to lose a place, the Ollie Roller Motorsport number 68 of Harry Burgoyne Jr. and potentially to Luke Watts as well. Now Watts is side by side with Heading, and there goes, oh, good move there from Luke Watts. He ducked out of the slipstream very late on, then runs wide at the Stoke corner, now comes back across, trying to defend from Heading. Heading though, gets the inside line going into the Willows and retakes the position.
Yep, cracking little move there through the Stowe complex. Great little move. Daryl Taylor, fastest lap of the race, 42.48. He's running in 5th place at the moment, up 3 positions in the number 14 MLC Motorsport kart. So great running from him at the moment. 11.5 minutes left on the timer. Again, lots of time left in this race, and there's a move down the inside. The number 14 of Daryl Taylor moving through that position from Sam Shaw, moving now up into 4th place. Position change as well, but Harrison, like you say, moving up into 2nd, and Aaron Walker, the GP plate, down into 3rd place now as they go through. Again, running into a train now, aren't we?
Yes, now, of course, Archie Walker. We're talking about what a win does for drivers. Archie Walker, now he's won a big race. He won the British Championship opening round in the Rotax class at Lydd. Aaron Walker, again, the GP plate holder. Bart Harrison, now he had race-winning pace at Rowrah, but couldn't get the job done. He had to concede both wins to his teammate Josh Rowledge. So Harrison now, he needs to get over that first win that a driver gets. It can be all important. And Harrison, you know, I spoke to McLaren at the end of the Saturday round at Rowrah. He said that Bart has really, you know, manned up over the winter, and he's got to keep that progression going and keep being a bit more aggressive. Keep being more aggressive to try and maintain that some sort of semblance. And into lap number 7 now. Oh, and again, we've been thanking the Hunts Kart Club for all their hard work this weekend, and we have just been given some sustenance for later, but we will try and continue to commentate before we tuck into that.
There's a huge distraction in the commentary box now,
Yes,
and
someone brought in chips.
Excellent. Just under 10 minutes left to go of the race then, and we're still looking at this group of 3 leading the way, still nose to tail. It is the we've had a bit of a transponder issue, and it's already back to normal. So it's Archie Walker in the 91, Bart Harrison in the 77, and Daryl Taylor in the 14, still nose to tail, front to rear. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Freddie Spindlow in the number 60, 42.310. A very quick time out there, especially this late on into the day, with the tyres in the state that they are in. So a very impressive time. Means he's looked after his tyres, and one to keep an eye on. He's currently in 11th place out there.
And fast Freddie living up to his name, but 11th place. But look at the change the lead. Change for top spot, I think, is Harrison. Was having a concerted look at the inside, and he takes the lead. Daryl Taylor goes through as well to take 2nd place. It's now Harrison a little bit wide through Stowe corner. Can Daryl Taylor for the MLC Motorsport team take that win? I should really say, if Taylor wins and Lewis Malin is a British Championship winning mechanic, I should do some sort of forfeit, but I won't, because that is a very real possibility of actually coming to fruition. Taylor looking strong at the moment. Now, neither of these two have won a round of the British Championship before. The 2 drivers behind have. Here comes Sam Shaw, the premium car to number 16, up the inside of Aaron Walker. Did he make the move stick? Yes, he did, but Walker fights back side by side, and there's Harry Burgoyne Jr. in the number 68 car trying to make a move as well to move into 5th position. Sam Heading is 7th. Then a gap back to Rashan Chigarimbo, and I know Rashan's getting a lot of love on the social media there. Rashan in the number 92 Fusion Motorsport kart. There he is with that bright yellow crash helmet. He is in 8th place, had a Canato lead, then fast Freddie Spindlow with the fast lap of the race in 10th place. Oliver Stewart is 11th, then Josh Rowledge down to 12th. Not good so far for the championship leader. Matt Higgins is up into 13th place. Then it's Lewis Mackey 14th, Alicia Barrett is 15th, ahead of her teammate Connor Clifford. Luke Watts with a penalty flag, or with a warning flag rather, down to 17th place, the number 37 Cato Motorsport kart. Harvey Ryby is 18th, Charlie Rippin 19th, and Jessica Edgar runs in 20th, ahead of Jessie Plant and Aidan Lynn.
Yep, still very close then, all the way through the field. Less than 8 minutes to go on the timer. And again, we're keeping an eye on this top three at the moment. Two groups of, well, you got a group of three and then a group of four. And then as soon as we see these guys start to battle, again, they'll close up. 7.5 minutes left on the timer. But Daryl Taylor still leading the way from Bart Harrison. A little bit of a breathing space that Taylor has got. But Archie Walker and Aaron Walker still very close behind. Leading that next group is, of course, Aaron Walker with the GP plate, with Harry Burgoyne Jr. just behind in 5th. So still very, very close as they go through this final complex section. Warning flag out to Newburn in the 67. Yeah. So again, he's got to watch out there as race control still, even late on in the day, keeping a very close eye on everything.
Yeah, Rhys Newburn for the S8 Racing team. He's had a bit of a quiet afternoon so far. He's outside the top 24. I think he's 25th is Newburn. He's got a penalty flag as well now. It's not a time penalty, it's just a warning flag. And there is now a driver who's having a very, very strong one. Harry Burgoyne Jr. Again, only his first year out of cadets, and he's battling around drivers that have been in this class now for 2 or 3 years, some of them. And Burgoyne Jr. is holding his own manfully. Sam Heading is right behind him. Then it is Sam Shaw. Then it's Chigarimbo and Spindlow right behind them. But the top three are breaking away now. And in fact, Daryl Taylor, 12 laps in, 6.25 minutes to go, as we see Chigarimbo making a move into the willows there. And he puts Spindlow down to 9th position. So Chigarimbo up into the top 8. But this battle on screen for what is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th on back is very, very good indeed. Taylor leads Harrison by half a second. Walker, that's Archie Walker, is right behind Harrison, but then there's another 1.3 second gap back to Aaron Walker in 4th. And then it's this battle led by Burgoyne Jr. holding on to 6th to 5th position.
Yep, still super, super close between all of those drivers as we get a marshal in front of the camera, but we don't mind that at all because the marshals have been absolutely fantastic today, keeping an eye on proceedings and keeping an eye on the drivers, and that's a fantastic move, as you say. There, 5.5 minutes left on the clock there for that position.
Sam Heading making a move there, and here comes Chigarimbo.
Yep, Chigarimbo down the inside, and that 92, absolutely fantastic run. Gets that position done and dusted. Fantastic move there through Derek's corner. 5 minutes left then in terms of this race, and it's still all to play for.
See, can't quite see where Rashan's dad Calvin is in the paddock, but Calvin is Rashan's mechanic. He'll be bouncing up and down with joy there, and then Lamar Chigarimbo on the social side of things, watching keenly as well. Now, sadly, Hayden Chance has retired his kart, which is, again, his day went from bad to worse after that first corner spin. He has now sadly retired. 33 karts still running. And there's the number 11 on your screen. That is Kanato Lee, the Japanese driver, who has moved into 9th position now at the expense of Sam Shaw. And still championship leader Josh Rowledge, only in 11th. There's Rashan Chigarimbo, number 92. It's always a worry when you put the race number on your crash helmet, because if that race number has been taken by somebody else already, you've got to go get a new crash helmet.
Yeah, it's a whole new design. It's a bold move.
Yes, a bold move there from Rashan. But he's thinking he's up into the top 6 now. And there is Bart Harrison. He's conceded 2nd place to Archie Walker. So Walker up into P2. They're chasing Daryl Taylor.
Yep, they need to stop squabbling and focus here as the timer is running out. Less than 4 minutes left on the timer as they go through now. It's, again, got to get a good exit out of here onto the TKM straight. Tucks in, tries to get the most out of that kart, out of the airflow. Over the top, there's not much wind now in the air, and if anything, they've got a bit of a tailwind down that straight.
I mean, I got a bit of wind, but that's because I had a spicy meal last night.
Is that
all right?
Yeah, and that's the worst tailwind I've ever seen in my life coming out of you. So, 3.5 minutes left on the timer. Taylor still leading from Walker, from Harrison. Then it's Aaron Walker in the GP plate, 4th place. Sam Heading, and he's heading for a podium potentially here.
Oh, very good.
Today,
very
I'm
good.
on a roll right now.
Yep, that's good. That's don't let me stop you. Now Heading is closing in on Walker. There he goes out of Derek's corner. Chigarimbo right behind him. So on your screens now, this is 4th, 5th and 6th. 1 place off the podium. The problem is that they've got a 1.7 second deficit to make up, and you can see Heading saying to Walker, no, push, 3 minutes to go. So hopefully Walker won't be defending. Does Walker believe Heading? No, he doesn't. He still defends into Kimbolton corner, and now will Heading will he have his hand forced? Looks like, and again, walking defending. Here comes Rashan Chigarimbo round the outside.
Oh,
Rashan Chigarimbo!
no!
Oh, no! Oh, Rashan Chigarimbo almost made it work. He went round the outside. Here's a replay. So Walker defends. He clears Sam Heading. Chigarimbo tries to cut across. He wasn't trying to chop across the circuit, but Walker was defending and he understeered off the apex. Well, that battle has just been settled in the favour of Sam Heading temporarily, but now Sam Heading has got Freddie Spindler behind him. So Heading is in 4th place. It's Taylor leading Archie Walker, leading Bart Harrison. Then in 4th place is the number 57 kart of Heading. 5th is Freddie Spindler. Kanato Lee is in 6th position. Where did Chigarimbo come back onto the track? Matthew Higgins in kart number 75. He won the reperage and he is now running 7th. Great drive from the Dan Holland Racing number 75. He's just been passed by Sam Shaw. Then it's Josh Rowledge, and then it's Lewis Mackey in 11th place, followed by Harry Burgoyne Jr., who's down to 12th. Luke Watts is 13th. Connor Clifford, Alicia Barrett, Chigarimbo, Ollie Greenall. I haven't mentioned Ollie Greenall's name all final, down in 20th place. Not sure what's gone wrong there, but something has. And Chigarimbo, Anthony, as you're pointing out, to be 22nd. But what has happened to the GP plate? He's even further down the order. Did he even come round at all? The answer is he is 29th.
What happened there?
Well, of course, we crashed into tyres.
Oh yeah, of course.
You've got chips on your mind.
I have. That's all I'm thinking about. I can smell them in the background. It's chips on my mind. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
1 minute to go. Race fans, I have to say that at the end of this race, I have a funny feeling that they're going to run a small promotional video at the end of this while the commentators go silent.
Well, they'll go silent on the mics. It'll be very noisy and chip-eating noises in the commentary box.
But up front, it is still Taylor. Darrell Taylor, now the nerves set in. 40 seconds to go. Darrell Taylor in kart number 14. Are we about to see a first British Championship victory this year for the MLC Motorsport team and their driver, Darrell Taylor? Nerves are kind of come into play because Archie Walker and Bart Harrison are closing in. Walker, the hunter. Taylor, the hunted. Argenti Motorsport have had a great couple of months there. The first year of this team in karting, they won the British Grand Prix. They took a double win at Lyd in both senior and junior Rotax. Now are they going to take their first major win in X30? Let's see.
They crossed the line with 1 second left, so last lap board's not out this time.
But Archie Walker's going for it. Taylor has to defend. Now, Archie Walker, he knows how to win these races. Will that experience count? Will that sort of confidence boost that he got last time out at Lyd work for him this time? Harrison there in 3rd place. He's waiting to like a tramp on chips, but that's going to be us in a minute.
Yes.
He is going to wait to pounce if a door opens. Taylor checks over his shoulder into Kimbolton, into Kestrel corner. Darrell Taylor defends. Archie Walker swings out wide in the entrance of the corner. He's going to get a good run onto the straight. Last lap board going out. Taylor has the lead, but Walker has the momentum.
Almost contact between the two of them as they go. Heavy braking, round the outside again. The 11's got, the 77's got the inside.
Still on the outside.
Contact between the two of them. Right, so Bart Harrison now moves up into 2nd place. Now Darrell Taylor's got to defend from both of these two as they go into the corner. Now it's still super close between these two. There's no breathing space whatsoever. Taylor still leads from Harrison, from Walker. Walker looking for any gap opportunity here that he can find. Nothing right now as they swoop into the penultimate corner. Is there any spot here? Are we going to see a dive down the final corner? No, we're not. Everyone's going to stay in position. It's a race to the line, but Darrell Taylor is going to take the checker flag for the Junior X30 final here at Kimbolton of race 27. Bart Harrison crosses the line in 2nd place and Archie Walker takes 3rd place.
And so Darrell Taylor, MLC Motorsport, and their mechanic Lewis Malin are British Championship race winners. And I was looking in the grandstand area and I could see where Darrell's mum was celebrating wildly there as well as you should. Darrell Taylor, the Anglo-Filipino driver, has just taken his first win. Bart Harrison, well, Bart, he hasn't got that win yet, but points make prizes, Bart. And with your championship leader Josh Rowledge only 8th there at the end, That is good work for Bart Harrison. Archie Walker finishing third, 0.2 of a second, separating the top three. Freddie Spindlow fourth, Sam Heading fifth, then Kanato Lee in sixth position. Shaw, Rowledge, Burgoyne Jr. and Mackie round out the top 10. Matthew Higgins from the reperage up to 11th. And there is the second page of results, down to 24th position. Chigarimbo was 18th. Aaron Walker 27th. Oliver Greenall, a winner at Rowrah, 26th today, just behind Louis Johnson Cool. That was Junior X30. One race to go. Now, one question remains, Anthony. Salt, vinegar and ketchup on your chips?
Just salt and ketchup, please.
Oh, lovely. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, boys and girls. One race to go. There is the view of Kimbolton Circuit. The paddock now gathers, responsibly of course, to watch the final race of the day. It's Senior X30. And I have to say, a massive, massive thank you to the catering department here at Hunt's Kart Racing Club for providing both myself and Anthony and the disembodied voice in our heads, producer James, with some late afternoon offerings to keep us going. I think the kart racing is going to keep us going now, but one question, yes. How are they? Are they do your MasterChef impression. There's one person who's hungry, but not for burgers and chips, hungry for a race win, and that is Morgan Porter, the Argenti Motorsport number 46. Now, they've just had a podium in junior. Can they take the win in senior? And that's Mr. Porter alongside your defending British champion, Danny Curl, for the Jade Racing team. Starts on the outside of row one. Again, deep in thought, visualizing the run down towards turn number one. On the second row of the grid, there is Clayton Ravenscroft. Good to see Clayton. Oh, no, that's Sean Butcher. What am I talking about? Clayton Ravenscroft down on the third row of the grid. He's giving us a wave. That's Sean Butcher. Butcher leading the KR Sport charge. And on the outside of row two, and Harry Platten, a very impressive drive from the BMR Zenon driver to start third on the grid. Then we get down to Clayton Ravenscroft. Pan left, Stu. Let's see Steve on camera. Where's Mr. Ravenscroft? Say hiya. There he is. Oh, look at that. Oh, dearie me. I tell you what, you can almost see a reflection on the top of his head there. There we go. Oh, dear. No, but again, really good to see Clayton back in the car. It's good to see Clayton fitting well, because he injured himself, it hurt his ribs racing in Europe earlier this year, but Clayton is back there, and I'm sure we're going to see all guns blazing start there. And there is the Dan Holland Racing number 5 of Rory Hudson, who shares the third row of the grid with Ravenscroft. Row 4, Gus Lawrence, the PF International team. There's Stretch, Steve Lamian, his mechanic. There's a lot of him. You need to pan right up to see stretch. Top of it. Here we go, out onto the circuit. The last race of the day. It's race number 28 on the programme. Well, Anthony, it's been a fantastic day. Have we saved the best for last?
Well, I certainly do hope so. I had to really finish that last chip quickly.
Sorry,
when you started that question, I have been devouring that box.
Like some ravenous cannibal in the commentary box. And no, good to see. And again, these drivers, I know, what is that? Is that one of the Birrell ART cars? That was Nat Thomas, I believe, at the back. They're just taking a little bit of time to get started. So it's Porter and Curl on row 1.
Are we going to get a start first time around?
Well,
you would have hoped so.
I think so, but again, it's Morgan Porter, a cool customer, and he's going to go head-to-head with Danny Curl and the rest right now.
No.
Oh, false start.
I'm going to take it for a guess. It's because we didn't have half the grid.
Really?
Half the grid wasn't even there.
Oh, that would be a good reason why.
So yes, we'll do that. We'll go for another run as I just see absolutely ravenous on those chips out of nowhere. I've just turned my head back around and mouth is absolutely full. But let's go for a second attempt here for the final race of today. Senior X30 race 28. It's the final of the finals before we get going again. And you didn't actually mute your microphone there. Oh, you did. You did mute it. Okay.
It's like it's a really unclassy version of Test Match Special. If we were classy, we'd go, oh, and Mrs. Biggins from Tunbridge Wells has brought in a cherry cake for us. A cherry bakewell. A cherry bakewell. That's lovely, but no, this is it. Chips. Here we go. Jockey's whips up here in the commentary box. Here we go. Second time of asking. The whole field have now assembled themselves. And the lights are out. We're off and racing. Porter makes a good start. Danny Curl doesn't get away well and has dropped back to 4th place. In fact, the outside row, none of them made a great start. And it's Porter who leads. Platten up into 2nd place. And I think that's Ravenscroft in the number 17 KR Sport Machine into 3rd.
Yep, cracking start then from the entire grid. Everyone gets through the first few corners nice and safe, which is always good to see. 14.5 minutes left, halfway through lap 1, and all action is ablaze. All guns are blazing, and you can see at the front there the 46 of Morgan Porter saying, come on, let's go, let's get this dealt with. Harry Platten in 2nd place, and that number 14 as the rest of the field go through. The number 1 of Danny Curl dropping back a 1 position into 3rd. Connor Jupp gets a warning flag in the number 35.
Where is Connor? Connor is down in 17th position, and he came into this race top 5 in the championship. I mean, this just goes to show this circuit is a completely different sort of style to Rowra, what we saw. Rowra, which is up and down, it's narrow, change of gradient all the time, nowhere really to relax, no really long straights at Rowra. Now we're at a flat-out blast here at Kimbolton, and the pecking order, by and large, has changed a lot. We've still got a couple of drivers that are contending at all rounds, and that is what wins you championships. But I mean, Morgan Porter was nowhere, and Harry Platten makes the move for the race lead. You know, Danny Curl there in 3rd place, obviously the de facto championship leader now. But drivers that didn't do well at Rowra are now doing well here. Ravenscroft and Butcher side by side behind Danny Curl, and Sean Butcher side by side with his KR Sport teammate. But Clayton Ravenscroft stays in 4th position.
Yep.
Well, Ravenscroft again. You know, I'm joking about, and I make fun of his dad Steve, but again, Steve knows how to put one of these wagons together, and his son Clayton knows how to drive it. Makes him a perennial contender for victory anytime. And there again, this little signal saying, yeah, perfect, spot on, let's go.
Yep, 13 minutes left on the clock then. Still jostling a little bit in that 4th and 5th place zone. So again, no packs really breaking away here. Everyone's still very close and under pressure, and that's a move down the inside. The 17.
Ravenscroft.
Yep, that's a nice move on Danny Curl there through turn 1. Having a look out the window, yet the move was completed, and again everyone very defensive going into Derek's corner, hitting those curbs just right in that sweet spot there to get the most out of the corner, and of course the carts as you go through. Tyres now at a premium. Who's looked after them the most? And everyone again just staying in that single file, getting into that train, trying to open up a gap as best as possible. But with everyone so close in terms of skill out there, it's hard to pull away.
Yep, I mean, as we come across the line, again, it is Platten, Porter, Ravenscroft, Curl, Butcher. Then Hudson in 6th, Lawrence 7th, Ewan Wilson having a great weekend for the S8 team in kart number 12. He's up into 8th position. Connor Jupp now sets the fastest lap of the race, but he is all the way back in 14th position. Behind Ewan Wilson, it's Tyler Reid in 9th. Then it's Thomas Fleming in 10th. Alessandro Serenetti runs in 11th. Caleb Marshall is 12th. And Matt Armstrong 13th. Jupp 14th. Brad Pennell 15th. Thomas Turner 16th. Caden McQueen 17th. Gary Edwards still having a great run in 18th place as Ravenscroft and Curl go wheel to wheel again.
Yep, side by side across the line. Who's going to break later? Looks like Curl's got the run here, but no. Ravenscroft back down the inside. Says, thank you very much, I'll hold on to that one. And that's closed that gap up now to the drivers behind. So, Sean Butcher right behind now. Rory Hudson, Gus Lawrence there, the next in line for this one. The O-plate of Thomas Turner sets the fastest lap of the race, 41.750. Again, very fast time for this late on in the day. We just click under 11 minutes left to go on this one as we're on lap 6.
Lap 6 with 11 minutes to go. And Harry Platten, again, Harry Platten, he's not defending, he's under intense pressure here. He's probably I would say, one of the youngest drivers in this group, although Clayton Ravenscroft also got him, so is Sean Butcher. But Platten's certainly one of the youngest drivers in this lead pack, and he's soaking up the pressure very well indeed. And Porter has got a lot of pace in that number 46 kart, because Porter is able to push the race leader Harry Platten away from Ravenscroft and Curl, 3rd and 4th. Now Ravenscroft and Curl, they have been battling side by side. It'll be interesting to see if they get their heads down for a lap or two, whether they can close that gap up to the front. Butcher's there in 5th, Hudson is 6th, Lawrence 7th, and Wilson is 8th. We've got the Zenon BMR, the Zenon chassis race lead, then the KR Kart Republic kart in 2nd. Then you've got the first of the OTK products, the Cosmic of Ravenscroft 3rd, but now it's the Birrell ART of Danny Curl into P3.
That chip almost came back and bet you, didn't it? So there we go, under 10 minutes left to go on this one. Danny Curl, fastest lap of the race in the number 1, 41.640, as we still watch here the front runners here having a very close, tight-knit battle. The 17 of Ravenscroft and the KR Sport chassis absolutely flying away. And the 14, though, still under pressure. Harry Platten leading this one from Porter.
Gus Lawrence picks him a place.
Yep, nicely done.
Says think. Classic move. Rory Hudson goes, well, what were you thinking when you were behind me? You passed me, but now you want me to sit behind you? No chance, son. But that costs Rory Hudson as Ewan Wilson. That's the best. It's the best run I've seen out of Ewan Wilson for a long time. He's been with the S8 team for 6 or 7 years, I'd have to say, and they're always knocking on the door of the top 10, but it's not always they actually get into it. But he is there running in 7th place at the moment and looking comfortable. Caleb Marshall leading the next train of karts in 9th place. Tyler Reid is in 10th, then it's Thomas Turner. Connor Jupp up to 12th, Serenetti back to 13th, then it's Fleming 14th, Pennell 15th, Armstrong 16th, and McQueen still in 17th place. Blake Anglis up to 18th, followed by Gary Edwards, and then Cian Shields, the Flying Scotsman in the number 71 KR Sport kart. Tom Nippers is 22nd, and the number 59 kart, Oliver Greethan, is next.
So the top 5 now, nose to tail with 8 minutes left to go. It's got to that part of the race now where it's a bit nose to tail. It's a follow with the leader sort of situation. No one wants to battle. No one wants to lose any of those places. They want to wait until the end of the race where the tyres are fresher, they're more up to temp. That's what we want. And of course, at this moment now, everyone's just going to stay in single file, just wait for that prime opportunity to get that move done. You'll see people start to go defensive lines and then swoop to the outside, and that's where we'll start to see the action. But right now, still leading the way, 46, Morgan Porter. Danny Curl setting another new fastest lap, 41.540 in 3rd place. So he's got the momentum. He wants to go, but he can't do it just yet.
Well, I think what you're going to see is if Platten in 2nd place, the number 14 kart, if he is continuing to sit on Porter's rear bumper within a kart length or two, then Curl might wait, but then Curl decided, no, I'm not going to wait. Potentially he thinks, I don't think Platten is quick enough. He thinks that Porter's the real threat, and there goes Ravenscroft up into 3rd place. So Platten down to 4th position, but still in touch. That one move from Danny Curl, it has cost him 5 or 6 kart lengths, but he obviously thinks, oh, I can still catch Morgan Porter. But Porter has shown this year that when he does get a bit of clean air, if the kart is right, he can drive away from the field. But is that going to be the case this time around? Well, not if Curl and Ravenscroft and Platten and Butcher can help it. Sean Butcher, of all the leaders so far, Sean Butcher has probably yet to show his hand, because we've seen Ravenscroft battling side by side. We've seen Curl making moves. We've seen Platten take the lead. We've seen Porter take the lead back. Sean Butcher has just sat at the back of this lead group. He hasn't lost touch, waiting. 6.5 minutes to go.
That gap already looking like it is closing up now. As you say, in front he can hold a clean line, and that is what he's doing at the moment. But you've got to remember, this is a fast, flat, sweeping corner. And what's happened to the number 6 of Tillett?
Archie Tillett was off track and gesticulating, and there is another driver who is off track at the entrance into number 62 of Thomas Wood. Now, no one has ever accused me of being the sharpest knife in the drawer. However, when you see one driver off the track and another driver slowing and gesticulating angrily, one comes to the conclusion that there may have been a territorial dispute between the two of them.
Yes, I think that's a good way of putting it. But yeah, we didn't quite see that one, so we're not sure what's happened.
Yes.
But something definitely is afoot.
And there's a move afoot, and that is Platten going into 3rd place. And Ravenscroft was busy signalling to Platten, saying, no, stay behind me. And Platten went, meep, up the inside and took 3rd position.
How did it go again?
Meep.
Thank you.
Just like that.
Excellent.
Well, you're welcome.
5 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock then. Still this group at the front. A group of 5. Slightly breaking away are Porter and Curl. But they're not breaking away too much. The gap is still only 0.3 of a second. In fact, it's only 0.2 of a second between 2nd and 3rd at the moment. So it's still a big group of 5. 5 minutes left on the timer. Still all to play for. We're still in that section where drivers aren't going to battle. They'll maybe go for an overtake, but it won't be fierce battling. It's only when we get into those last couple of minutes, that's where we'll start to see the major overtakes. But this, at the moment, everyone's just, again, nose to tail, concentrating, head down, trying to maintain that gap to the next group behind of 4th, actually, what is that, 6, 7 and 8 that we've got out there. So that would be...
no, I did notice, and we'll get another good shot of that next lap around. But on the run down the TKM straight, just as you're thinking of maybe ducking out to the inside, there's a lot of gravel on the inside of the track. There is Danny Curl, takes the lead, going into Stowe Corner. Porter has to slot back into 2nd place. Platten is right there in 3rd, and Ravenscroft is 4th. Butcher 5th. Butcher checks over his shoulder. There's a big gap of about 2 seconds back to Hudson in 6th, Lawrence in 7th, Wilson in 8th. There's a 5-second gap behind Wilson to Jupp in 9th and Serenetti. But now coming down this straight now on the inside line where any drivers look at all that grit of gravel, or is it bits of grass? It's grass. It's going to be less grippy than the track surface, which is going to put drivers off diving up the inside to make a move into that corner. So potentially there's one overtaking place less now for the drivers trying to take the win in this race than usual. 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Not much time left then, only a few laps. We are on lap 17 at the moment on the final race. Curl going for that wider entry into Derek's corner. Holds on to that one then, manages to get a little bit extra momentum out of the corner to try and break that toe. As they go again now down the KTM straight, staying in formation. Again, it looked like the 14 looking down the inside there of the 46. No, Platten on Porter, couldn't quite get anything done, stays in single file as they go through. Now Porter again, he's got his hand down there, he's fiddling with something, so...
Yep, just making sure that there's much possible air going into the engine to keep it cool, you know, and then when the time is right, you know, he will crank it up to...
the maximum potential.
Yes. I was going to say, I mean, I called it the Yamaha straight earlier, but we've both been watching too much bike racing. You called it the KTM straight, the TKM straight. But again, too much bike.
Oh wow, did I call it the KTM straight?
Well, I mean, at least you got one.
I got the right letters, just in the wrong order.
I just got it completely wrong.
Yeah.
But again, now, the top 5 are down to 4. Butcher, who I thought was keeping his powder dry, maybe hasn't got much ammo left in the tank because he's starting to fall back a little bit in 5th place. We're down to 4 at the front. Butcher in the 57 kart is slipping away. It's Curl, Porter, Platten and Ravenscroft. 2 minutes to go through Derek's corner into Dan Weldon corner now, and you can see Curl avoiding that first apex to make sure he's got the best run down the TKM straight. Maybe we'd be rubbish on countdown, I tell you that. There's a move from Ravenscroft for 3rd. Clayton Ravenscroft moves into P3.
Yep, nice move there, well calculated now as we go into the danger zone time. 90 seconds remain on the clock then. It's a group of 5 and a group of 3. The group of 5 have got a little bit of breathing space now as they've slightly opened up into these last few sections here. I'm sure as the moves start to come in, these gaps will massively close up, and will that give the opportunity of the group behind to close up as well, as it's been all nose to tail throughout this entire race. Hands going up from the 17 of Ravenscroft. Not sure why, but he's clearly unhappy about something out there as they go through back onto the start-finish straight now. Less than a minute to go.
And Curl checks over his shoulder, and another check over his shoulder, because Morgan Porter was sitting sort of half a cart his inside, so Curl wanted to make sure that there was no lunge coming. But good run through the willows now for Porter. Porter checks over his shoulder. He knows he can run wide going into Derek's corner because Ravenscroft wasn't close enough to make a move on Porter. So Porter is trying to set Danny Curl up for a move. Will it happen into Dan Weldon corner? No. Will it happen down to the end of the straight? Well, he's going to have to go through the grass on the track. There's grass. Look at that. Danny Curl, that's a 3 or 4 second look over his shoulder as he comes down that straight and defends into Kimbolton corner. Ravenscroft is right there. Ravenscroft's going to get a run onto this straight now. 14 seconds to go. Curl's going to have to hug that white line. Around the outside goes Clayton Ravenscroft. Does he get second? Yes, he does. Brilliant move. Absolutely brilliant move there from Clayton Ravenscroft. Going round the outside, takes second place, and now he's attacking Danny Curl for the race lead.
Yeah, takes that wider line into Derek's corner to try and get the best out of that kart through the exit. Now we go into Weldon corner now, out of the exit here, onto the straight. A big look over the shoulder again for Danny Curl. Clips the grass on the inside, takes a slightly defensive line. Now he's going to try and hug that inside line through the Kimbolton corner onto the start-finish straight. Last lap board comes out this time. It's going to be all to play for. 5 karts now for the race lead. The 14 goes to the outside, tries to sweep around the outside, takes 2 karts. Can he hold that position? The number 14 of Harry Platten there. Absolutely fantastic move. 2 karts through Stowe.
Well, if Ravenscroft had just pulled off the move of the weekend, that award only lasted for 1 lap because Harry Platten's gone one better. 2 in 1 round the outside. Porter's down to 4th. Harry Platten, can you win this race? Down the TKM straight for the final time. You've only got a world champion in front of you, Harry. Let's see, 1 corner to go. Danny Curl's going to hug the inside line. What does Platten do? There's no room at the end there. Danny Curl's going to lead them out as they cross the line. Harry Platten takes second with a monster move on the last lap to get into P2. Well done, Harry. 3rd was for Clayton Ravenscroft on his return to the British Championships. Morgan Porter, well, 2 laps before the end, he was looking like a shoe-in for victory. He comes home in 4th place. Butcher remains in 5th. Rory Hudson in 6th. Ewan Wilson, that's got to be one of the best finishes of his career in the British Championship, to finish in 7th place. Lawrence is 8th. Thomas Turner 9th, and Thomas Fleming rounding out the top 10. Then it's Connor Jupp in 11th, followed by Alessandro Serenetti, Caleb Marshall, Caden McQueen in 14th, and the Flying Scotsman Cian Shields takes 15th position. Matt Armstrong, Tyler Reid, Oliver Greetham, Gary Edwards and Matthew Rees on his return to the British Karting Championship. The youngster from Cardiff, he finishes 20th for the premium karting team out of Blake Anglis, Tom Nippers, Casper Scusa and Dan McEwen in 24th place. Let's have a look at the behind the top 24. Jamie Rogers finishes 25th, then Ben Hodge in 26th, Archie Tillett 27th, Nat Thomas 28th, Chris Bingham 29th, Sam Hawthorne 30th, Brad Pennell 31st and Thomas Wood 32nd. They failed to finish. We had a couple more go out on the first lap, is what it was. So there is Danny Curl. Now, there is a trophy presentation which is going to be filmed to be released onto the British Kart Championships Facebook page, the Motorsport UK Facebook page, and various social medias later on. That'll be filmed later. There is a trophy for the top 3 in each class, plus the top rookie in each class and the leading privateer driver home. So that's something to remember for all the drivers. Don't disappear just yet, because we have the top 3 plus the leading championship rookie in each class and the leading privateer home in each class as well. Oh, what a day of racing. It's been a long day of racing. The sun begins to set over Kimbolton. So we will just say a huge thank you to the marshalling team. First of all, the marshals, the most important people in all of racing, the medical team as well. They haven't been called upon. That's what we want to see at the end of the day. Bright blue skies, the flags fluttering in the breeze. That's been a very, very good day of racing, Anthony.
Yeah, it has been a very, very good day of racing. Beautiful weather. I wasn't actually expecting such nice weather. I didn't check the weather before I came out, so I had actually no clue of what weather we were going to expect. But yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend all round. Great day yesterday, chatting to obviously all the officials who look after the behind the scenes for the Motorsport UK British Karting Champs, and yeah, it's fantastic to see all the hard work and effort and dedication that goes into a championship like this from organisers, marshals, medical teams, and of course the drivers and competitors alike as well. So fantastic stuff to make such an amazing event.
Yep, and so this has been before the outro. A big thank you to the catering department.
Yes.
Yes, well done, catering department. Round of applause for the chips up here in the commentary box from the catering department here at Hunt's Kart Racing Club. Please go to motorsport.org, motorsportuk.org to find out where your nearest kart club is. This has been a Alpha Live presentation of the Motorsport UK 2020 British Kart Championship, supported by Demon Tweeks. As they say in Landau, Anthony, ciao for now.